Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Maya. The clock hasn't even hit 7 when I unlock the shop doors. The familiar smell of motor oil and metal greets me, a scent that used to make my nose wrinkle as a kid, but now feels like home. Dad's already in the back, the metallic clanking of tools against an engine block, creating the morning soundtrack. Coffee's brewing. I call out, flipping on all the lights. "You're a lifesaver, baby girl," Dad shouts back, his voice echoing from underneath a raised Honda. I settle behind the counter, booting up the ancient computer that's been threatening to die for the past 3 years. The appointment book sits open beside me, today's page already filled with names, times, and brief descriptions of automotive ailments. The phone rings before I've even had my first sip of coffee. Summers Auto, this is Maya speaking. "Hey there, sweetheart." My truck's making that damn noise again. I recognize Mr. Sanchez's gravelly voice immediately. The grinding or the ticking? The grinding. Gets worse when I turn left. My pen flies across the notepad. "I can squeeze you in it too. That work?" "Perfect. You're an angel." I hang up and immediately field another call. Mrs. Rogers needs her oil changed yesterday, and a new customer wants to know if we work on foreign cars. Between calls, I update the inventory spreadsheet, marking down the parts we need to order before the week's end. Dad emerges from the garage bay, wiping his hands on a rag. "How's it looking today?" "Packed solid until closing. You sure you don't want me to cancel my lunch break again?" He frowns. "Absolutely not. You've skipped enough meals this month." He doesn't understand that every hour I work is another bill I can pay, another thing I can provide for Caden. Single motherhood is a mathematical equation I'm constantly recalculating. The morning blurs into a stream of customers, paperwork, and parts catalogs. I'm elbow deep in organizing next week's schedule when the bell above the door jingles. Well, if it isn't Maya Summers, running this place like a damn CEO. I look up to see Trevor Michaels, an old high school classmate who brings his work truck in regularly. His smile is genuine, but I catch the familiar glint in his eyes, that mixture of curiosity and judgment I've grown accustomed to. "Just doing my job," I reply, sliding his invoice across the counter. "Brake pads are all set. You know, most of the girls from our class are still out partying every weekend." He leans against the counter. "Meanwhile, you're here grinding away." I force a smile. Some of us had to grow up faster than others. "That kid of yours must be what now? 5? 6? 6, I answer, taking his credit card. "Still doing it all on your own, huh?" The question stings more than it should. Last night I'd sat up until midnight helping Caden with his dinosaur project after an 11-hour workday, carefully gluing tiny plastic teeth onto a papier-mâché T-Rex while he bounced around in dinosaur pajamas, fighting sleep but determined to finish. Then woke at 5 to make his lunch. Peanut butter with the crust cut off, apple slices arranged in a smiley face, and a handwritten note like my mama used to do for me, before dropping him at before-school care in the blue dawn light while other parents were still hitting snooze. "We managed just fine," I say, my voice sharper than intended, fingers tightening around the credit card machine. Trevor raises his hands in surrender, that same look on his face I've seen 1,000 times before. Hey, I respect it. Not everyone could handle what you do. Seriously, it's impressive. That's the thing about being a young single mom. People's compliments often feel like they're wrapped around a brick. Sure, they respect my hustle, but the subtext is always there. Poor girl, trapped by her mistakes. Like I'm some cautionary tale they can point to while feeling superior about their life choices. But Caden isn't a mistake. Not one damn bit. He's the reason I push through exhaustion. The reason I've learned to change spark plugs and balance books with equal skill. He's why I memorized multiplication tables while nursing him at 3 a.m. Why I can now fix a carburetor with one hand and pack a lunchbox with the other. I hand Trevor his receipt, my professional smile sliding back into place like a well-worn mask. See you in 3 months for your next service. Don't forget to rotate those tires before then. After Trevor leaves, I steal a quiet moment between customers. My thumb hovers over my phone screen, swiping through photos of Caden. There's one from last week, him standing proudly next to his science project. Gap-toothed smile wide beneath those striking blue eyes that never fail to remind me of their source. Another photo shows him, sprawled on our living room floor, tongue caught between his teeth in concentration as he builds a Lego spaceship. In the next, he's asleep on the couch, one arm dangling off the edge, curls falling across his forehead. My chest tightens. He's growing so damn fast. Those baby cheeks have thinned, his expressions more complex every day. 6 years old and already asking questions I struggle to answer. "Where's my dad?" he'd asked 3 nights ago, completely out of nowhere while I tucked him in. The question hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. Those innocent blue eyes watching me with an expectation I couldn't possibly fulfill. 6 years. And it never gets easier to hear. "It's complicated, baby," I'd replied, the same inadequate answer I always give. The words tasted stale on my tongue, a worn-out excuse that was growing thinner with each passing year. "Matthew's dad takes him fishing every weekend," he'd said, eyes downcast, his small fingers picking at a loose thread on his Spider-Man comforter. "And Jasmine's dad taught her how to ride a bike without training wheels. She showed everyone at recess." I'd smoothed his blanket, swallowing the lump in my throat that threatened to choke me. My heart shattered a little more, adding another crack to the collection. "I can teach you that this weekend," I offered, trying to inject enthusiasm into my voice while mentally rearranging my already packed schedule. "It's not the same," he'd whispered, turning away from me slightly. The quiet defeat in his voice cut deeper than any tantrum ever could. I hadn't known what to say after that. What could I say? That his father walked out before he was even born? That the man who gave him those striking blue eyes couldn't handle the responsibility of a relationship, let alone an unexpected pregnancy? That sometimes I still wake up angry at the universe for giving my son a father who didn't want the job? Dad's gruff voice breaks through my thoughts. "Maya. Maya? Hello? Earth to Maya?" He waves a greasy hand in front of my face. "Looks like I'm talking to a damn brick wall again. Mrs. Hernandez called about her timing belt. Says it's making that weird noise you warned her about last month." I lock my phone quickly. "Sorry, I'll call her back." "You okay?" He studies my face with mechanic's precision, looking for signs of trouble. "Just tired." The standard answer. The afternoon rush hits like a tsunami wave. 3 oil changes, a transmission flush, and a belt replacement that fights us every step of the way. I forget about everything except the work in front of me, letting the familiar rhythm of the garage wash over me. This is what I'm good at. This is what keeps food on our table. By closing time, my shoulders ache and my hair sticks to the back of my neck. Dad counts the day's take while I wipe down the counter, mind already racing ahead to tomorrow's logistics. Caden has soccer practice after school, which means I need to find someone to cover the last hour at the shop if we run late on the Jacobson job. "You look like you're solving world hunger in your head," Dad says, rubber banding a stack of bills, just juggling the usual impossible schedule. He sighs, setting the money aside. You know, you don't have to carry everything yourself. Who else is going to do it? I keep wiping, avoiding his eyes. I've been thinking about hiring another mechanic. Someone young with good hands. Would take some pressure off. We can't afford that. We can't afford you burning out either. His voice softens. I saw you looking at Caden's pictures again. I pause, rag clutched in my fist. He asked about Dylan last night. Dad's expression darkens. That boy has a lot to answer for. He doesn't even know he has a son. The words feel heavy, loaded with 6 years of unsaid things. Maybe it's time he did. I shake my head. And risk him coming back, turning Caden's life upside down, then disappearing again when things get tough? That's his pattern. People change, Maya. Not Dylan Huntington. His type crashes through life without looking back at the wreckage. I throw the rag into the sink. I've built something solid for Caden. Something stable. I won't let Dylan threaten that. Dad stands, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. You're the strongest person I know, baby girl. But sometimes being strong means facing what scares you most. I'm not scared. I lie. Sure. He kisses the top of my head. And I'm not losing my hair. I laugh despite myself, leaning into his solid presence. I just want to do right by my son. You already are. Every single day.
Chapter 2. Dylan. The speedometer hits 120 as I weave through the empty industrial district, abandoned warehouses and shuttered factories whipping past in a dark blur. Pure freedom. The Aston Martin purrs beneath me, responding to the slightest touch, like a lover who knows exactly what I want before I do. Each vibration from the engine travels up through the steering wheel and into my bones, making me feel alive for the first time today. I downshift, taking the corner tighter than most would dare, feeling the G-force press me into the butter-soft leather seat as the tires grip the asphalt with perfect precision. Come on, baby, I murmur, patting the dashboard with an appreciative hand. Show me what you've got. It's just you and me tonight. The streets blur into streaks of sodium light against darkness. Orange-yellow smears painting the night as I push harder, faster. Old street signs and chain-link fences become nothing but peripheral shadows. This is the only time my mind quiets, when the roar of the engine drowns out everything else. When I'm pushing the limits, dancing on the edge of disaster with adrenaline flooding my veins. The only time I feel anything real besides the guilt that's been my constant companion since the accident. My phone buzzes against my thigh, the screen lighting up the darkened interior of the car. Probably another text from Dad about the foundation proposal I pitched last week. Another lecture about responsibility and living up to the Huntington name. Another reminder wrapped in corporate jargon that I'm a disappointment wearing an expensive watch and designer clothes that can't hide what a mess-up I really am underneath. Damn it. I gun the engine harder. The straight stretch of road ahead beckons like an invitation. I floor it, watching the digital display climb. 130, 140, 150. The engine's roar drowns out everything else, even the hollow echo that follows me everywhere these days. Headlights flash suddenly from a side street. A delivery truck pulling out where no vehicle should be at this hour. Damn! I slam the brakes, tires screaming against asphalt. The car fishtails. For one sickening moment, I'm airborne in slow motion, watching the truck's grill grow larger through the windshield. The smell of burning rubber fills my nostrils as I wrench the wheel, missing the truck by inches. The Aston spins once, twice, 3 times in a nauseating blur before screeching to a stop mere inches from a light pole. The smell of burning rubber and hot brakes fills the cabin as my tires leave black streaks across the deserted road. My heart pounds so hard I can taste it in the back of my throat, metallic and sharp like I've been sucking on pennies. God, I can even feel some bile coming up, too. and my stomach's on the floor, no doubt. The delivery truck driver lays on his horn, a long, angry blast that vibrates through my bones, shouting something I can't make out through the closed windows as he drives past, middle finger raised high in the darkness. "Damn," I whisper, hands trembling violently against the wheel. My knuckles have gone white, and I realize I'm gripping the leather so hard it might tear under my fingers. Sweat beads at my hairline despite the air conditioning blasting cold against my face. And suddenly I'm not here anymore on this empty midnight street. I'm back on that rain-slicked mountain road, Jeremy laughing beside me, his beer sloshing as he tells me to slow down, his voice still light, still unconcerned. I'm watching his smile fade as realization dawns as the car hydroplanes across the center line. I'm hearing metal crunch and glass shatter, the sounds impossibly loud and forever burned into my memory. I'm standing in the pouring rain, my designer clothes soaked through, screaming his name over and over, while his blood mixes with water on the black pavement, washing away into storm drains like it was nothing. Like he was nothing. I slam my palm against the steering wheel hard enough to hurt, the pain barely registering through the flood of memory. Damn! My voice cracks, raw and primal, bouncing off the interior of my $100,000 cage. The silence that follows is deafening. My breath comes in ragged gasps as I lean back, staring up through the moonroof at the empty night sky. What the hell am I doing? Same things, different day. Chasing an adrenaline high that fades faster each time, leaving nothing but the hollow space where purpose should be. Jeremy would kick me in the face if he could see me now. "You got a second chance, jerk," he'd say. "Don't waste it trying to follow me to the grave." I pull over to the side of the road, cutting the engine. The sudden silence weighs on me like a physical thing. A year ago, Jeremy died because I couldn't stop chasing the next thrill. A year of expensive cars, meaningless hookups, and bottomless glasses hasn't filled the void his death left behind. My phone lights up again. Dad. The foundation. The chance to actually do something that matters. I stare at the notification, remembering Jeremy's last words before we took that fatal drive. "You could be more than this, Dylan. You just don't want to try." The memory stings worse than the cuts and bruises from that night. Because he was right. Running from responsibility is the one race I've perfected. I start the car again, but this time I keep it under the speed limit, heading toward home. Maybe it's time to stop running. The drive home feels endless. With the adrenaline fading, my thoughts drift like smoke through the dark corners of my mind. Not to Jeremy this time, but to Maya. Maya Summers. God, even thinking her name brings a rush of images. Her smile in the summer sun as we raced our beat-up cars down county roads. Her laugh, deep and full-bodied, when I'd say something ridiculous just to hear it. The way she'd roll her eyes when I showed up late, pretending to be annoyed but unable to hide the smile tugging at her lips. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Those memories belonged to a different Dylan. A Dylan who hadn't yet messed everything up beyond repair. "You're gonna run yourself into the ground," she told me once, stretched out on the hood of my first car, staring up at the Texas stars. Her voice had been soft but firm. "All this racing and gambling, it's not gonna end well." I'd laughed it off. What did she know? I was untouchable, unstoppable, the golden boy worth $1 billion at 19 who could charm his way out of any situation with a smile and his daddy's credit card. Until I couldn't. The night flashes through my mind in disjointed fragments. The high-stakes poker game. The money I didn't have. The threats that followed. Packing at 3 a.m, telling myself I'd call Maya once I got to California. Once I figured things out. The call I never made. "Coward," I muttered to the empty car. 6 years. 6 years since I left without a word, too caught up in my own nonsense to face her. Too scared to admit I'd failed. I pull into my driveway, cutting the engine but making no move to get out. The mansion looms before me, all glass and steel and emptiness. Dad bought it for me after the accident, probably hoping the change of scenery would straighten me out. Another expensive Band-Aid on a wound too deep to heal with money. Money, the Huntington legacy. The shadow I've been running from since I was old enough to understand what it meant to be born into privilege. Dad building his empire from nothing, expecting me to be worthy of inheriting it. Mom's carefully orchestrated society events, where I was trotted out like a show pony to impress her friends. "You're a Huntington," Dad would say whenever I messed up. "Act like one." Whatever the hell that means. I lean back, closing my eyes. The silence of the car presses in around me, suffocating in its completeness. This isn't living. It's existing in a holding pattern, waiting for the next distraction, the next rush, the next meaningless connection that'll keep the emptiness at bay for a few more hours. And for what? So I can end up wrapped around a pole one night when my luck finally runs out? So I can keep adding names to the list of people I've disappointed? Jeremy. Dad. Mom. Maya. Her face appears behind my closed eyelids, not as the teenager I left behind, but how she might look now. Still beautiful. Still too good for the likes of me. I pull out my phone, opening the browser before I can talk myself out of it. Summers Auto Repair Texas brings up a result immediately. Still there. Still open. Her father's shop where she used to help out after school, grease under her fingernails and fire in her eyes. Something shifts in my chest, quiet certainty taking root where indecision once lived. The foundation proposal can wait. There's something else I need to do first. I need to go home. Not to this hollow monument to my failures, but to the Texas town where I left my heart 6 years ago. To face my past. To face Maya. And maybe, if I'm lucky, to find the man I could have been before I lost my way.
Chapter 3. Maya. I stare into my nearly empty pantry and count the meager options. 1 box of mac and cheese, half a jar of peanut butter, some rice, and 2 cans of tuna. Dinner for the next 2 nights before payday hits. Perfect. Mom, how do you spell dinosaur? Caden calls from the kitchen table, pencil tapping against his worksheet. Dinosaur, I reply, reaching for the mac and cheese. How's the homework coming? Almost done. Mrs. Jenkins says I'm getting really good at my spelling. I glance over at him, heart swelling at the sight of his serious little face, brows furrowed in concentration. His tongue pokes out slightly between his teeth, a habit he's had since he was tiny. Those striking blue eyes, Dylan's eyes, focused intently on forming each letter perfectly. That's my smart boy. The irony isn't lost on me as I fill a pot with water and set it on our temperamental stove. Somewhere in California, Dylan Huntington probably drops more on a single meal than I make in a week. The son of billionaire Richard Huntington, with his luxury cars and mansions, while his own flesh and blood sits at a second-hand table in a cramped apartment where the heat only works half the time in winter. The burner clicks several times before catching, the blue flame finally appearing. Small victories. Can we put hot dogs in it? Caden asks, perking up at the sight of the familiar blue box. I check the fridge. 1 hot dog left. We can split one, how's that? Okay. He beams like I've offered him a 5-course meal at a fancy restaurant. My throat tightens. 6 years old, and he's already learned to be happy with less, to never ask for too much. I dice the lone hot dog into tiny pieces, stretching it as far as possible. Did you know T-Rex had the strongest bite of any dinosaur ever? Caden announces, setting his pencil down. Stronger than even your bite? I tease. He giggles, showing the gap where his front tooth recently fell out. Way stronger. Teacher says it could crush a car. That's pretty impressive. The water boils, and I dump in the pasta, glancing at the clock. The electric bill is due tomorrow. I'll have just enough after paying rent, but it'll leave exactly $43 until payday. The mental calculations are automatic now, a constant background process. Mom, can I ask you something? Caden's voice shifts, suddenly serious. My stomach tightens. I know that tone. Sure, baby. Anything. Tommy at school says everyone has a dad, but some dads just live in different houses. Does my dad live in a different house? The wooden spoon pauses mid-stir. How many different ways can I answer this same question? Each time it comes, I'm never prepared. Yes, he does, I say carefully. Very far away. Is that why he never comes to see me? The pasta bubbles, demanding attention I can't give it. I turn down the heat, buying precious seconds. It's complicated, Caden. That's what you always say. His bottom lip juts out. Is it because I did something bad? No. The word bursts out louder than intended. I move to him quickly, kneeling beside his chair. Never think that. Your dad not being here has nothing to do with you. Nothing at all. Then why? How do I explain that his father chose adrenaline and freedom over responsibility? That he left town before I even knew I was pregnant? That the last time I saw Dylan Huntington, he was shoving clothes into a duffel bag at 3 a.m., promising to call once he figured things out? Sometimes grown-ups make choices that aren't about the people they love, I say, smoothing his curls. It doesn't mean they don't love them. It just means they weren't ready for certain responsibilities. Like taking care of kids? Exactly like that. He processes this. Those blue eyes so thoughtful. Does he know about me? The truth sticks in my throat. No, he doesn't. Maybe if he knew, he'd want to meet me. Hope brightens his face, and it's like a knife to my heart. I return to the stove, draining the pasta with hands that aren't quite steady. The cheap mac and cheese sauce mixes with milk we've watered down to make it last longer. Dylan Huntington, heir to billions, while I water down milk. Dinner's ready, buddy. Clear your homework. As I place our mismatched plates on the table, Caden grins at the carefully divided hot dog pieces mixed into his mac and cheese. This is my favorite, he declares, digging in like it's a feast. I ruffle his hair, swallowing the lump in my throat. Mine too. And for this moment, watching my son eat dinner in our tiny kitchen, I let myself believe it. After finishing dinner together, I place our empty plates in the sink, watching Caden scrape every last bit of cheese sauce from his bowl. My heart breaks and swells at the same time. His happiness over such a simple meal, his ability to find joy in what little we have. All done, he announces, pushing his bowl toward me with a satisfied grin. Good job, buddy. I run the water, letting the dishes soak. Hey, I've been thinking. About what? He swings his legs under the table, one sock sliding halfway off his foot. About this weekend. I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. What would you think about spending Saturday at the park? Just you and me, all day. We could pack a lunch, bring your soccer ball, maybe that new dinosaur figure you got for your birthday from Grandpa. His eyes widen, those startling blue irises lighting up with excitement. The whole day? Like morning until night? The whole entire day, I confirm, nodding solemnly. No work calls, no errands, no rushing. Just park time. For real? He looks almost suspicious, like I might be setting him up for disappointment. That hesitation cuts deep. How many times have I had to cancel our plans because of a last-minute shift or an emergency at the shop? How many soon, baby, I promise moments has this child weathered in his short life? For real. I cross the kitchen and crouch beside his chair, meeting his eyes. I already talked to Grandpa. He's covering the shop. Saturday is officially declared Maya and Caden Park Day. He launches himself at me with such force, I nearly topple backward. His thin arms wrapping around my neck like I've just promised him Disney World instead of a few hours at our neighborhood park. Can we bring the kite? And have hot dogs? And play on the monkey bars? The words tumble out in a breathless rush against my shoulder. Tommy says the monkey bars are for babies, but I don't care. I still like them. I laugh, holding him tight. All of the above. Whatever you want to do, we'll do it. We can look for bugs, too. Mrs. Jenkins says some bugs are actually good for gardens and stuff. He pulls back, his face serious. And if we find a cool rock, can I keep it for my collection? Absolutely. And can we? Yes? I interrupt, grinning. Yes to everything. It's your day. He sits back in his chair, seeming to process this windfall of attention. Then his expression shifts, softens into something that makes him look older than his 6 years. You're the best mommy ever, he says quietly. Like, even better than Tommy's mom, who makes cookies shaped like stars. The simplicity of his statement hits me like a physical force. Better than star cookies. The bar seems so low, and yet some days I wonder if I'm clearing it. The constant worry that I'm not enough, can't give enough, work enough hours, be present enough. And here he is, this amazing little person, looking at me like I've hung the moon when all I've promised is a day at the park. I feel the tears before I can stop them, hot and sudden. I turn away, wiping at my eyes quickly with the back of my hand. Mom? His voice turns worried. Are you sad? No, baby. I shake my head, turning back to him with a wobbly smile. These are happy tears. Sometimes when your heart gets really full, it spills out your eyes a little bit. He considers this, head tilted. Like when the bathtub gets too full? Exactly like that. I laugh, even as another tear escapes. You don't have to cry. I can help you not be sad. He reaches out, his small fingers clumsily wiping my cheek. I'm not sad, I promise, catching his hand and pressing a kiss to his palm. I'm just really, really thankful for you, for being exactly who you are. Who else would I be? He asks, genuinely confused. Nobody. I pull him onto my lap, even though he's getting too big for it. You're perfect just being Caden. He nestles against me, that rare moment when his boundless energy stills and he allows himself to be held. I breathe in the scent of his hair. A unique mix of school glue, shampoo, and that indefinable something that's just him. Thank you, I whisper. For what? For being so kind and patient and understanding when mommy has to work a lot. He shrugs against me. That's okay. You work so we can have mac and cheese and stuff. Such simple acceptance of our reality. No resentment, no demands for more than I can give. Just love and understanding from a soul too young to have mastered either. I love you more than anything in the whole wide world, I tell him, my voice steadier now. You know that, right? I know. He pulls back, that gap-toothed smile appearing again. More than chocolate ice cream? Way more than chocolate ice cream. More than race cars? More than all the race cars that ever existed. Wow. He looks genuinely impressed. That's a lot. Saturday can't come fast enough.
Chapter 4. Dylan. The Welcome to Eagle Point sign appears in my headlights like a ghost from the past. Population 15,743. Same number as when I left 6 years ago. Same faded paint, same goddamn rust spot in the corner. I slow the Aston, window down, letting in the thick Texas air that smells of dried grass and distant rain. Nothing like California's sterile, ocean-tinged breeze. This air has weight to it. History. My history. The roads unfold from memory, past Miller's Pharmacy where I stole my first pack of cigarettes, beyond the high school football field where I scored 4 touchdowns in a single game and thought that mattered. Each landmark a chapter from a book I tried to burn. My phone buzzes with a text from Mom. Are you close? Huh, we're waiting up. waiting up. Like I'm 17 again, breaking curfew after joyriding in Dad's Porsche. But I'm 26 now, with bloodshot eyes and 3 days of stubble from driving straight through from California, stopping only for gas and enough caffeine to keep my hands from shaking. The mansion appears around the final bend, perched on its hill like a glowing fortress overlooking the town. 10,000 square feet of privilege, with its manicured lawns and imported marble. My prison and sanctuary all at once. I park between Dad's Range Rover and Mom's Mercedes, killing the engine. For a moment, I just sit there, hands still gripping the wheel, wondering if I can actually do this. Face them. Face her. Face myself. The front door opens before I can even grab my bag from the trunk. Mom rushes out in her silk pajamas and house slippers, Dad following in pressed pants and a button-down shirt at, I check my watch, 11:30 at night. Some things never change. Dylan! Mom's arms wrap around me, her familiar Chanel perfume enveloping me. You're really here? Hey, Mom. My voice sounds rough even to my own ears. I hug her back, surprised by how desperately I've missed this. Her unconditional love, even when I don't deserve it. Dad approaches more cautiously, offering his hand. Son. I take it, the firm handshake a language all its own. Dad. You look tired. He scans me critically, from my unwashed hair to my wrinkled t-shirt. Long drive. 31 hours, I didn't stop. Mom frowns. That's dangerous, sweetheart. I needed to get here. The words hang between us, loaded with everything I'm not saying. I needed to come home. I needed to stop running. They usher me inside, into the gleaming foyer with its sweeping staircase and crystal chandelier. Everything exactly as I left it, preserved like a museum to the life I abandoned. Your room's ready, Mom says, tucking her arm through mine. I had Mariana change the sheets this morning. Thanks. I drop my duffel bag by the stairs. But we should talk first. Dad raises an eyebrow. At midnight? I didn't drive across the country to discuss the weather tomorrow morning over eggs Benedict. Mom and Dad exchange a look I've seen 1,000 times, concern mixed with resignation that their son is, once again, doing things his own way. We settle in the living room, them on the pristine white sofa, me in the armchair across from them. The grandfather clock in the hall ticks away the silence. I want to start a foundation, I finally say, leaning forward, for alcoholism awareness and drunk driving prevention. In Jeremy's name. Mom's eyes widen slightly. Dad's expression doesn't change. I've drawn up preliminary plans. I pull folded papers from my back pocket, smoothing them on the coffee table. Education programs in schools. Support for families affected by drunk driving accidents. Rehabilitation scholarships for people who can't afford treatment. This is unexpected, Dad says carefully, lifting the papers. I had an epiphany after nearly wrapping my car around a pole last week. The bluntness makes Mom wince, but I continue. I'm done wasting my life. I want to do something that matters, something that would make people proud. People? Dad questions, his eyes sharp. Or one person in particular? My throat tightens. Of course he sees through me. Both. My Summers, he says, not a question. I nod, unable to deny it. And Jeremy. And you guys. And myself. Mom reaches across the space between us, squeezing my knee. We're already proud of you, Dylan. No, you're not. The words come out harsher than intended. And you shouldn't be. I've been a selfish prick for years, running from responsibility, drowning myself in whatever would numb the guilt. Dad studies the foundation proposal, his business mind already dissecting it. This would require significant funding, board members, legal structure. I know, I've thought it through. Have you? His tone is skeptical. Or is this another impulsive decision? The old anger flares up, but I swallow it down. 6 years ago, it would have been. Now it's something I need to do. And Maya? Mom asks gently. What do you need from her? Forgiveness. The word feels inadequate. The chance to explain why I left. To make amends. Dad sets the papers down. You understand she may not want to see you. I know. And you're prepared for that? No, I'm not prepared at all. The thought of Maya refusing to even look at me makes my chest physically hurt, but I nod anyway. I have to try. A moment of silence falls between us. Then, surprisingly, Dad says, the foundation is a good idea. We can help with the initial funding and connections. The approval catches me off guard. Seriously? It shows maturity, he acknowledges. Something I wasn't sure you'd ever develop. From him, that's practically a tearful embrace. Thank you, I say, the words inadequate but sincere. Mom squeezes my hand. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, we'll start making calls. So upstairs in my old room, I stand at the window overlooking the town. Somewhere down there, in those scattered lights, is Maya. Maybe in her childhood home, or maybe in a place of her own by now. Is she alone? Is she happy? Does she ever think of me? 6 years is a lifetime. She could be married. She could have kids. The thought hits me like a physical blow. But it doesn't change what I need to do. I have to see her again. Even if just to say I'm sorry before walking back out of her life for good. I owe her that much. I strip off my clothes and step into the shower, cranking the knob all the way to cold. The water hits my skin like tiny needles, shocking my system and pulling a hissed curse from between my clenched teeth. Good. I deserve this minor punishment. My muscles tense against the frigid spray, but I don't adjust the temperature. This is my reset button, my wake-up call. I need the mental clarity that only comes from physical discomfort. The last time I stood in my childhood bathroom was the night I ran. 20 years old, panicked, shoving toiletries into a bag, while mentally calculating how much cash I could withdraw before someone noticed, thinking only of myself. Always only of myself. Coward, I mutter, letting the cold water pour over my face. 6 years. 6 goddamn years of running from responsibility. From her. From whatever version of myself I could have become if I'd stayed. Images of Maya flash through my mind. Her smile, her laugh, the way her brown eyes would spark when I challenged her. The softness of her dark skin against mine. The way she'd call me on my nonsense when no one else dared because I was the star player on the high school football team. The future we could have had if I hadn't been such a selfish prick. I grabbed the soap, scrubbing harder than necessary, like I can somehow wash away years of bad decisions with enough pressure. The memory of her last words to me rises unbidden. You can't keep living like nothing matters, Dylan. Someday it'll catch up to you. She was right. It caught up to me the night Jeremy died, his blood on my hands because I couldn't stop pushing limits, couldn't stop treating life like a game I was entitled to win. I leaned my forehead against the cool tile, letting the water cascade down my back. The Aston Martin, the mansion in California, the endless stream of women whose names I barely remembered by morning. None of it filled the void. None of it came close to what I felt in those simple moments with Maya, her head on my chest as we watched the stars from the hood of my car, talking about dreams that seemed so important then. What did she do after I left? Did she cry? Did she hate me? Did she try to find me? The questions have haunted me for years, but I've been too much of a coward to seek answers, too afraid of facing the damage I'd done. No more running, no more hiding behind my family's money and my carefully crafted Playboy image. I need to face her, to apologize even if she slams the door in my face, even if she's moved on with someone who deserves her. The thought of Maya with another man hits me like a physical blow. I've had countless meaningless hookups since leaving her, but the idea of her finding happiness with someone else Makes my chest ache in a way I can't justify. I have no right to jealousy, no claim on her life. Still, I want her. Not just physically, though God knows I've never stopped wanting her that way. But all of her. Her strength, her fire, her unwavering moral compass that always pointed true north when mine spun in useless circles. I shut off the water and grab a towel, my skin red from the cold. In the mirror, I hardly recognize myself. Same blue eyes, same chiseled jawline the society pages love to photograph. But there's something different now. Something determined in my expression that wasn't there before. Be better, I tell my reflection. For her. For yourself. The man staring back at me has a long way to go before he's worthy of Maya Summers. But for the first time in years, I believe he might have a shot at redemption. I dress quickly, choosing a simple black t-shirt and jeans instead of the designer clothes that usually fill my wardrobe. No more hiding behind labels, no more projecting an image of success when I've failed at the things that actually matter. Tomorrow I'll see her. I'll walk into that auto shop and face whatever comes. Her anger, her indifference, her happiness without me. I'll apologize for disappearing, for being too weak to face my mistakes, for letting her down. And then, if she'll let me, I'll show her who I'm trying to become. Someone worthy of a second chance. Someone who finally understands what matters. Someone who won't run away again.
Chapter 5. Maya. I wrenched the stubborn lug nut with all my strength, every muscle in my arms and back, straining as I twist the wrench counterclockwise. Sweat drips down my face in rivulets, mixing with the engine grease smudged across my forehead and cheeks. The afternoon heat inside the garage is absolutely suffocating, even with all the bay doors wide open. Texan summer doesn't give a damn about proper ventilation. Come on, you piece of... The nut finally gives with a satisfying crack, and I almost lose my balance, stumbling back a step. Got you, you stubborn bastard. The satisfaction of winning this small battle against an over-tightened bolt gives me a moment of peace in my chaotic day. These small victories, the ones where metal finally submits to my will, keep me going through the long, grueling hours at Summers Auto. Nothing quite like the feeling of conquering something that doesn't want to budge. I roll my shoulders, feeling the tension knotted there like steel cables. My tank top clings to my skin, damp with sweat, and spotted with grease from the undercarriage I've been fighting with for the past hour. 9 hours into my shift, and I still have 3 more cars to get through before closing. An oil change, a transmission flush, and whatever the hell is making that clicking sound in Mrs. McDaniel's Buick. Dad's at a parts supplier across town, hunting down a rare alternator for a vintage Mustang, which means I'm juggling everything on my own today. Phones, customers, repairs, and the mountain of paperwork that never seems to get any smaller. As I stand to grab a rag and wipe my hands, I get that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone's watching me. I look up toward the front counter and freeze. My heart stops, then kicks into overdrive, every nerve ending in my body suddenly alert. It can't be, but it is. Dylan Huntington stands at the counter, those piercing blue eyes fixed directly on me. He's leaning slightly against the counter, casual as if he hasn't been gone for 6 years. I blink hard, thinking maybe I'm hallucinating from heat exhaustion and too much caffeine. But he doesn't disappear. Hi, Maya. His voice is deeper than I remember, but it hits me square in the chest all the same. You've got to be kidding me, I mutter, quickly wiping my hands on a rag, suddenly aware of how I must look. Sweaty, dirty, hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. He looks good. Too good. The years have only sharpened his features, that strong jawline now sporting a light stubble. His dark hair slightly tousled. He's wearing a simple black t-shirt that stretches across broader shoulders than I remember, worn jeans that hang just right. What are you doing here? I managed to keep my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through me. I wanted to see you. He stands up straighter, hands in his pockets. After 6 years? I narrow my eyes, tossing the rag aside. Did your fancy California car break down or something? He flinches slightly. Good. No, I came back to town yesterday, staying with my parents for a while. I force myself to walk toward the counter, every step feeling like I'm moving through molasses. My heart hammers so hard I wonder if he can hear it. Well, that's fascinating, but I'm working. Some of us have actual jobs. My tone is sharper than I intended, but I can't help it. 6 years of bottled anger is threatening to explode. You look good, Maya. His eyes travel over me, and despite everything, I feel a traitorous heat rise inside me. Don't. I cross my arms. You don't get to waltz in here and act like you know me anymore? He nods, accepting the hit. That's fair. An awkward silence stretches between us. I notice a woman customer watching our interaction with undisguised interest from the waiting area. Great. More small-town gossip. Is there something specific you needed, Dylan? I ask, hating how my voice trips slightly over his name. Because I've got cars waiting. I wanted to talk to you. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache. Maybe when you're done with work, I could buy you dinner. I almost laugh. Dinner? Are you serious right now? Just to talk, he says quickly. I owe you an explanation. Those blue eyes. God, how many times have I looked into Caden's identical ones and felt this same tightness in my chest? You owe me a lot more than that, I say quietly, the weight of our shared past hanging between us. He takes a step closer, and I catch his scent, expensive cologne mixed with his musk. My body remembers him before my brain can tell it to forget. Muscles tensing, heart skipping in that old familiar rhythm that I've spent years trying to unlearn. I know, he says. That's why I'm here. His voice has that same husky quality that used to make me melt against him in the back seat of his Mustang, back when I thought forever meant something to him too. I take a step backward, putting the shop counter between us like a shield. The solid wood feels reassuring under my fingertips, grounding me when everything else seems to be shifting. Grease stains mark the counter's surface. Honest work, reliable, everything he wasn't. I don't think dinner is a good idea. I fiddle with a stack of repair orders, trying to appear busy, in control. The last time we shared a meal, you disappeared for 6 years. Just food, Maya. That's all I'm asking for. Dylan's voice drops lower, more intimate, the kind of tone that used to have me agreeing to absolutely anything. His eyes, those damn blue eyes that Caden inherited, fix on mine. Half an hour of your time. 6 years worth of explanation. 6 years can't be explained over burgers. I snap, then immediately regret showing how much his absence has affected me. The raw emotion in my voice betrays everything I've been trying to hide. 6 years of birthdays, Christmas mornings, fevers, first words, first steps, all the moments he missed that can never be recovered. He rubs the back of his neck, a gesture so familiar it makes my stomach flip. The sleeve of his designer shirt rides up, revealing the edge of a tattoo on his bicep I don't recognize. Another reminder of how much of his life has happened without me in it. You're right. It can't. But it's a start. He looks down at his expensive shoes, then back at me with those eyes that could always see right through my defenses. I messed everything up, Maya. I know that. Just give me a chance to at least try to explain. I glance at the clock. It's already past 6, and Caden will be hungry. Dad was watching him today, and I know they've probably been doing nothing but eating junk food and watching cartoons. The thought of cooking after this emotional whiplash makes me want to scream. Fine, I concede, crossing my arms, but not sit down. Take out only. His face brightens, and I hate how that smile still affects me. Takeout works. How about Rusty's? You used to demolish their double bacon cheeseburgers. The mention of Rusty's hits me harder than expected. Memories flood back. Dylan and me splitting milkshakes, stealing each other's fries, his arm around my shoulder in the worn vinyl booth, where we'd carved our initials under the table. I haven't been there in years, I admit before I can stop myself. Dylan looks surprised. But you loved that place. What I don't say, I can't afford it. After Caden came, every spare dollar went to diapers, formula, childcare. The luxury of a $15 burger disappeared along with many other things. Tastes change, I lie. Well, I'm craving it something fierce after all this time in California. Their burgers make those fancy LA places look like trash. He pulls out his phone. What's your order? Still the double bacon with extra pickles? I nod. Surprised he remembers such a small detail. But make it a single patty. And just water, no shake. Come on, their chocolate shakes are legendary. His eyes crinkle at the corners. Remember that time you drank 3 and got so sick we had to... Just water, I interrupt, not wanting to revisit those memories. And, I need to get something for my son, too. Dylan freezes, phone halfway to his ear. Your son? The word hangs between us like a physical thing. I watch the information register on his face, surprise, confusion, mental calculation. You have a kid? His voice has lost its confident edge. Yes. His name is Caden. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he can hear it. He's 6. 6. The number lands with visible impact. I see Dylan's throat work as he swallows, his eyes widening slightly. 6 years since he left. 6 years since that night. 6, he repeats, the word barely audible. Inside my head, I'm screaming. This is it. This is the moment. He's doing the math, connecting the dots between his departure and Caden's age. The realization dawning in those blue eyes, the exact same shade as our son's. He'll eat chicken strips, I say, my voice unnaturally high and tight, with extra ranch, and maybe a kid's vanilla shake, if that's okay. Dylan nods slowly, still processing. Yeah, of course. Whatever he wants. An awkward silence stretches between us. I can practically see the questions forming on his lips. Maya, is he... You should call in that order. I cut him off, not ready for the question I know is coming. It gets busy this time of night. He holds my gaze for a long moment, those blue eyes searching mine. Then he nods and steps outside to make the call. I grip the counter so hard my knuckles start aching, legs suddenly weak beneath me. Dylan Huntington is going to meet his son for the first time, and neither of them has any idea. What have I done? Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Dylan. My hands sweat against the takeout bags as I follow Maya's beat-up Chevy down the familiar roads of our hometown. Everything feels surreal, like I'm watching someone else's life unfold instead of living my own. 6 years. And Maya has a kid, a 6-year-old kid. The math isn't hard. Every stoplight feels eternal. My mind races through 1,000 scenarios of what I'll say, what I'll do when I meet this boy. if he's mine. But deep down, I already know. Why else would Maya look so terrified when she mentioned his age? Why would she cut me off when I started to ask? Maya turns onto Oak Street, a quiet residential area where most of the houses have seen better days. She pulls into the driveway of a small blue bungalow with a basketball hoop mounted above the garage. Her father's place. I recognize it from back when we were dating, when I'd pick her up in my Mustang. Music blasting, not a care in the world except getting her alone somewhere. I park behind her and grab the food, my heart hammering against my ribs. 6 years old. That means Maya was pregnant when I left. Did she know? Was she trying to tell me that night? The questions burn through my mind as I follow her to the door. "Dad! We're here!" she calls out as we enter. The house smells exactly the same. Motor oil, aftershave, and something faintly spicy cooking. The furniture is worn but clean, family photos lining the walls. I spot several of a small boy at different ages, from baby to toddler to now. My eyes lock onto each image, searching for familiar features, for confirmation of what I'm already suspecting. "In the living room," a gruff voice calls back. "Someone's demolishing me at dinosaur trivia." Maya gives me a look that's part warning, part resignation. "Just follow me." I step into the living room behind her and time stops. A small boy sits cross-legged on the carpet, dinosaur cards spread around him in a semicircle. He looks up, and my world shifts on its axis. My eyes are staring back at me from a smaller face, the same piercing blue that's marked Huntington men for generations. There's no mistaking it. His skin is a beautiful light brown, his hair black and curly, but those eyes, they're mine. They're my father's. They're ours. "Mom!" The boy, Caden, jumps up, racing to Maya. "Grandpa, let me stay up. We've been playing Dino Facts, and I won 3 times!" "That's great, buddy." Maya's voice is strained as she brushes his curls back from his forehead. "I brought dinner. And, someone I'd like you to meet." Caden turns to me, curiosity written across his features. I can't move, can't speak, can barely breathe as I take in every detail of his face. The shape of his nose, the curve of his chin, the way one eyebrow arches slightly higher than the other when he's curious. All Maya, but those eyes, Christ, those eyes. "This is Dylan," Maya says carefully. "He's an old friend of mine." Caden studies me with an intensity that feels eerily familiar. "You have eyes like mine." The simple observation knocks the wind out of me. I manage to crouch down to his level, balancing the food bags on one knee. "Yeah," I say, my voice rough. "I guess I do. Nobody else in my class has blue eyes like this." He steps closer, examining me with unfiltered curiosity. "Mom says they're special." I look up at Maya, who's watching us with a mixture of terror and resignation. Her father appears in the doorway behind her, his expression hardening when he sees me. "They're special," I tell Caden, fighting to keep my voice steady. "I got mine from my dad, and he got his from his dad. Cool. Like a superpower that gets passed down." His enthusiasm hits me like a physical blow. This brilliant, energetic kid with my eyes is talking about genetic inheritance like it's a Marvel movie plot, completely unaware that he's looking at the source of that superpower. "Something like that," I manage, straightening up. "I brought food. Chicken strips with extra ranch, just like your mom said you like." His face lights up. "And a shake? Vanilla, as requested." "Awesome!" Mom never lets me get shakes except on special days. Maya's father steps forward, his weathered face a mask of barely contained hostility. "Dylan, been a while. Mr. Summers." I extend my hand, unsure if he'll take it. "Good to see you again, sir." He looks at my hand for a long moment before shaking it firmly, too firmly. Didn't expect to see you back in town. Ever. Dad, Maya warns quietly, her eyes darting to Caden, who's already digging through the takeout bags. We should eat before everything gets cold, I suggest, desperate to diffuse the tension. We move to the kitchen, where Caden climbs onto his chair, immediately rattling off dinosaur facts between bites of chicken. I can't stop staring at him, cataloging every gesture, every expression. He talks with his hands when he's excited, just like I do. He saves his favorite food for last, just like I always have. Do you like dinosaurs? He asks me suddenly, eyes fixed on mine. I do, I answer truthfully. T-Rex was always my favorite. He rolls his eyes dramatically. T-Rex is what babies like. Spinosaurus was actually bigger and could swim. Plus it had that huge sail on its back. I had no idea, I say, genuinely impressed. You're pretty smart about dinosaurs. I'm going to be a paleontologist when I grow up, he declares. That's a scientist who digs up dinosaur bones. That's a great job, I agree, glancing at Maya, who's barely touched her food. Takes a lot of studying, though. I know, I'm already practicing. He grins, revealing a missing front tooth. Mom says I'm super smart. I can read chapter books already, and I'm only in first grade. Pride swells in my chest, an emotion so unexpected and powerful it nearly chokes me. My son. This incredible, brilliant kid is my son, and I've missed 6 years of his life. Maya's father watches me over his burger, his eyes narrowed and assessing. I can read the accusation there. You abandoned them. And he's right. Even if I didn't know about Caden, I abandoned Maya. Left her to face pregnancy and motherhood alone while I was racing cars and drinking myself stupid in California. What do you do? Caden asks, dipping a chicken strip in ranch. For your job? The question catches me off guard. What do I tell him? That I've been a professional screw-up living off my family's money? That I've wasted the last 6 years while he was growing up without a father? I'm starting a foundation, I say, deciding on the truth, or at least part of it, to help people who've been in car accidents, and to teach kids about being safe around cars. Maya looks up, surprise flashing across her face. Like a superhero, Caden asks seriously. A laugh escapes me, the first genuine one I've felt in ages. Not even close, buddy. Just trying to help people. Mom helps people fix their cars, he says proudly. She knows everything about engines. She even fixed Mr. Wilson's tractor once, and he said nobody else could figure it out. I believe it, I say, catching Maya's eye. Your mom was always the smartest person I knew. Her eyes narrow slightly before she looks away. The conversation continues, Caden dominating with stories about school and friends and the soccer team he just joined. With each word, the reality sinks deeper into my bones. This is my son, my flesh and blood. A whole person who exists because of a night 6 years ago, with his entire life ahead of him. A life I've had no part in until now. As we finish dinner, Caden yawns widely, despite his obvious attempts to hide it. Bath time, buddy, Maya says, standing to clear the plates. Say goodnight to everyone. But I'm not tired, he protests, even as his eyelids droop. Dinosaur experts need their sleep, I tell him. Your brain is still growing, storing all those facts. He considers this logic, then nods seriously. That makes sense. He slides off his chair and, to my complete shock, walks over and hugs me. Thanks for the chicken and the shake. It was really good. The feeling of his small arms around my neck sends a jolt through my entire body. I hug him back carefully like he might break, breathing in the scent of his hair, a mix of shampoo and the outdoors. You're welcome, Caden. I manage, my voice thick with emotion. It was really nice to meet you. Will you come back sometime? He asks, pulling away to look at me with those familiar blue eyes. I can show you my dinosaur collection. I look to Moya, silently asking permission. Her expression is unreadable, but after a moment she gives a small nod. I'd like that very much, I tell him. As Maya leads him away to the bathroom, her father and I are left alone in uncomfortable silence. The moment the water starts running, he turns to me, all pretense of civility gone. You didn't know, did you? He asks bluntly. I shake my head, still reeling. No, sir. I had no idea. Would it have mattered? If you'd known she was pregnant when you skipped town? The question digs into my chest like a blade. 6 years ago? I don't know. I want to say yes, but the truth is more complicated. The selfish kid I was then might have run anyway, too scared to face the responsibility. I'd like to think so, I answer honestly. But I can't change what happened. All I can do is be here now. Mr. Summers studies me for a long moment. That boy is the best thing that ever happened to this family. Maya has sacrificed everything to give him a good life. Everything. I see that, I say quietly, and I want to help. To be part of his life. You think you can just walk back in after 6 years and play daddy? His voice is low, dangerous. You have any idea what she went through? Working full-time while taking night classes? Raising a baby alone? Living on ramen noodles so Caden could have new shoes? Each word is a knife twisting in my gut. While I was living in luxury, blowing thousands on watches and weekends in Vegas, Maya was struggling to feed my son. No, sir, I don't know what that was like, I admit. But I want to make it right. Whatever it takes. You can't make it right, he says flatly. You can't give her back those years. You can't erase the nights she cried herself to sleep. You can't undo the damage. I know that, I say, meeting his gaze directly. But I can be here now. For both of them. The bathroom door opens and Caden races out in dinosaur pajamas, his hair damp and curling even more. Good night, Grandpa. Good night, Dylan with the same eyes. Good night, buddy, I call back, my chest tight with emotions I can't even name. Maya appears behind him, looking exhausted. Dad, can you make sure he brushes his teeth? I'll be there in a minute. Once they're gone, she turns to me, arms crossed protectively over her chest. We need to talk, she says quietly. Yeah, I agree, my heart pounding. We really do.
Chapter 7. Maya. I grab 2 cups of lemonade from the kitchen and follow Dylan out to the porch. The night air is thick with humidity, cicadas chirping in a deafening chorus. We sit on the weathered steps, careful to keep space between us. He's yours. I get straight to the point, eyes fixed on the darkened yard. I found out I was pregnant 2 weeks after you left. Dylan's sharp inhale is audible even over the insects. Why didn't you try to find me? To tell me? With what? The phone number you never answered? The address you never gave me? My voice comes out sharper than intended. You disappeared without a trace, Dylan. One day we were talking about maybe getting an apartment together after summer, and the next you were gone. I know. He stares into his lemonade. I was a coward. What happened? I ask, finally turning to look at him. The real story. He runs a hand through his hair, the gesture so achingly familiar. I got in too deep with some dangerous people. Gambling debts, a lot of them. They started making threats and I panicked. You couldn't tell me that? I was ashamed. His voice drops. The golden boy with the rich daddy, up to his neck in debt because he couldn't stop chasing the next high. I thought I could handle it myself, win it all back. I snort. How'd that work out? About as well as you'd expect. He gives a humorless laugh. I ran to California with no real plan, just escape. Then I fell into the same patterns. Drinking, partying, racing, anything to avoid facing what I'd done. The moonlight catches his profile, highlighting the new lines around his eyes that weren't there 6 years ago. He looks older, worn down. What changed? I ask quietly. Dylan sets his lemonade down, clasping his hands between his knees. Jeremy died. My heart sinks. What? How? Car accident, rainy night, mountain road. His voice turns hollow. We'd been partying all day. I was driving, lost control on a curve. Oh my God. Despite everything, I reach out, touching his arm. Dylan, I'm so sorry. He died on impact. I walked away with a few cuts and bruises. His voice breaks. Should have been me. Don't say that. It's true. He was the good one. Had his things together. Was going to propose to his girlfriend that weekend. He swallows hard. I killed my best friend because I couldn't stop being reckless. The pain in his voice is raw, genuine. For the first time since he reappeared, I see the real Dylan beneath the polished exterior. And recently, I almost died when I crashed into a truck. That's when I knew I had to change. Come home. Face everything I'd been running from. That I needed to stop running away from my problems like a coward and face them head on like a man. He looks at me, those blue eyes glistening in the porch light. I didn't know about him, Maya. I swear to God, if I had. Would it have made a difference? I asked the question that's haunted me for years. He's quiet for a long moment. 6 years ago? I don't know. I was so messed up back then. But I want to think it would have. His honesty stings more than a lie would have. And now, I ask. Now I want to be part of his life. If you'll let me. He shifts to face me fully. I want to be the man you both deserve. I know I can't make up for the years I missed, but I can be here from now on. It's not that simple, Dylan. You can't just walk in and claim Father of the Year. Caden doesn't even know who you are. I understand that. We take it slow. Whatever pace you set. His voice turns urgent. I have money, Maya. I can help with bills, school, whatever he needs. We've managed without your money for 6 years. I know you have. You're amazing. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. But you shouldn't have had to do it alone. That's on me. Let me help now, at least. The cicadas fill the silence between us as I consider his words. Part of me wants to tell him to leave, to protect Caden and myself from the potential heartbreak of Dylan disappearing again. But another part remembers the look on my son's face tonight. The wonder of meeting someone with his eyes. The instant connection he felt. He needs a father, I finally admit. He asks about you all the time. Well, not you specifically, but his dad. What have you told him? That his father lives far away. That he couldn't be with us. But it wasn't because of anything Caden did. My throat tightens. I never wanted him to think he wasn't wanted. Thank you for that. Dylan's voice is thick with emotion. I want to do right by him, Maya. By both of you. I'm not the same selfish kid who ran away. I want to be better. I look at him, really look at him, and see glimpses of the boy I loved beneath the man he's become. The pain in his eyes is real. The regret is real. I can't promise anything, I say finally. But we can try, for Caden's sake. Thank you, Dylan says softly, his voice thick with emotion. He takes my hand between both of his, running his thumb over my calloused knuckles. Thank you for even considering it. I know I don't deserve a second chance. His touch sends a jolt through me, familiar, yet foreign. These hands that once knew every inch of my body now feel like a stranger's. I pull away, uncomfortable with how my skin still remembers his. I'm doing this for Caden, I clarify. Not for you. Dylan nods, accepting this. I understand, but I want to help Maya. Not just with Caden, but with everything. He pauses, seeming to gather his courage. Let me pay your rent for a few months. I blink, certain I've misheard him. What? Your rent? Let me cover it for a while. His gaze is earnest. It would help, wouldn't it? I don't need your charity, I snap, pride flaring hot in my chest. It's not charity. It's the bare minimum of what I owe you both. He leans forward, voice dropping. Think about what you could do with that extra money each month. Maybe cut back some hours at the shop. Spend more time with Caden. The words hit their mark with painful accuracy. How many times have I wished for exactly that? More time with my son instead of under the hood of a car. The ability to be at his soccer games without checking my watch for when I need to get back to work. We've managed just fine without your money, I say, but my voice lacks conviction. I know you have. And that's incredible, Maya. His admiration seems genuine. But you shouldn't have had to do it alone. Let me help now. I look away, watching the fireflies beginning to blink in the darkened yard. 6 years of struggle flash through my mind. The nights of choosing between paying the electric bill or buying new shoes for growing feet. The birthdays where I could only afford one small present. The constant calculations and compromises. I don't know, I whisper. It feels like taking a handout, Dylan finishes. It's not. It's Caden's father finally stepping up. Way too late. Something about his phrasing makes me turn back to him. You mentioned a foundation earlier. To Caden. What was that about? His face transforms, a spark of real passion lighting his eyes. After Jeremy died, I realized I needed to do something meaningful with my life. I'm starting a foundation for drunk driving prevention and to help people struggling with alcoholism, especially young people. You're serious about this? Dead serious. I've been working on the framework for months, and I have my parents' backing. His voice grows stronger, more confident. Education programs in high schools. Support for families affected by drunk driving accidents. Rehabilitation scholarships for people who can't afford treatment. That's actually impressive, I admit reluctantly. I want to make something good come from Jeremy's death, and from my mistakes. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so achingly familiar. Dad's helping with the initial funding and connections. We're filing the paperwork next week. I study him in the porch light, looking for any sign that this is just another one of Dylan Huntington's impulsive ideas that will fizzle out when something more exciting comes along. But what I see surprises me. Determination, purpose, maybe even maturity in those pretty eyes that once only reflected recklessness. This matters to you, I say softly. It's not a question. More than anything I've ever done. He meets my gaze steadily. I can't bring Jeremy back. I can't undo leaving you. But I can try to be better, do better. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. For the first time since he reappeared in my life, I see a glimpse of the man Dylan could have become if he'd stayed, if he'd faced his problems instead of running from them. I'm proud of you, I say, the words slipping out before I can stop them. For the foundation. It's a good thing you're doing. His eyes widen slightly, clearly not expecting praise. Thanks. That means a lot coming from you. We sit in silence for a moment, the chorus of cicadas filling the space between us. The distance between who we were and who we are now stretches like a vast ocean, yet somehow, this small bridge of understanding feels significant. About the rent, I finally say. I'll think about it. He smiles. Thank you, Maya. Don't get too comfortable, I reply, but there's no heat behind the words. Even as I try to glare at him, he just keeps smiling. And don't piss me off. I can change my mind. Piss you off? I'd never dream of it. I snort. He winks at me while he takes a hearty gulp of his lemonade.
Chapter 8. Dylan. I wake early, even though my body's still on California time. The small motel I'm staying at is a far cry from my LA penthouse, but there's something honest about it that fits my mood. Simple, unpretentious, a fresh start. I pull up to Maya's place at exactly 9, as we agreed last night. The morning sun casts a golden glow over her small house, a modest 2-bedroom rental on the east side of town. Nothing like the mansions I grew up in, but there's something about it that feels more like a home than any place I've ever lived. When she opens the door, Caden peeks out from behind her legs, curious but shy. My chest tightens at the sight of him. My son. Still can't wrap my head around it. "You're punctual," Maya says, sounding slightly surprised. "New leaf and all that." I hold up a paper bag. "Brought donuts. If that's okay." Caden's eyes light up. "Chocolate ones?" "3 kinds of chocolate, plus sprinkles." I crouched down to his level. Figured we should cover all bases. Maya steps back, letting me inside. "We just finished breakfast, but I guess donuts can be dessert." The inside of the house is clean but worn. Mismatched furniture that's seen better days. Walls that need fresh paint. But there are touches that make it unmistakably theirs, like the dinosaur drawings taped to the fridge, a bookshelf overflowing with children's books, and framed photos of Caden at various ages. "So, this is us," Maya says, gesturing around. I catch the defensive note in her voice. "Nothing fancy, but it works for us." "It's great," I say honestly. "Really homey." "Mom, can I show Dylan my room?" Caden bounces on his toes, excitement overriding his earlier shyness. Maya nods, and I'm pulled down a short hallway by my son's eager hand. His grip is so small, so trusting. It knocks the wind out of me. His bedroom is dinosaur heaven. Posters, models, books, even dinosaur-shaped string lights around the window. But I notice other things too. The mattress on the floor instead of a proper bed frame. The plastic storage bins instead of a dresser. The single thin blanket. "This is T-Rex. He's my nighttime protector," Caden explains, showing me a well-loved stuffed dinosaur. "And these are my books. I can read most of them myself now." "That's impressive," I say, genuinely amazed. "You must be the smartest kid in your class." "Mom says I get my brains from her," he grins, revealing that adorable gap in his teeth. I laugh. She's probably right about that. After the full tour of his prized possessions, we head back to the living room where Maya waits, arms crossed, looking uncertain. I take a slow look around, noticing things my wealth has made me blind to for years. The patched couch cushions, the ancient TV, the draft coming from poorly sealed windows. "Mind showing me the rest?" I ask Maya. She shrugs. "Not much to see, but sure." The kitchen is tiny, with appliances that look like they're from the 90s. The bathroom has a crack running through the sink. Her bedroom is sparse. Just a bed, a small dresser, and a nightstand with a stack of community college textbooks. "You're still taking classes?" I ask, nodding toward the books. "Business management. Online, mostly. When I can find the time." She doesn't meet my eyes. Figured if I'm going to run the shop someday, I should know what I'm doing. Every room tells the same story. Maya sacrificing for Caden. The nicest things in the house are his toys and books. Everything else is just surviving. Back in the living room, Caden's busy sorting through the donut box, debating his selection with profound seriousness. "Place is great," I say to Maya, keeping my voice low. "But I could help with some upgrades. New furniture, maybe? That couch looks like it's torturing your back." "We manage fine," she replies stiffly. "I know you do. But you shouldn't have to just manage." I step closer, close enough to catch her scent. Still the most intoxicating smell I've ever encountered. "Let me help, Maya. A new bed for Caden. A couch that doesn't have springs poking through. Maybe stock that fridge with more than the bare minimum." She bristles. "I provide for my son just fine." "Our son," I correct gently. And I know you do. You're incredible at it. But that's my point. You've done it alone for 6 years. Let me shoulder some of the weight now. It's not about the money. No, it's about pride. And I get that. I run a hand through my hair. But think about Caden. A real bed, some new clothes, a full fridge where he doesn't have to ration his favorite snacks. Her eyes flash. How do you know he... I saw him take one small bite of that donut and carefully wrap the rest back up. That's not a kid who's used to abundance, Maya. She looks over at Caden, who's now arranging his dinosaur figures around his partially eaten donut, creating some elaborate prehistoric scene. Her expression softens, and I see the conflict there. I'm not trying to buy my way back into your lives, I say, lowering my voice further. I'm trying to be the father of the family. That's all. Father of the family, she repeats, something unreadable in her eyes. After 6 years of nothing. Better late than never, I offer with a tentative smile. She doesn't smile back, but she doesn't shut me down either. Let me at least get him a proper bed, I press, and maybe fill the pantry. For him. Maya looks at me for a long moment, really looks at me, like she's searching for something. Whatever she sees must be enough, because she finally sighs. Fine. A bed. Nothing extravagant. She points a warning finger at me. And don't you dare show up with some obscene amount of groceries. Normal family quantities only. Define normal. I grin. You know what I mean, Huntington. The sound of my last name on her lips sends a jolt through me. How many times had she whispered it against my skin, once upon a time? The memory catches me off guard, and I'm suddenly aware of how close we're standing. She must feel it too, because she takes a step back, clearing her throat. Mom! Dylan, come see! The T-Rex is guarding the chocolate donut mountain, Caden calls, breaking the tension between us. As we move toward him, my hand brushes against hers. Just the slightest touch, but electricity shoots up my arm. Her sharp intake of breath tells me she felt it too. For a second, our eyes lock, and I see a flash of the old Maya, the one who used to look at me like I was her whole world. It's gone in an instant, replaced by carefully constructed walls. But it was there. That's enough to give me hope. I tuck the empty donut box under my arm and step toward the door, my heart lighter than it's been in years. We've covered a lot of ground today. She agreed to let me buy Caden a bed, a real bed, and some groceries. Small victories that feel monumental considering where we started. I'll swing by the furniture store tomorrow, I say, pausing at the door. Any preferences for the bed? I'm thinking something with dinosaurs might go over well. Maya leans against the doorframe, arms crossed over her chest. For a second, I'm thrown back to our teenage days, saying goodnight on her porch after curfew, her dad's porch light flickering on and off as a not-so-subtle hint for me to leave. Nothing extravagant, she warns, but there's less edge to her voice now. And for God's sake, don't show up with an entire bedroom set or something ridiculous. Just the bed, I promise, raising my right hand. Scout's honor. You were never a scout. Minor detail. I grin, and to my surprise, the corner of her mouth quirks up slightly. Thank you, she says quietly, for wanting to help, for not being a complete jerk about all this. Low bar, but I'll take it. The morning air wraps around us, carrying the scent of her shampoo toward me. Coconut, same as always. Some things never change. I find myself staring at her lips, remembering exactly how they taste, how they feel against mine. Her breath catches, and for a moment, we're both suspended in the possibility of what could happen next. She's close enough that I could easily close the distance. One step, that's all it would take. Her eyes dart to my lips, and I know she's thinking about it too. But I can't. Not yet. Not when we've just started rebuilding something fragile and important. One wrong move, and I could destroy whatever trust she's cautiously extending. Caden deserves better than that. Maya deserves better than that. I take a deliberate step back. I should go, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Let you get some rest. Something like disappointment flashes across her face, quickly replaced by relief. Maybe even respect. Yeah, she agrees, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We've got a busy day ahead. I'll text you when I've got the bed situation figured out. She nods. Thanks again. For the donuts. And for... She gestures vaguely, struggling to find the words. For not being the same selfish prick I was 6 years ago, I offer. Something like that. This time her smile is fuller, more genuine, and it hits me square in the chest. Goodbye, Maya. Goodbye, Dylan. As I walk to my car, I can feel her watching me. It takes everything I have not to look back, not to run back up those steps and kiss her senseless like every cell in my body is screaming for me to do. But some things are worth waiting for, worth doing right. And this, her, Caden, the family I never knew I had, is more important than any momentary satisfaction. For once in my life, I'm playing the long game.
Chapter 9. Maya. I tug at the hem of my dress, feeling distinctly out of place as we approach Cafe Magnolia. It's one of those upscale spots in Eagle Point where the menu doesn't list prices, because if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Before Dylan showed up again, I hadn't set foot in here since high school graduation. Mom, look! They have a fountain. Caden points excitedly at the ornate water feature in front of the cafe, his eyes wide with wonder. Indoor voices, remember? I squeeze his hand gently, even when we're outside. Dylan walks slightly ahead of us, opening the heavy glass door with casual confidence that only comes from belonging in spaces like this. He's wearing dark jeans and a blue button-down that brings out his eyes and somehow looks both effortless and expensive. Huntington, party at 3, he tells the hostess, who immediately perks up at his smile. Right this way, sir. We follow her to a corner table by the window, complete with a perfect view of the town square. Dylan pulls out my chair before I can protest, his hand brushing my shoulder as I sit down. They have chocolate milk, Caden exclaims, studying the children's menu with intense concentration, and pancakes with faces. You can have whatever you want, buddy, Dylan says. And the casual way he slipped into this role still catches me off guard. 3 weeks since he showed up at the shop, and already he's found his rhythm with Caden. A server appears with water and freshly baked bread. Can I start you with any drinks? Chocolate milk, please. Caden bounces in his seat. Make that 2. Dylan winks at him. And a coffee for the lady. With cream, I add quickly. The server nods and disappears, leaving us in a moment of awkward silence. I fiddle with my napkin, unsure what to say. These outings still feel strange, playing at being a family when we're anything but. So, Dylan breaks the silence. I got the final paperwork approved for the foundation yesterday. The one for the car crashes? Caden asks, looking up from his coloring sheet. That's right, Dylan grins. Jeremy's Promise is officially a nonprofit organization. That's great, I say, meaning it. Your parents must be proud. They are. Dad's already connecting me with potential donors. He leans forward. I'm thinking of setting up the headquarters here in Eagle Point instead of California. The news surprises me. You're staying? His eyes meet mine, serious and steady. I am. My heart does a stupid little flutter that I immediately try to squash. It doesn't mean anything. He's staying for Caden, not for me. Our drinks arrive, and Dylan helps Caden open his straw, their heads bent together in concentration. The similarity in their profiles makes my throat tight. Do you like stegosauruses? Caden asks Dylan, for probably the 12th time since they met. I do, Especially since meeting the world's smartest dinosaur expert, Dylan answers, tapping Caden's nose playfully. Caden giggles, chocolate milk sloshing dangerously in his glass. I'm not an expert yet, but I will be when I grow up. I believe it, Dylan says, his expression soft with something that looks suspiciously like pride. We order pancakes with faces for Caden, avocado toast for me, and some ridiculously overpriced omelet for Dylan. When the food arrives, my eyes widen at the portions and presentation. Even the children's meal looks like something from a food magazine. Wow, Caden whispers, staring at his pancake creation with awe. It's smiling at me. Eat it before it eats you, Dylan teases, and Caden dissolves into giggles again. I take a bite of my toast, trying not to visibly react to how incredible it tastes. Nothing like the quick peanut butter sandwiches I usually grab between customers at the shop. Good? Dylan asks, watching me with those perceptive eyes. It's all right, I lie, taking another bite immediately. His mouth quirks up. Just all right, huh? Fine, it's amazing, I admit. Happy? Ecstatic. His smile is genuine, warming his entire face. It's the smile that got me into trouble all those years ago, the one that made me believe that he was the most gorgeous boy on this side of the Mississippi. As we eat, I can't help noticing how attentive Dylan is with Caden. He listens to every dinosaur fact, asks thoughtful questions, and doesn't once check his phone. When Caden spills milk on his shirt, Dylan cleans it up without missing a beat. No annoyance or impatience. Can I get dessert? Caden asks when his plate is clean except for the syrup smears. I start to shake my head, since dessert after breakfast is excessive, but Dylan jumps in. What kind of celebration would this be without dessert? He looks at me. That okay with you? The hope in Caden's eyes is impossible to resist. Just this once, I relent. Dylan flags down our server. Could we see the dessert menu? The chocolate lava cake is our specialty, she offers. Perfect. We'll take one with 3 forks. When it arrives, steaming and decadent, Caden's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Dylan shows him how to crack the top with his fork to release the molten center. And the pure joy on my son's face as he takes his first bite almost brings tears to my eyes. This is the best day ever, Caden declares, chocolate smeared across his chin. Dylan catches my eye across the table, and something passes between us, an acknowledgement of the gift that is this child we created. For a moment, I can see the life we might have had if things had been different. I need to use the bathroom, Caden announces, breaking the moment. It's right over there, I point. You need help? Mom, he says, along with a dramatic eye roll. I'm 6, not a baby. Just checking, tough guy, I quip as he slides from his chair and marches determinedly toward the restroom. Alone with Dylan, I find myself suddenly nervous. This was nice, I say awkwardly. Thank you. My pleasure. He reaches across the table, his fingers stopping just short of mine. He's incredible, Maya. So smart, so full of life. You've done an amazing job with him. He makes it easy, I say, though we both know that's not entirely true. Nothing about single parenthood is easy. I miss so much. Dylan's voice drops, edged with regret. First steps? First words? You're here now, I say, surprising myself with the lack of bitterness in my tone. I want to keep being here. His eyes hold mine, intensely blue and earnest. For both of you. My heart stutters. Dylan? No pressure, he adds quickly. Seeing you with him, watching how happy he is today. It feels right, Maya. The 3 of us. Before I can respond, Caden returns, proudly announcing he washed his hands without being reminded. High five for basic hygiene. Dylan holds up his palm, making Caden laugh. As they talk, I study them together, the identical expressions, the matching laugh, The way they both talk with their hands when excited. It's like watching a before and after time lapse, and it hits me how much I've missed seeing these pieces of Dylan in our son. When the check comes, Dylan doesn't even glance at it before sliding his credit card into the leather folder. I could help with that, I offer half-heartedly. Not a chance. His tone brooks no argument. This is my treat. Outside, the morning has warmed into a perfect summer day. Caden runs ahead to the fountain, carefully staying within sight as he examines the coins shimmering beneath the water. Here. Dylan presses something into my palm. A shiny quarter. Make a wish. I stare at the coin, then at him. I'm a little old for wishing on fountains. Humor me. His smile is gentle, teasing. With a dramatic sigh, I approach the fountain, feeling foolish but oddly touched. What would I wish for? Not money or success or any of the practical things I should want. Instead, as I toss the coin into the sparkling water, I find myself wishing for something dangerously close to what we just experienced. More mornings like this, more laughter, more of the three of us together. What'd you wish for? Dylan asks when I return to his side. If I tell you, it won't come true, I reply, falling back on childhood superstition. He looks at me for a long moment, and I have the unsettling feeling he can read my thoughts anyway. Fair enough. As we walk toward the car, Caden between us, chattering excitedly about what he'll tell his friend Max about the chocolate lava cake, Dylan's hand brushes against mine. This time, I don't pull away. Maybe some wishes aren't so impossible after all.
Chapter 10. Dylan. I adjust the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of Caden in the back seat, his head buried in the dinosaur encyclopedia I bought him yesterday. The pure focus on his face as he absorbs every detail about prehistoric creatures makes my chest swell with a pride I never knew existed before him. "Did you know T-Rexes couldn't run?" he announces, not looking up from his book. His small finger traces along a colorful illustration of the massive predator. If they went too fast, they'd fall and break their bones. They'd basically crush themselves to death. No kidding? So Jurassic Park lied to us. I slow at a stop sign, genuinely fascinated by this kid's endless knowledge. The way his brain soaks up information like a damn sponge amazes me. All those scenes of them chasing jeeps were bull baloney? Movies always get dinosaurs wrong. He sighs dramatically, the weight of scientific accuracy heavy on his 6-year-old shoulders. His little brow furrows with disapproval. They make them look cool instead of real. The real ones had feathers and stuff. I've spent all day with him giving Maya a much-needed break. We hit the park where I pushed him so high on the swings he squealed with delight, grabbed lunch at the diner where he schooled me on the proper ketchup-to-fry ratio, visited the small local museum with its pathetic but still exciting decadent dinosaur exhibit, and topped it off with ice cream. 2 scoops for him when he looked at me with those eyes I couldn't say no to. My wallet's lighter from all the little souvenirs and treats I couldn't resist buying him, but my heart is fuller than it's ever been. Not even winning at the track gave me this kind of high. As I drive through familiar streets toward Maya's apartment, I can't help reflecting on how natural this feels already. Being Caden's dad, the words still send a shock through my system every time I think them. I'm someone's father. "Can we get pizza for dinner?" Caden asks, looking up from his book with those cute eyes wide and hopeful. "I think your mom might have dinner plans already, buddy," I say, though what I really want to say is yes to everything he asks for. I've had to check myself multiple times today from overindulging him. Besides, we just had ice cream. He sighs again. This time it's even longer. Mom never lets me have ice cream before dinner. That's because your mom is smart. I glance back at him through the mirror, and I probably shouldn't have either. We need to establish some ground rules here. What's establish? It means to set up or create. I turn onto Maya's street. Like I'm establishing myself as someone who follows your mom's good example about healthy eating. But you let me have 2 scoops, he points out with a sly grin. And that'll be our secret deal? I wink at him through the rearview mirror. I'm new at this dad stuff. Gotta learn all the ropes as I go along. The word dad slips out so naturally, rolling off my tongue like it belongs there. I don't even realize what I've said until I catch Caden's eyes widening in the mirror, his little face transforming with a mixture of surprise and something that looks dangerously like hope. Are you my dad? He asks quietly, his voice barely audible above the hum of the engine. Those big eyes stare back at me, searching for answers I'm not prepared to give. Damn. I don't think I should have said that. Maya and I haven't discussed how or when to tell him yet. We haven't mapped out this conversation or practiced the right words. My hands tighten on the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. Let's talk about that with your mom, okay? I manage to say, working to keep my voice steady as I pull into a parking space in front of Maya's building. I shut off the engine and turn to face him properly. It's complicated grown-up stuff that we should all discuss together. He nods solemnly, his little face scrunching up in thought, before accepting this non-answer with a maturity that breaks my heart a little. No 6-year-old should be this understanding about adults dancing around difficult truths. We climb the stairs to Maya's apartment, Caden racing ahead with boundless energy despite our full day. When she opens the door, her face is relaxed in a way I haven't seen in years. Her hair is wrapped in a towel, and she's wearing a faded Eagles t-shirt that I recognize as mine from high school. The sight of her in my old shirt sends a jolt of possessiveness through me. Mom! We saw actual dinosaur bones. Caden launches into her arms. And Dylan knows almost as much as me about velociraptors. Maya laughs, hugging him tight. Sounds like you had fun. Her smile reaches her eyes in a way that makes my chest tighten. The most fun ever! Caden squirms free from her embrace and darts into the apartment, his sneakers squeaking against the floor as he disappears down the hallway, presumably to put his new book with his collection of dinosaur treasures. Maya turns to me, leaning against the doorframe. Her damp hair has loosened slightly from the towel, a few curls escaping to frame her face. That damn Eagles shirt rides up just enough to reveal a sliver of dark skin above her sweatpants. As much as I want to reach out and pull her against me, I hold back. Successful day? She asks, crossing her arms over her chest. But I can see she's fighting a smile. The best. I step closer, drawn to her like always, like gravity. The scent of her coconut body wash hits me, and damn if it doesn't take me right back to high school. He's incredible, Maya. So smart. So excited about everything. The way his mind works. I shake my head, still amazed. He remembered every fact the museum guide told us, then corrected her on the pterodactyl exhibit. I hesitate for a second, knowing what I'm about to say will shift the mood. He asked if I was his dad, I add quietly, watching her face carefully. In the car just now, right before we pulled up. Her eyes widen, the relaxed happiness draining from her expression in an instant. Her body tenses, and her fingers dig into her own arms. What did you say? The question comes out barely above a whisper, laced with 6 years of unresolved history. That we talk about it with you. That it's complicated, grown-up stuff. I run a hand through my hair. I didn't want to overstep. Relief softens her features. Thank you for that. We should probably figure out what we're telling him soon. Yeah, she agrees, biting her lower lip. The gesture draws my attention to her mouth, perfect and full. We're standing close now, almost too close. I can smell her shampoo, see the droplets of water still clinging to her neck from her shower. My body responds instantly, blood rushing south as memories flood back. Her lips on mine, her legs wrapped around my waist, her whispered demands in my ear. Maya, I murmur, my voice rough with need. Her eyes darken, pupils dilating. She knows exactly what I'm thinking. Her tongue darts out to wet her lips. I nearly groan aloud. I should go, I force myself to say, though every cell in my body is screaming to stay. Yeah, she breathes, not moving an inch. I lean forward slowly, giving her every chance to step back. She doesn't. Our faces are inches apart, the air between us electric with possibility. My hand finds her waist, warm and solid through the thin cotton of my old shirt. Mom! Can Dylan stay for dinner? Caden's voice breaks the moment as he races back into the room. We spring apart like guilty teenagers. Maya clears her throat as she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Not tonight, buddy, I answer, clearing my throat. I've got some work to catch up on. The disappointment on his face nearly changes my mind, but I know I need space to get my head straight. Being around Maya is intoxicating, dangerous. I need to do this right. I crouch down to Caden's level. But I'll see you real soon, okay? Maybe we can check out that science center in Austin next weekend. Promise? He holds out his pinky. Promise. I hook my finger with his tiny one, the gesture cementing something profound in my chest. Standing, I catch Maya watching us, something soft and vulnerable in her expression. Thanks for today, she says quietly. He had a blast. Anytime, seriously. I step back, creating necessary distance. Call if you need anything. Back in my car, I take a deep breath, willing my body to calm down. The almost kiss plays on repeat in my mind. We were so close. Another second and I'd have tasted her again after 6 long years. My phone buzzes with a text as I start the engine. Unknown number. Frowning, I open the message. Remember those markers from the Cali days? $175,000 plus interest. Clock's ticking, Huntington. My blood turns to ice. Damn. The gambling debts I thought I'd outrun. The dangerous people I borrowed from when I was at rock bottom after Jeremy's death. I delete the message immediately and block the number, hands shaking. No way. Not now. Not when everything is finally falling into place. No! I growl, slamming my palm against the steering wheel. Not happening! I've worked too hard to get where I am, to be worthy of Maya and Caden. I won't let my past mistakes destroy this fragile new life we're building. As I drive away, I glance back at Maya's building one last time, determination hardening in my chest. Nothing is going to take this away from me. Nothing.
Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 11. Maya. I wipe grease from my hands as Dad hands me a socket wrench. The familiar weight feels good in my palm, solid and dependable. Working on engines has always calmed me, even when everything else felt chaotic. Pass me that gasket. Dad says, his head still buried under the hood of Mrs. Henry's Civic. I grab it from the workbench and slide it into his outstretched hand. The shop is quiet today, just us and the radio playing some old country song. Since I've cut back my hours, these moments working alongside Dad have become more precious, less rushed. Caden seemed happy when I dropped him at school this morning. Dad comments, his voice casual, too casual, talking nonstop about that science museum Dylan took him to. Yeah, he had a blast. I smiled despite myself. Came home with about 50 new dinosaur facts and a T-Rex skeleton model they built together. Dad emerges from under the hood, wiping his hands on a rag. His eyes study me with that look, the one that says he's about to get serious. You seem happier these days, he says finally. Less tired? Well, working 30 hours instead of 50 helps. I shrug, trying to downplay it. It's more than that. He leans against the car, arms crossed. It's having help, isn't it? Not carrying everything alone. I focus on reorganizing the tools on the bench, avoiding his gaze. Dylan's been good with Caden. Really good, actually. And the money helps. Dad, I'm not judging, Maya. God knows you deserve the break. He tosses the rag onto the bench. I just want to make sure you're protecting yourself. And Caden. I look up at him, at the concern etched into his face. You think Dylan's going to bail again? I think people show you who they are the first time. His voice softens. And I remember how broken you were when he left before. The memory stings, even now. Me, 19 and pregnant, crying on this very workbench when the pregnancy test showed positive. Dad holding me while I sobbed about Dylan being gone, his phone disconnected, no way to reach him. He's different now, I say, surprising myself with how certain I sound. The foundation he's starting, it's real, Dad. He's put serious work into it. And you've seen him with Caden. Dad nods reluctantly. The boy adores him, that's for sure. And Dylan adores him right back. I smile, remembering how Dylan sat for 2 hours helping Caden build that model, never once checking his phone or looking bored. He's trying, really trying. I just don't want to see you get hurt again. Dad's voice drops. Either of you. I move to stand beside him, bumping his shoulder with mine. I know. But I think he's changed. The old Dylan wouldn't have stuck around this long. Wouldn't have shown up consistently every time he promised Caden he would. And what about you? Dad asks carefully. You two? We're figuring it out. I feel heat rise to my ears. Taking it slow. Focusing on Caden. Dad studies me for a long moment, then sighs. Just be careful, baby girl. Even changed men can fall back into old habits. A flicker of doubt crosses my mind. It's the same fear that wakes me sometimes at night, that this is temporary, that Dylan will get bored with small-town life and family responsibilities. I know, I admit. There's always that worry in the back of my mind, that he'll go back to racing or gambling or whatever else gave him that adrenaline rush before. Has he given you any reason to think he might? I shake my head. No, actually, he seems settled, content even. Last weekend, he spent the entire day helping Caden build a dinosaur diorama for school. 6 hours of cutting tiny paper trees and painting rocks. Dad laughs. Hard to picture the Dylan I knew having that kind of patience. That's what I mean. He's different. I pick up a wrench, turning it over in my hands. More mature. More present. Well, fatherhood changes a man. Dad's expression softens. God knows it changed me. We work in comfortable silence for a while, the familiar rhythm of tools and engines filling the space between us. I'm grateful for these moments, Just me and Dad, like old times. Before Dylan returned, I barely had time to breathe between work and Caden. Now I have space. Time to think, to feel. You know, Dad says eventually, I didn't want to like him again. I look up, surprised. Dylan? Wanted to stay mad for what he put you through. He tightens a bolt with more force than necessary. But seeing how happy Caden is, how happy you are, I am happier, I admit quietly. It's nice, not doing everything alone. Dad nods, understanding in his eyes. He raised me alone after Mom died, knows exactly how heavy that burden can be. Just promise me one thing, he says, his voice gruff with emotion. Trust, but verify. Make sure this new Dylan is here to stay before you give him your heart again. I lean over and kiss his weathered cheek. I promise. And I mean it. Because despite the warmth that floods me whenever Dylan is near, despite how right it feels when the three of us are together, I'm still guarding my heart, for Caden's sake, for my own. But with each passing day, that guard slips a little more, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to stop it. After we finish with the car, I start organizing the tools, lining up the wrenches in neat rows by size. Dad's wiping his hands on a rag, looking at me with a hint of amusement. Well, I think we're done for the day, I say, glancing at my watch. How about I run out and grab us some coffee? That new place on Main just opened. Dad's eyebrows shoot up. Coffee? Since when do you take breaks to go out for coffee? You usually bring that ancient thermos. What? I can't want good coffee occasionally? I fidget with the shop keys, jingling them in my palm. Maya Summers, voluntarily leaving the shop before closing time for fancy coffee. Dad crosses his arms, his smile growing wider. Is the world ending, and nobody told me? I roll my eyes. Very funny. Maybe I just want to try something different. Different, he repeats, watching me closely. This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain someone whose kid loves dinosaurs, would it? I scoff. I'm getting coffee, not proposing marriage. You want something or not? Dad chuckles, raising his hands in surrender. All right. Large black with 1 sugar. And maybe one of those chocolate croissants if they have them. You got it. I grab my purse from under the counter, suddenly feeling lighter than I have in months, maybe years. Hey, Dad's voice turns serious. For what it's worth, I'm glad to see you making time for yourself. Coffee breaks, working fewer hours, it's good. Thanks to Dylan helping with the bills, I admit reluctantly. Turns out not being on the brink of financial disaster every month makes life a little easier. And that's all it is? The money? Dad raises an eyebrow. I busy myself adjusting the strap of my purse. He's good with Caden. And with you? Dad. Just asking. He holds up his hands. Never seen you glow like this over coffee before. I'm not glowing, I protest, but I can feel a smile tugging at my lips. Go on, get out of here. He waves me toward the door. Before you change your mind and decide to start rebuilding an engine instead. Outside, the summer air feels fresh against my face. I take a deep breath, savoring the freedom of this simple act. Walking down the street in the middle of a workday with no immediate crisis to solve. 6 months ago, leaving the shop for even 30 minutes would have sent me into a panic about lost income. It's not just the financial breathing room Dylan's provided, though that's part of it. It's the sharing of responsibilities. Having someone else who loves Caden, who picks him up from school twice a week, who remembers his doctor's appointments and soccer practice. Someone who looks at me like I'm still the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, even in grease-stained overalls with my hair a mess. I reach the coffee shop, a trendy place with exposed brick and hanging plants. As I wait in line, my phone buzzes with a text from Dylan. Still on for dinner tonight? Caden requested spaghetti. I make a mean sauce. My heart does that stupid flutter thing again. I type back, "We'll be there. Need me to bring anything?" His response comes instantly. "Just yourself. And maybe that smile that drives me crazy." I find myself grinning at my phone like a teenager. What are we doing? This dance we've been doing for weeks now. How we're not quite together, not quite apart. Co-parents with a history that keeps threatening to become a future. Next customer, please. I order our coffees, adding a vanilla latte for myself. A small luxury I've started allowing again. While waiting, I notice a display of pastries and order Dad's chocolate croissant, plus 2 cookies for Caden. Walking back to the shop, balancing the drink carrier and pastry bag, I can't help but think about how different everything feels now. The weight on my shoulders has lifted. I'm smiling more, laughing more. Even my customers have noticed the change. Is it dangerous, letting Dylan back into our lives like this? Probably. The risk of him leaving again still terrifies me some nights, but watching him with Caden, seeing the man he's become, responsible, patient, determined to make amends, makes that risk feel worth taking. Back at the shop, I find Dad reviewing our accounts at the desk. 1 large black, 1 sugar, I announce, setting his coffee down. And a chocolate croissant, still warm. "Well, look at you, all cheery." He accepts the coffee with a grin. "Good run?" Can a woman just enjoy a beautiful day? I sip my latte, the sweetness perfect on my tongue. She can. Dad takes a bite of his croissant, closing his eyes in appreciation. "Damn, that's good. We should take coffee breaks more often." Maybe we should. I lean against the counter, feeling content in a way I haven't in years. Maybe a lot of things should change around here. Dad studies me over his coffee cup. "You're really giving him another chance, aren't you?" I stare into my latte for a long moment. I think I'm giving us all another chance. Me included. His expression softens. "Good. You deserve some happiness, baby girl. And so does that grandson of mine." I nudge his shoulder with mine. "Thanks, Dad." For what? For being supportive. For not saying, "I told you so" about Dylan potentially hurting us again. Dad wraps an arm around me, pulling me close. Life's too short for "I told you so's." Besides, he adds with a wink, "You've never been good at listening to warnings anyway." I laugh, resting my head against his shoulder for a moment. The coffee shop receipt sticks out of the bag, reminding me how a simple pleasure like this would have been an unaffordable luxury not long ago. It's a small thing, but it represents something bigger. Hope. Possibility. The chance that sometimes people really do change. And maybe, just maybe, so do second chances.
Chapter 12. Dylan. I hold the car door open for Maya, watching as she slides in, her little black dress riding up her thighs. Every molecule in my body is hyper-aware of her. The curve of her neck, the way her perfume lingers in the air between us, how her fingers brush mine as I hand her the seatbelt. "Tonight was nice," she says as I start the engine. "Thanks for suggesting that new place. Figured we deserve something without dinosaur placemats for once." I shoot her a grin, pulling out onto the main road. The restaurant was upscale but not pretentious, just right for what I'd been hoping would feel like a real date. The night air flows through the cracked windows, carrying the scent of summer jasmine. Maya fiddles with the radio, settling on a slow R&B song that fills the comfortable silence between us. "Dad said Caden was practically bouncing off the walls about staying over," she says, her voice soft in the darkness. "Kid's got his grandpa wrapped around his finger. Bet they're building pillow forts and eating ice cream straight from the container right now." She laughs, the sound hitting me right in the chest. Definitely. Dad's worse than you with the spoiling. I do not spoil him, I protest, even though we both know it's a lie. The life-size dinosaur sculpture in his bedroom says otherwise. It was educational. It barely fit through the door. I reach over, finding her hand in the darkness, linking our fingers together. She doesn't pull away. Instead, her thumb traces circles on my skin, sending electricity up my arm. When we reach her apartment, the air between us shifts, charged with possibility. She fumbles with her keys at the door, and I stand close behind her, close enough to smell her shampoo, to feel the heat radiating from her body. "Want to come in for a drink?" she asks, voice slightly breathless as she pushes the door open. "Yeah," I answer, my voice rough with anticipation. "I'd like that." The moment the door closes behind us, something snaps. 6 years of separation, of longing, of rebuilding trust. It all culminates in this moment as I reach for her. Her back hits the door as my mouth finds hers. The kiss is desperate, hungry, nothing like the tentative reconnections we've shared over the past weeks. This is pure need, raw and unfiltered. Her hands grab my hair, pulling me closer as my tongue slides against hers. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 13. Maya. I glance at the clock on my dashboard. 2:45 p.m. Perfect timing. The elementary school parking lot is already filling with parents eager to collect their little ones. I slide into an open spot near the front, feeling a flutter of excitement I can't quite suppress. Today is special. Today, I'm finally going to tell Caden the truth. The school bell rings, sending a flood of children through the double doors. I scan the crowd for that familiar head of dark curls, my heart doing a little jump when I spot him. Caden races toward me, backpack bouncing against his small frame, his face lighting up. "Mom!" He launches himself into my arms with such force, I almost stumble backward. His small body collides with mine, all gangly limbs and boundless energy. "You're early. You're never, ever early." I squeeze him tight against my chest, breathing in that distinct little boy scent of playground dirt, fruit snacks, and sweat. His backpack digs uncomfortably into my ribs, but I don't care. Thought we could have a special afternoon together? Just you and me. His blue eyes widen with excitement. The afternoon sun catches them, making them sparkle with anticipation. Are we going somewhere cool? Like the dinosaur museum again? Or maybe the arcade? Or that place with the trampolines? Even better. I tap his nose gently with my index finger, savoring the way his face scrunches up in response. His excitement is contagious, making me momentarily forget the weight of what I plan to tell him. We're going home for your favorite dinner. The one you've been asking for all week. BLTs? He practically vibrates with excitement, bouncing on his toes like he's got springs in his sneakers. His hands clutch at my jacket. With the extra crispy bacon? The way you make it where it snaps when you bite it? And those salt and vinegar chips on the side? For real? You got it, buddy. I ruffle his silky black curls and guide him toward the car, helping him buckle his seatbelt while he continues to bounce in anticipation. I marvel at how something so simple, a sandwich for God's sake, can light him up from within. His joy over little things is a constant reminder of why every struggle has been worth it. Extra crispy bacon, just for my favorite kid in the whole world. On the drive home, Caden chatters about his day, the new art project they started, how he knew all the answers during science time, the new kid who sits next to him at lunch. I listen, nodding and asking questions, all while my stomach ties itself in knots thinking about the conversation ahead. At our apartment, Caden drops his backpack by the door and makes a beeline for the kitchen. "Can I help make dinner?" "Please?" "Absolutely." I pull ingredients from the fridge. "You can be in charge of washing the tomatoes." We work side by side, his little hands carefully rinsing each tomato like it's precious cargo. I cook the bacon until it's perfectly crisp, just how he likes it. The familiar domesticity of it calms my nerves somewhat. "Hey, Mom." Caden looks up from his task. "Dylan knows a lot about cars like you and Grandpa. Did you teach him?" The perfect opening. I take a deep breath. "Actually, sweetie, he taught me some things back when we were younger." I set down the knife I've been using to slice tomatoes. "Caden, there's something important I want to talk to you about." He tilts his head, curious but unworried. "About what?" I lead him to the small kitchen table and sit down, patting the chair beside me. When he climbs up, his feet dangle above the floor, swinging back and forth. It's about Dylan. I take his small hands in mine. "You know how he's been spending a lot of time with us lately?" Caden nods enthusiastically. "Yeah, he's super fun. He knows all the dinosaur names, even the hard ones. He says them better than I can. There's a reason he wants to spend time with us." My heart hammers against my ribs. "Caden, he's your dad." The swinging feet stop abruptly. His blue eyes grow impossibly wide, those striking blues so painfully like Dylan's that it sometimes takes my breath away. "My dad?" he whispers. "Really? Dylan is actually my dad? Really?" I squeeze his hands gently, feeling their smallness against my palms. My throat tightens with emotion I'm trying desperately to control. "He didn't know about you before, baby. That's the honest truth. But when he found out, he wanted to get to know you right away. That's why he's been around so much. But you said my dad lived far away." Caden's forehead crinkles in confusion, his head tilting slightly to the side. "You told me he was in another place and couldn't be with us." "He did live far away for a long time." I tuck a stray curl behind his ear, trying to find the simplest words for such a complicated situation. "Dylan was in California doing his own thing, but now he's back here in town, and he wants to be part of our family. He wants to be your dad." Caden's face cycles through emotions so quickly I can barely track them. Confusion darkening his features, then surprise widening his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty, a moment of processing, and then, like sunshine breaking through clouds after a storm, pure joy transforms his entire face. His eyes light up with a happiness so intense it makes my chest ache. "That's why he looks like me." He jumps up in his chair. "That's why we both have blue eyes and can wiggle our ears the same way." I laugh, relief washing through me. "That's right." "And that's why he keeps helping me with homework and taking us places?" "Exactly. He wants to make up for all the time he missed." Caden's expression turns serious, his little brow furrowing in thought. Does this mean I can call him Dad now?" The question catches me off guard, a lump forming in my throat. "If you want to." I think he'd like that very much. "I want to." His face breaks into the widest smile I've ever seen. "I have a dad. Just like Max and Tommy and everyone else." The pure happiness in his voice makes my eyes burn with unshed tears. All those years of watching him stare longingly at fathers and sons together, all those awkward questions about where his daddy was. All the times I'd seen him pretend not to care when Father's Day rolled around. It all crashes through me at once. Caden launches himself into my arms, nearly knocking me off the chair. "This is the best day ever," he exclaims, his small body practically vibrating with excitement. "Can we call him right now? Can we tell him I know?" "We'll tell him tomorrow, okay? Tonight is just for us to talk about it." I smooth his hair back from his forehead. Any questions you have, you can ask me. He thinks for a moment. Will Dad, live with us now? The question sends a warm flush through me, memories of last night flashing through my mind. We're still figuring that out, sweetie. But he'll definitely be around a lot. Good. He nods firmly. Because I've been wanting a dad for a really long time. My heart cracks wide open. I know you have, baby. And you need someone too, right, Mom? Someone to help you when you get tired after work? I blink rapidly, trying to hold back tears. When did you get so smart about grown-up stuff? He shrugs, suddenly looking older than his 6 years. I hear you sometimes. When you think I'm asleep and you're crying. The admission hits me like a physical blow. I pull him closer, burying my face in his hair. I'm sorry you heard that. It's okay. He pats my back comfortingly. But you don't have to be sad anymore, because Dylan's here now. He can help us. Yeah, I whisper, unable to hold back the tears any longer. He can help us. We stay like that for a moment, holding each other. Then Caden pulls back, wiping a tear from my cheek with his small finger. Don't cry, Mom. This is happy. We should finish making the BLTS to celebrate. I laugh through my tears, nodding. You're right. Let's celebrate. Back at the counter, Caden helps me assemble our sandwiches with newfound enthusiasm, chattering about all the things he wants to do with Dylan, with his dad. Each "my dad" that falls from his lips fills another crack in my heart. As we sit down to eat, Caden takes an enormous bite of his sandwich, tomato juice dribbling down his chin. With his mouth still full, he declares, "Best BLTS ever." I watch him, this beautiful boy who's now practically glowing with happiness, and feel something I haven't experienced in years. Complete contentment. The weight of secrets and half-truths has lifted. Whatever happens next between Dylan and me, we've given our son what he's always wanted. A father who loves him. And somehow, against all odds, I've found my way back to the man I never stopped loving.
Chapter 14. Dylan. I fumble with the key card, eager to get back to my hotel room, and collapse. The foundation work has been draining but exhilarating. Meetings with potential donors, finalizing paperwork, selecting a small office space downtown Eagle Point. It feels good. Real. Like I'm finally doing something that matters. The door swings open and I step inside, flipping on the light. That's when I see them. 2 men lounging on my bed like they own the place. One's flipping through TV channels while the other picks at his nails with a switchblade. My blood runs cold as recognition hits. Damon and Vince. The California goons. The ones I borrowed money from during my lowest point. Well, Damon says, his voice oily with fake pleasantry. Look who finally decided to join us. I drop my laptop bag by the door, adrenaline flooding my system. How did you get in here? Vince grins, revealing a gold tooth. Housekeeping is so helpful when you slip them a 50. My mind races through options. The door's behind me. I could run, but where? They'd find me, find Maya and Caden. What do you want? I ask, though I already know the answer. Damon stands, sauntering toward me. The stench of cigarettes and weed clings to his leather jacket. You really thought you could skip town and we'd forget about you? About the $175,000 you owe us? I was going to pay you back, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. I just needed to get things in order. In order? Vince laughs, the sound like gravel. He slides off the bed, knife still in hand. That's rich. You've been playing house with your baby mama while we've been hunting you down. My stomach drops. They know about Maya, about Caden. Vince is suddenly right in front of me, the knife pressed against my throat. I feel the cold metal against my skin, the sharp edge just shy of drawing blood. "We've been patient," he hisses. "Too patient." "I'll get your money," I say through clenched teeth. "Give me a week." Damon laughs, circling behind me. "See, that's where you're wrong, Huntington. The interest has been accruing while you've been playing daddy." "Interest? We never discussed." The knife presses harder. "We're discussing it now." "How much?" I manage to ask. Damon grins, his eyes cold and calculating. 10 million. I nearly choke. 10 million? Are you insane? That's impossible. "Not our problem," Vince says, dragging the knife away from my throat to tap it against my cheek. "We think you've got resources. Rich family. New foundation that's bringing in donations." "That money isn't mine to take," I growl. "It's for the foundation. For victims of drunk driving. Again, not our problem." Damon starts rifling through my wallet, which I'd left on the dresser. He pulls out my phone, thumbing through it casually. "Nice pictures, by the way." He turns the screen toward me. It's a photo of Caden at the park, grinning broadly with ice cream smeared across his face. My heart seizes. "Cute kid," Damon says, his voice dangerously soft. "Be a shame if something happened to him." White-hot rage surges through me. "You stay away from my son!" I lunge forward, forgetting the knife at my face. Pain sears across my cheek as Vince slashes downward, but I barely feel it. All I can think about is getting to that phone, erasing every trace of Caden from it. Vince tackles me to the floor, the knife now pressed to my jugular. "Bad move, rich boy." "Let me explain something," Damon says, squatting beside me. "We're not asking anymore. 10 million, 2 weeks, or we pay a visit to that mechanic shop where your little family spends so much time." The blood drains from my face. They've been watching us, following me to Maya's work, to Caden's school. "You wouldn't," I choke out. "Try us!" Vince hisses, his breath hot against my ear. Damon stands, pocketing my phone. 2 weeks, Huntington. We'll be in touch about the transfer details." Vince presses the knife harder, then drags it slowly across my cheek. I feel the skin splitting, warm blood trickling down my face. "A little reminder," he says, finally standing up, "just so you don't forget our arrangement." They head for the door, Damon turning for one last look. 10 million. Or the kid gets a visit from Uncle Vince here. He pats his partner's shoulder. "He's not good with children. Tends to make them disappear." The door closes behind them. I remain on the floor, blood pooling beneath my cheek, rage and terror battling inside me. $10 million? It might as well be $1 billion. I've only got about $200,000 in savings, and the foundation money is completely off limits. My parents could cover this, but then I'd have to tell them the truth about my degenerate behavior in California, the disappointment that would cloud their features after everything I've done to make things right. God, I wouldn't be able to take it. I pull myself up, staggering to the bathroom to examine the damage. The cut is long but not too deep, running from just below my eye down to my jawline. It's bleeding steadily, but head wounds always bleed more dramatically than they need to. As I press a towel to my face, my mind races. I need to protect Maya and Caden. Need to get these thugs off our backs permanently. The police? No, these guys would just disappear until the heat died down, then come back with a vengeance. Pay them? Impossible at that amount. Flee! And go where? They found me here. They'd find me anywhere. And if I fled, they could still hurt Maya and Caden. They need me in their corner to fight this battle. I slam my fist against the bathroom counter, welcoming the pain that shoots up my arm. I finally found my family, found purpose, found redemption. I refuse to let these jerks take that away from me. I grab my phone from where Damon left it on the bed and delete every photo of Caden and Maya. Too little, Too late, but it's something. Then I call the one person who might be able to help me handle this mess without alerting Maya. Tyler Jackson. Jay, 26 years old, a member of the police force who was always too much of a goody two-shoes to be my friend, but I tolerated him anyway. The phone trembles in my hand as I pace the hotel room, waiting for Tyler to pick up. Each ring stretches into eternity. Glance in the mirror shows blood still seeping from the cut on my cheek. I grab a towel, pressing it against my face as the line finally connects. Tyler Jackson. TJ, it's Dylan. My voice sounds strained even to my own ears. I need your help, man. Desperately. A heavy pause. Huntington? Jesus. It's been what, 5 years? 6. I swallow hard. Look, I know we're not exactly close, but you're the only person I can trust with this. I'm in serious trouble. What kind of trouble? His tone shifts from surprise to cautious professionalism. The kind that could get me and my family killed. The word family feels strange and right simultaneously on my tongue. Can you meet me? Please? Another pause. This better not be some nonsense, Huntington. I've got a career to protect. It's not nonsense, I swear. I sit on the edge of the bed, the adrenaline finally wearing off, leaving me shaky. Remember how I used to gamble? A lot? And I ran away from my debts? Well, I fell into the same thing in California, and they're back for their money, but they're tacked on millions in some nonsense interest that they made up on the spot. Damn. The single word carries volumes of disappointment. Tell me you're not mixed up with loan sharks. I wish I could. I press the towel harder against my face, wincing. They tracked me down. 2 guys just left my hotel room after slicing my face open as a reminder. They're threatening Maya and Caden if I don't pay them $10 million. $10 million? Tyler's voice rises in disbelief. What the hell did you do? I borrowed $175,000 when I hit rock bottom after Jeremy died. The interest they're claiming is insane, but that's not even the point. My voice cracks. They've been watching us, TJ, following Maya to work. They know where Caden goes to school. The line goes silent except for Tyler's measured breathing. I can almost see him pinching the bridge of his nose like he used to do whenever I'd pull some reckless stunt back in high school. Coffee, he finally says. Saturday morning, 7 a.m. Bluebonnet Diner on 4th. Come alone. And don't do anything stupid until then. Relief floods through me. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Don't thank me yet. His voice is grim. I haven't agreed to anything except hearing you out. That's all I'm asking for. Just help me figure out how to protect them. Saturday, 7 a.m., he repeats, then adds, And Dylan? Get yourself cleaned up. Showing up bloody will attract attention we don't need. The call ends, and I collapse back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. The cut throbs, a physical reminder of how quickly everything I've built could come crashing down. 6 years ago, I would have run, packed my bags, disappeared to another state, another life. The old Dylan wouldn't have hesitated. But now I have something worth fighting for. Something worth staying for. I think of Caden's laugh, the way his eyes light up when he talks about dinosaurs. I think of Maya's smile, how it transforms her entire face. How it felt to hold her last night, our bodies remembering each other perfectly after all these years apart. No, running isn't an option anymore. This is my mess, and I need to clean it up before it touches the 2 people who matter most. I grab my phone again, scrolling to find a photo of Caden I took at the Science Museum. His small face beams with excitement as he stands next to a massive dinosaur skeleton, pride radiating from every inch of his 6-year-old frame. My son, my responsibility. I stare at the photo until my vision blurs with unshed tears. I'll fix this, I whisper to the screen. I promise. Saturday, 7 a.m. Tyler might not have all the answers, but he's my best shot at finding a way out of this nightmare. For the first time in my life, running away isn't an option. This time, I have to stand and fight.
Chapter 15. Maya. The doorbell startles me awake. I blink at the clock. 12:17 p.m. on Friday. Thank God Caden's still at school. Stretching, I roll off the couch where I'd crashed after my early shift at the shop. Through the peephole, I see Dylan, shoulders hunched, shifting his weight from foot to foot. My pulse quickens, remembering how we left things days ago. His hands gripping my hips, his mouth on my neck, promises whispered in the dark. I swing the door open and freeze. A jagged red line runs from his cheekbone to his jaw. "What the hell happened to your face?" Dylan pushes past me into the apartment, his eyes darting around like he's checking for something or someone. "Had an accident." "Not a big deal." "Not a big deal?" "It looks like someone sliced you open." I reach for his face, but he flinches away. "I said it's nothing. Just me being clumsy." His voice softens as he takes me in, eyes darkening with something hungry. "Damn, you look good." Before I can argue about his accident, his mouth crashes against mine. The kiss is desperate, possessive in a way that makes my knees weak. His hands frame my face, holding me like I might disappear. "Dylan," I try to speak when he breaks for air. "Don't want to talk." He kisses me again, walking me backward until my legs hit the couch. "Need you." Can't think of anything else. His intensity catches me off guard. This isn't our usual rhythm. There's something almost frantic in the way his hands slide under my shirt, like he's memorizing me. "Caden's at school," I manage to say between kisses. "Good." His lips trail down my neck, teeth grazing my pulse point. I should push him away, demand answers about his face, but my body betrays me. Heat pools between my legs as his hands slip beneath my sweatpants. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. "You promise everything's okay?" I ask, pulling the sheet up to cover myself. "That doesn't look like nothing happened." Dylan turns, his expression softening as he looks at me. He crosses back to the bed, leaning down to press a gentle kiss against my forehead. "Everything's fine, babe. Just a stupid accident." His fingers trace my jawline. "All I care about is making you and Caden happy, no matter what it takes." His intensity makes something flutter in my chest, but also sends warning signals to my brain. This doesn't feel like my carefree, cocky Dylan. This feels like a man with a weight on his shoulders. "We'll be happy as long as you're safe and sound." I reach up to gently touch the cut on his face. That's all we need. You being here, in one piece. He captures my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. His eyes close briefly, almost like he's memorizing the moment. "I know, and I will be." He smiles, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. "I've never been better than I am right now, with you." Dylan finishes dressing, and I watch him tuck his phone into his pocket. He's checked it twice in the last few minutes, something he never does when we're together. An uneasy feeling settles in my stomach. Is there someone else? The thought materializes before I can stop it. Would he go through all this? Reconnecting with Caden, building the foundation, making love to me like his life depends on it, while seeing another woman? No, I refuse to believe that. But something is definitely off. "When are you picking Caden up tomorrow?" I ask, trying to sound casual. He's been talking nonstop about that science center you promised to take him to. Dylan's face lights up at the mention of our son. 1 o'clock? I've already bought the tickets online. At least that much is genuine. The way he talks about Caden, the love in his voice, that can't be faked. You should stay with us for a night, I suggest, watching his reaction carefully. Caden would love to have breakfast with you in the morning. A flash of something, regret, fear, crosses his face. I can't tonight. Got some foundation paperwork to finish. Rain check? Sure. I try to hide my disappointment. Another time? He leans down for one more kiss, this one lingering and deep. When he pulls back, his eyes search mine with an intensity that steals my breath. I love you, he says, his voice rough with emotion. More than you'll ever know. As the door closes behind him, I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warm air. My intuition is screaming at me that something's wrong. The cut on his face, his strange intensity, the way he kissed me goodbye like he was afraid it might be the last time. Is there another woman? No, I don't think so. This feels different. More dangerous somehow. I grab my phone from the nightstand, tempted to call him back, to demand answers. But what would I say? I don't believe your face got cut in an accident? I think you're hiding something? Instead, I pull up our recent text messages, reading through them for any clues. His messages are full of love, plans for the future, excitement about Caden, nothing suspicious there. But my gut won't let this go. Dylan is hiding something from me, and whatever it is, it's serious enough to put that look of fear in his eyes. I just hope, whatever trouble he's in, he trusts me enough to let me help him through it.
Chapter 16. Dylan. I pull into the Bluebonnet Diner parking lot at 6:45 a.m., 15 minutes early. My nerves are shot to hell after another night of barely sleeping. Images of Vince and Damon threatening Caden playing on repeat in my brain. The cut on my face throbs as I slide into a booth at the back, positioning myself to watch the door. The waitress brings coffee without me asking, giving my face a curious look before moving on. The diner's nearly empty this early on a Saturday, just a couple of truckers at the counter and an elderly couple sharing toast by the window. The bell over the door chimes at exactly 7 a.m. Tyler's always been punctual, one of many qualities that made us such an odd friendship back in high school. He spots me immediately, his cop instincts probably kicking in as he scans the room before walking over. "Jesus," he mutters, sliding into the booth across from me. "That's quite the souvenir on your face." "Good to see you too." I push a mug of coffee toward him. "Thanks for coming." Tyler studies me, those sharp brown eyes taking in every detail. His cop face is firmly in place, neutral, assessing, giving nothing away. He's filled out since high school, solid muscle under his casual clothes. No uniform today. "Start talking," he says after a long sip of coffee, "and don't leave anything out." I take a deep breath and lay it all out. The gambling in California, borrowing money from Damon and Vince, ghosting them when Jeremy died, coming back to make things right with Maya, and discovering I had a son. And now these jerks want $10 million, or they're threatening Maya and Caden. My hands clench around my coffee mug. I can't let that happen, TJ. I die first. Tyler's expression darkens. "You really stepped in at this time, Huntington." "Tell me something I don't know." "You should have come to me sooner." He leans forward, voice dropping. "These guys have been in town how long? Following you? Stalking your family?" "I don't know exactly. I only saw them 2 days ago, but they knew about Maya's shop, about Caden." Tyler rubs his jaw, thinking, 10 million is insane. That's not loan shark territory, that's extortion. "Yeah, well, they don't seem concerned with fairness." I lean forward. "I need options, man. Real ones. I can't go to my parents for this kind of money without explaining everything. The foundation money is off limits. I've got maybe 200,000 pounds liquid." "And they won't take that?" Tyler asks, though he already knows the answer. They made it clear. 10 million, 2 weeks, or they go after my family. The waitress approaches, but Tyler waves her off with a smile. When she's gone, his expression hardens again. Tell me everything you know about these guys. Names, descriptions, where they're staying, what kind of car they drive. Everything. I give him all the details I can remember. Damon's gold watch, Vince's knife collection, their preference for high-end whiskey, and most importantly, their side business. They traffic drugs up from Mexico. Mostly marijuana, but I think they're into harder stuff too. That's where a lot of their money comes from. Tyler's eyes narrow. You're sure about the marijuana? Positive. They always had it around. Offered it to me plenty of times. They talked about their operation once when they were drunk. Crossing the border, distribution networks. Marijuana possession is still illegal in Texas, Tyler says slowly. Distribution is a felony. I know, but how does that help us? It's not like I can just call the cops and report them. They'd scatter, then come back after my family even harder. Tyler taps his fingers on the table, thinking. We need leverage, something to make them back off permanently. I'm listening. What if we set them up? Tyler's voice drops even lower. Get them caught with enough product to put them away for a long time? Hope flickers for the first time in days. You think that could work? Maybe. I'd need to talk to a colleague in narcotics, see if they'd be willing to help. These guys are small time compared to the cartels they usually target, but it could be worth it. I lean back, relief washing through me. Damn, TJ, that would be amazing. Don't get too excited yet. Tyler's expression remains serious. This is risky. If they suspect anything, they could come after you or your family even harder. I'll take that risk if it means getting them off our backs for good. Tyler studies me. You've changed, Huntington. The Dylan I knew would have been on the first plane out of town by now. I have a son now. The words still feel new on my tongue. And Maya, I can't lose them again. I won't. I'm doing this for them, Tyler says firmly. Not for you. I'm still pissed about the mess you've created. Fair enough. And if we do this, you're done gambling. For good. No more loans, no more running from your problems. I haven't placed a bet in months, I tell him. After Jeremy died, it killed something in me. The need for that rush. All I want now is to be with my family and run this foundation. Tyler nods slowly, seeming to believe me. I'll talk to my contact today. See what we can set up. In the meantime, keep your head down. Don't provoke these guys. Don't miss any meetings they said. I won't. And Dylan? His expression softened slightly. You did the right thing coming to me. I know we were never that close, but I'm glad you trusted me with this. You're the only one I could trust, I admit. The only one who might understand why I need to fix this myself instead of running again. Tyler finishes his coffee and stands. I'll be in touch. Keep your phone on you. As he walks away, the weight on my shoulders feels slightly lighter. For the first time since Damon and Vince showed up, I feel like there might be a way out of this nightmare. I pull out my phone, looking at the background photo. One of the ones I kept, despite the threats from Damon and Vince. Maya and Caden at the park, both laughing at something off camera. I took it 2 weeks ago on one of those perfect days where everything felt right. I'm going to fix this. For them. No matter what it takes. I sigh, draining the last of my coffee and watching the waitress clear away Tyler's mug. The diner's starting to fill up, morning regulars filtering in for their Saturday breakfast fix. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Dad's name flashes on the screen and guilt swirls in my gut as I answer. Hey, Dad. Dylan, my boy! His voice booms through the speaker, so full of enthusiasm it makes my chest ache. Just wanted to check in on those donor proposals we discussed. The board's meeting on Monday, and I'd love to show them what you've put together. I run my finger along the edge of my cut, wincing at the sting. Almost done with them. Just polishing up the presentation. That's what I like to hear. You know, I was telling your mother yesterday how proud I am of what you're doing with this foundation. The words hit me like a physical blow. Proud. When was the last time I heard that from him? Thanks, Dad. That means a lot. You've really turned things around, son. Taking responsibility, creating something meaningful from tragedy. His voice softens. Your mother and I were worried about you for a while there, especially after Jeremy. But the way you've stepped up, it's everything we hoped for. I close my eyes imagining the $10 million these thugs are demanding. Imagining telling my father where that money would really go. To pay off gambling debts from my days of drinking, betting, and racing cars like nothing mattered. The foundation's important to me, I managed to say. I want to make a difference. You already are. And I hear things are going well with Maya and the boy too. Caden. Yeah, it's amazing, Dad. He's amazing. I think of my son's smile, his endless questions about dinosaurs, the way his small hand feels in mine. We're taking things slow, but it feels right. Good. Family's what matters in the end. He clears his throat. Listen, your mother wants us all to have dinner soon. You, Maya, Caden. Nothing fancy, just family getting to know each other. The thought of my parents meeting Caden, welcoming him as their grandson, nearly breaks me. Will that ever happen now? Or will I be running again, trying to keep Damon and Vince away from the people I love? I like that, I say, fighting to keep my voice steady. Let me talk to Maya, find a good day. Perfect. And Dylan? Yeah. I mean it. I've never been more proud of the man you're becoming. The words settle like lead in my stomach. Thanks, Dad. I need to go, but I'll call you later, okay? Sure thing. Love you, son. Love you too. I end the call and stare at my phone, feeling sick. The foundation money is untouchable. It's not even fully mine, just something I'm helping build. And my parents? They finally trust me again. Respect me. I can't destroy that by admitting I've messed up again, that I'm the same reckless idiot who left town 6 years ago. The waitress refills my coffee cup with a sympathetic smile, probably thinking I'm nursing a hangover. If only it were that simple. My finger hovers over Maya's name in my contacts. Yesterday at her place, I almost told her everything. Almost confessed about Damon and Vince, the threats, the money. But seeing her face, feeling her body against mine, I couldn't do it. Couldn't watch her expression change from love to disappointment. Couldn't put that fear in her eyes. I need to protect them. That's what fathers do, right? Shield their families from harm. I think of Tyler's words before he left the diner. Let me talk to some people. Don't do anything stupid until you hear from me. But waiting feels impossible. Every hour these goons are in town is another hour they could decide to visit Maya's shop, or worse, Caden's school. My coffee sits untouched as I stare out the window at the parking lot. The cut on my face throbs in time with my heartbeat, a constant reminder of what's at stake. I'm going to fix this, I mutter to myself, the same promise I've been repeating for days. Whatever it takes. Dad's words echo in my head. I've never been more proud. For the first time in my life, I've done something right, built something meaningful, found my family, become someone my father respects. And now it could all disappear because of one more stupid mistake from my past.
Chapter 17. Maya. I pull up to Dylan's parents' estate, and the imposing wrought iron gates part automatically as if welcoming us home. My heart flutters with nervous energy. Whoa! Is this where Dad grew up? Caden presses his face against the window, eyes wide with wonder as we drive up the winding driveway, lined with perfectly manicured oak trees. Sure is, baby. I adjust my dress, suddenly feeling underdressed despite spending an hour picking out the perfect outfit. Your grandparents have a very nice house. It's not a house, Mom. It's a castle. I can't help but laugh at his awestruck expression. The Huntington mansion does look like something out of a fairy tale, with its stone facade and sweeping grounds. It's been 6 years since I was last here, back when I was just Dylan's girlfriend, back before everything fell apart. As we park behind Dylan's sleek sports car, my stomach knots with anxiety. I'm not just introducing my son to his grandparents. I'm stepping back into a world I was never quite comfortable in. Dylan appears on the front steps, handsome in a button-down shirt and slacks, but there's tension in his shoulders that doesn't match his smile. Hey, you made it! He scoops Caden up as soon as he scrambles out of the car, tossing him in the air while our son shrieks with delight. Dad, your house is huge. Caden's excitement echoes across the manicured lawn. Do you have a swimming pool? And a game room? Tommy at school has a game room, but it's tiny. Dylan laughs, but I catch the strain around his eyes. Got both, buddy. Plus a few other surprises we can check out after dinner. When he turns to me, his smile softens. You look beautiful, he murmurs, leaning in for a quick kiss. Up close, I can see the tension in his jaw, the slight darting of his eyes. Everything okay? I whisper. Yeah, of course. It's a big night. He takes my hand, squeezing it tight. Mom's been cooking all day. The massive front doors swing open before we reach them, revealing Martha Huntington in a designer dress and pearls, her blonde hair swept into an elegant updo. There they are. Her voice carries across the foyer as she rushes toward us. She hesitates briefly, eyes locking on Caden, and I see the exact moment she recognizes Dylan's features in our son's face. Oh my goodness. She kneels down, extending a perfectly manicured hand to Caden. You must be Caden. I'm your grandmother. Caden, suddenly shy, presses against my leg. Hi, he manages. Martha's eyes fill with tears. He has your eyes, Dylan. Exactly your eyes. Behind her, Richard Huntington appears, tall and distinguished with silver at his temples. He clears his throat, clearly emotional. Well, don't keep them standing in the doorway, Martha. Let's get everyone inside. The grand foyer makes Caden gasp. Marble floors gleam beneath a crystal chandelier, and a sweeping staircase curves up to the second floor. You lived here? Caden turns to Dylan, incredulous. Guilty. Dylan ruffles his hair. Want the tour before dinner? As Dylan leads Caden around the main floor, Martha pulls me into the kitchen, a sprawling, professional-grade space where something delicious simmers on the stove. It's so good to have you back, Maya. She busies herself with wine glasses. Richard and I always hoped you two would find your way back to each other. Thank you for having us, I say, accepting the glass of red wine she offers. It means a lot to Caden to meet you both. I can't believe we missed 6 years. Her voice catches. If we'd known about him. I know. I sip the wine, unsure what else to say. The truth is complicated. Dylan didn't know either, until he came back to town. Richard joins us, pouring himself a scotch. So, Maya, Dylan tells us you're running your father's shop now? Co-running, I correct. Dad's still very much involved, but I handle a lot of the day-to-day operations. Impressive. He raises his glass in a small toast. Always knew you had a good head on your shoulders. The kitchen door swings open as Dylan and Caden return, my son chattering excitedly about the theater room and indoor basketball court he's just discovered. Mom! There's a waterfall in the backyard. A real one. As we move to the dining room, I'm struck by how easily Caden fits into this space, his natural curiosity overcoming any shyness. He sits between Dylan and me at the massive table, his legs swinging, eyes darting around the elegant room. "So, young man," Richard says as Martha serves a perfectly cooked roast, "your father tells me you're quite the dinosaur expert." Caden lights up. "I know all the dinosaurs." "Impressive." Richard winks at him. "And which one is your favorite?" As Caden launches into a detailed explanation of why Ankylosaurus is superior to all other dinosaurs, I watch Dylan across the table. He smiles and nods at appropriate moments, but his attention keeps drifting. Twice I catch him checking his phone under the table, something he never does during family time. "Everything okay?" I mouth when he looks up. He nods quickly, too quickly, forcing another smile. "We should take a family photo after dinner," Martha suggests, beaming at Caden. "Your grandfather and I need to start filling frames with pictures of our handsome grandson." "Can we take it by the waterfall?" Caden asks through a mouthful of mashed potatoes. "Chew first, then talk," I remind him gently. "Sorry, Mom." He swallows dramatically. "But can we?" "Absolutely," Richard agrees. "And then maybe Grandma will bring out the special dessert she made." Caden's eyes widen. "What kind of dessert?" "Chocolate lava cake," Martha stage whispers, "with ice cream." The evening flows with surprising ease. The Huntingtons are clearly thrilled with Caden, hanging on his every word and sharing embarrassing stories about Dylan as a child that make my son giggle uncontrollably. "Your dad once tried to jump off the roof using an umbrella as a parachute," Richard tells Caden, who dissolves into laughter. "Did it work?" he asks Dylan, eyes wide. "Not even a little bit," Dylan admits, rubbing his wrist. "Broke this arm in 2 places." "Which is why," I interject firmly, "we don't try experiments like that." As Martha serves dessert, I catch Dylan checking his phone again, his expression darkening momentarily before he tucks it away. Whatever's bothering him, he's determined to hide it tonight. I place my hand on his knee under the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. He covers my hand with his, intertwining our fingers, but the tension in his body remains. Looking around the table, at Caden's chocolate-smeared grin, at Martha and Richard's obvious joy, at the life we could have shared years ago, I feel a bittersweet ache. We're finally here, finally a family, but something's still not right. And judging by the shadows in Dylan's eyes, whatever it is threatens everything we've rebuilt. After dinner, Martha takes Caden out to the garden to see the waterfall lit up at night. Richard follows with a promise of ice cream for dessert, leaving Dylan and me alone in the dining room. The table stretches between us, candles flickering softly. I watch Dylan's profile as he stares toward the garden doors, his jaw tight. "Okay, what's going on?" I ask quietly. He turns to me, forcing a smile. "What do you mean?" "You've checked your phone at least 5 times during dinner. You keep glancing at the windows. And don't forget about that cut on your face you won't talk about." I reach across the table, my fingers brushing his hand. Something's wrong. I can feel it. Dylan sighs, turning his hand to capture mine. "It's nothing, just some foundation stuff stressing me out." "Foundation stuff that requires you to check your phone every 10 minutes during family dinner?" I raise an eyebrow. "I'm not stupid, Dylan." "I never said you were." He squeezes my hand. "I've got a lot going on right now." Through the window, I can see Caden jumping around the garden, pointing excitedly at something while Martha laughs. The sound of his giggles drifts through the glass. He looks so happy, so at home. "I don't want to be lied to," I say firmly, keeping my voice low. "We're trying to build something here, right? For him? For us? That doesn't work if you're keeping secrets." Dylan's eyes darken. He stands suddenly, coming around the table to kneel beside my chair. His hands frame my face, and there's an intensity in his gaze that makes my heart race. "I'm not lying to you," he says, thumb brushing my cheekbone. "I promise you that. I'm trying to figure some stuff out, that's all." "What kind of stuff?" He kisses me gently, his lips warm against mine. When he pulls back, there's something in his eyes. Determination mixed with fear. "Trust me, okay? I'm not keeping secrets from you. I'm just working through things. But everything's fine." I study his face, searching for the truth. The cut on his cheek looks angry against his tanned skin. I touch it gently, and he winces. "This doesn't look fine to me." "It was an accident." He catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. "And it looks worse than it is." Part of me wants to push harder, demand answers. But I can see Caden through the window, his face lit with joy as he explores his grandparents' garden. Tonight is supposed to be about family, about building connections that Caden has missed for years. "I want to believe you," I whisper. "Then believe me." Dylan rests his forehead against mine. "I'd never do anything to hurt you or Caden. Everything I'm doing is for you two. You're my world now." The sincerity in his voice nearly convinces me. Nearly. "I need you to be honest with me, Dylan. About everything. That's the only way this works." He nods, his hands still cradling my face. "I know, I am being honest. I promise." I want to believe him, the way he's looking at me like I'm the most precious thing in his universe. It makes me want to trust every word, but there's still that nagging feeling, that intuition telling me something isn't right. The way his eyes keep darting to the windows, how his phone seems to burn a hole in his pocket. "Okay," I say finally, placing my hand over his. "But whatever it is you're figuring out, don't shut me out. We're supposed to be partners now." "We are," he says fiercely. "Always." The garden doors slide open as Caden races in, Martha and Richard following with indulgent smiles. "Mom," Grandma says, "we can have ice cream and then chocolate cake." 2 desserts. Dylan pulls away, his expression shifting to one of pure joy as he turns to our son. But I've seen what was underneath. Worry, fear, determination. Something is definitely wrong. As I watch him scoop Caden up, spinning him around while our son shrieks with laughter, I make a silent promise. Whatever Dylan's hiding, whatever trouble he's in, I'm going to find out. And this time, I won't let him face it alone.
Chapter 18. Dylan. I pull into the vacant lot behind Bluebonnet Diner where Tyler's unmarked police cruiser sits waiting. My hands grip the steering wheel tight enough to make my knuckles white. This meeting could change everything. Tyler's not alone. A stocky guy with salt and pepper hair leans against the cruiser, arms crossed. His casual stance doesn't match the sharp intelligence in his eyes that track me as I approach. "Dylan, this is Detective Martinez from Narcotics." Tyler makes the introduction with a nod. "I've filled him in on your situation." Martinez studies me, his gaze lingering on the cut across my cheek. "Those are some dangerous people you've gotten mixed up with." "Tell me something I don't know." I run a hand through my hair. "So what's the plan? Can you help?" Martinez exchanges a look with Tyler. "Maybe." Tyler says these guys, Damon and Vince, they're marijuana traffickers. Among other things, they run product up from Mexico, distributed around California. When I knew them, they always had weed on them. Both smoke constantly. "That's consistent with what we found," Martinez nods. "We ran their names through the system. They've got priors in California, Texas, and Arizona. Small stuff mostly. They've been careful, but they're connected to a larger network we've been watching." Hope flickers in my chest. So you're interested? I'm interested in getting drug dealers off the street, Martinez clarifies. The fact that they're threatening your family gives us added incentive. Tyler steps closer. We think a sting operation could work. You set up a meeting, tell them you've got partial payment. We'll be there to catch them with product. You think they'll bring drugs to a payment meeting? I ask skeptically. Martinez smirks. These guys are users as well as dealers. According to your own intel, they're rarely without product. If they follow the pattern of most dealers who use, they'll have enough on them for possession with intent charges. And that's enough to put them away. The tension in my shoulders eases slightly. With their priors, it's a start, especially if we can get them to flip on their suppliers. Martinez taps his fingers against his arm. But we'll need your cooperation. Anything, I say immediately. Whatever it takes. You'll need to wear a wire, Tyler explains. Get them talking about their operation, the threats they've made against you and your family. My mouth goes dry. A wire? Like in the movies? Much smaller than in the movies, Martinez assures me. Virtually undetectable unless they're specifically looking for it. What if they search me? We'll be close by, Tyler says. They won't have time. I pace across the cracked asphalt, mind racing. This is insane. It's our best option. Tyler's voice softens. These guys aren't going away on their own, Dylan. The demands will keep coming. You pay $10 million now, it'll be 20 next time. He's right. I know he's right. But the risk... If this goes wrong... It won't, Martinez interrupts. We've done this before. Multiple times. I stop pacing, turning to face them. And if it works, what happens to Damon and Vince? Best case? We get them on drug charges, extortion, criminal threats. That's decades in prison. Martinez crosses his arms. They'll be out of your life for good. The thought of freedom from these threats makes my decision. I'm in. Tell me what to do. Tyler claps me on the shoulder. First, you need to set up the meeting. Somewhere public, but not too crowded. Tell them you've secured some money, but not the full amount. Make it convincing, Martinez adds. Say you've liquidated some assets, gotten a loan, whatever. Just enough to keep them from going after your family while you get the rest. What about the wire? My heart pounds at the thought. When do we do that? Day of the meeting, Tyler says. You'll come to the station. We'll get you set up. Everything will be recorded, so we'll have evidence of any threats they make. And you'll be nearby the whole time? Damn, this might be the craziest thing I've ever done. Close enough to move in when we need to, Martinez confirms. You won't be alone. I rub my hands over my face, wincing when I brush against the cut. Jesus, this is really happening. One more thing. Tyler's expression turns serious. You can't tell anyone about this. Not your parents, not Maya, no one. The fewer people who know, the safer everyone stays. The mention of Maya sends a pang through my chest. More secrets to keep from her. But Tyler's right. The less she knows, the safer she and Caden will be. I understand. I straighten my shoulders, resolve hardening. So when do we do this? How much time did they give you? Martinez asks. 2 weeks. We're 5 days in. Tyler and Martinez exchange glances. Let's aim for Monday, Tyler suggests. Give us the weekend to prepare. Get all our people in place. Monday works. I nod, relief and terror battling in my gut. I'll set it up. Martinez hands me a card with his number. Call me as soon as you have a time and location. And by the way, Dylan, his eyes lock with mine. Don't try to be a hero. Follow our instructions exactly. As I walk back to my car, the weight on my shoulders feels simultaneously lighter and heavier. There's a plan now, a way out of this nightmare. But the danger has never been more real. In my car, I stare at my phone, thumb hovering over Damon's contact. It's time to set the trap. For Maya and Caden, I mutter, pressing dial. Whatever it takes. He answers on the fourth ring. Well, well. If it isn't our favorite rich boy. His voice drips with mockery. Call in to tell me you've got my money? Actually, yeah. I keep my voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through me. I've secured some funds. $5 million by Monday. A pause. $5 million. That's only half of what you owe us. I know, but it's what I can get right now. I drum my fingers against the wheel lying through my teeth. I'll have the other 5 by next Monday. 2 payments, 1 week apart. Damon's laugh is cold. That's not how this works, Huntington. We said 10 million, 2 weeks, 1 payment. Look, this is the best I can do. I let desperation seep into my voice, not hard considering it's genuine. 5 million is a hell of a lot of money, way more than I ever borrowed from you. Take it as a sign of good faith. And where exactly did you get this money? His tone sharpens with suspicion. Last time we talked, you were claiming you couldn't get anywhere near that amount. I liquidated some assets, called in some favors. My parents helped me out. The lies come easily. Had a heart-to-heart with some wealthy connections. Turns out when you tell people your family's in danger, they're willing to help. How touching! Damon's voice drips with sarcasm. And this sudden change of heart? When we first came to see you, you were all righteous indignation about not owing us anything. I swallow hard, picturing Maya and Caden. I just want you out of our lives. My family doesn't deserve this. 5 million Monday, 5 million the following Monday. Then we're done. You disappear and never contact me or come near my family again. The line goes quiet for so long, I wonder if he's hung up. Finally, Damon speaks. I'll talk to Vince. This arrangement isn't ideal, but 5 million is persuasive. Where and when on Monday? The old warehouse district. Building 17 on Commerce Street. Noon. Tyler and Martinez had picked the location, isolated enough for privacy, but with multiple points of access for the police. Building 17, noon, Damon repeats. Don't be late and don't try anything stupid. Remember what happens if you cross us. My grip tightens on the wheel. I remember. Good. I'll be in touch to confirm. The call ends, and I slam my palm against the dashboard. Damn! The word explodes from me, a release valve for the pressure building in my chest. This has to work. If they show up with product like Martinez expects, we've got them. If not, no, I can't think about that. This is the only play we have. I toss my phone onto the passenger seat and lean back, closing my eyes. The cut on my face throbs, a reminder of what these jerks are capable of. What they might do to Maya or Caden if this goes wrong. Come on, you idiots, I mutter to the empty car. Take the bait. It's a long shot. Damon didn't sound completely convinced. But $5 million is a powerful motivator, even for criminals as suspicious as these two. I start the engine, pulling away from the lot behind the diner. Tyler and Martinez will want to know about the call. We need to finalize the details, make sure everything's in place for Monday. As I drive, I can't help thinking about Maya and Caden. About the family dinner at my parents' house last night. About how close we are to being a real family. How much I stand to lose if this goes sideways. I check my rearview mirror, a habit I've developed since Damon and Vince showed up. No sign of anyone following me, but that doesn't mean they're not out there. Watching. Waiting. Monday can't come soon enough. One way or another, this nightmare ends then. Hold on, I whisper to the empty car, like Maya and Caden might somehow hear me. Just hold on a little longer.
You ever think about that one person? Yeah. That one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks. Dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 19. Maya. I'm elbow deep in an engine when the shop bell jingles. Dad's with a customer, so I wipe my hands on a rag and head to the front counter. The smell of grease and motor oil follows me, a scent that's been my perfume since childhood. Be right with you, I call, trying to get the worst of the gunk off my fingers. When I look up, my customer service smile freezes on my face. 2 men stand in our lobby, one tall with a gold tooth that catches the light when he grins, the other shorter but broader, with arms covered in tattoos. They both reek of weed, the smell hitting me before I even reach the counter. Can I help you? I keep my voice professional despite the unease crawling up my spine. So you're the famous Maya? The taller one says, looking me up and down. Dylan's got good taste, I'll give him that. My blood runs cold. Who the hell are you? Friends of Dylan. The shorter one steps forward, leaning against the counter. His eyes are bloodshot, a lazy smile playing on his lips. I'm Damon. This is Vince. We go way back. I cross my arms, immediately defensive. The grease on my fingers smudging my work shirt. Dylan's never mentioned you. Not once in any conversation we've had. No? Vince feigns hurt, placing a hand over his heart like I've wounded him. His gold tooth catches the fluorescent shop lights as he speaks. That's cold. Real cold. Especially considering how much quality time we spent together in California. All those late nights. All those bets. All those agreements. Every alarm bell in my head is screaming. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end, and my stomach twists into knots. These aren't friends. They're threats with legs. They're the reason for that fresh cut on Dylan's face. I'd bet my life on it. The way they carry themselves, like predators sizing up prey, tells me everything I need to know. Whatever you want, you need to leave. Right now. I glance toward the garage where Dad is working with a customer, wishing he'd walk in and see what's happening. He'd know how to handle these guys. Dad's always been good at dealing with difficult people, a skill I'm still perfecting. Damon clicks his tongue against his teeth, the sound sharp and irritating. Now, that's not very hospitable, sweetheart. We drove all this way, tracked you down and everything. His bloodshot eyes narrow. We just came to deliver a message to your boyfriend. Simple as that. I'm not his secretary, I snap, planting my hands on the counter between us. No, you're his baby mama. Vince's smile drops. And that puts you in a unique position to help him make the right choice. My hands curl into fists. What are you talking about? Your man owes us money. Damon's voice hardens. $10 million to be exact. And now he's trying to cheap out on us, saying he can only get 5. The amount knocks the wind out of me. 10 million? That's insane. You're confused, I manage. Dylan doesn't owe anyone that kind of money. Vince laughs, the sound like gravel. Sweetie, you don't know your man as well as you think. He had some expensive habits in California, gambling mostly, made some bad bets, borrowed from the wrong people. That's not possible. But even as I say it, doubt creeps in. Dylan's past is exactly the kind that would include gambling debts. Tell him we want the full 10, Damon continues, ignoring my denial. As a billionaire's son, he better not cheap out on us. We know he can get it. Heat rises to my face. Get out of my shop. Now. We're just delivering a friendly message. Vince's eyes drift toward the framed photo of Caden on the counter, his school picture from this year. My heart stops as he picks it up. Cute kid. I snatch the frame from his hands. Don't you touch that. We'd hate to have to take collateral if Dylan can't pay up, Damon says casually, but the threat hangs in the air between us, unmistakable. Rage explodes through me, white-hot and blinding. If you come near my son, I will kill you myself. Whoa, Mama Bear's got claws. Vince grins but takes a step back. Just relay the message. 10 million, not a penny less. The garage door swings open, and Dad walks in, wiping his hands. He stops short at the sight of our visitors. Everything okay here, Maya? These men were just leaving. My voice shakes with anger. Damon tips an imaginary hat. Sure were. Nice place you got. Would be a shame if something happened to it. As they saunter toward the door, Damon turns back. Remember what we said. Full amount. And remind Dylan we know where to find you. And little Caden. The bell jingles cheerfully as they leave, a stark contrast to the terror and fury churning inside me. Who the hell was that? Dad asks, moving to stand beside me. Trouble, I spit out. Big trouble. Dylan's trouble. Dad places a steady hand on my shoulder. Talk to me, baby girl. What's going on? I push away from the counter, pacing the small lobby area. Those jerks just threatened Caden. They threatened my son. My voice cracks. They're after Dylan for gambling debts. $10 million. Can you believe that? 10 million? Dad's eyes widen. That can't be right. That's what they said. And they made it clear they know where to find Caden if Dylan doesn't pay up. Dad's expression darkens. I'll kill them myself if they go near that boy. Get in line. I slam my hand against the wall. I swear to God, if they touch a hair on his head. Maya. Dad's voice takes on that calm, steady tone he uses when I'm about to fly off the handle. Breathe, sweetheart. Getting worked up won't help Caden. I can't just do nothing. They had his picture in their hands, Dad. The memory claws at my insides, making bile rise in my throat. They were looking at his school photo, his class picture that he was so proud of, with his missing front tooth and that ridiculous bow tie I let him wear. My voice shakes with rage and terror. They've been watching him. Dad guides me to the small chair behind the counter, his calloused hand steady on my elbow. Sit down, Maya. Take a minute before you do something stupid. I drop into the chair, my legs suddenly weak beneath me. The initial rush of adrenaline and fury is giving way to an icy, paralyzing fear that wraps around my chest like a vice. My hands won't stop trembling. What the hell am I going to do? They know where he goes to school. They know what he looks like. First, we're going to calm down and think this through properly. Dad squats in front of me, his weathered face level with mine, those familiar eyes that have seen me through every crisis since birth, holding my gaze steady. Flying off half-cocked won't protect anybody, especially not Caden. We need a plan. I should call the police. I reach for my phone, desperate for action, for something concrete to do. And tell them what exactly? Dad's hand covers mine, stopping me. That some men made veiled threats about your ex's gambling debts? That they showed you a picture anyone could get from the school website? Without actual proof of criminal intent? There's not much they can do, baby girl. We both know how this works in this town. I hate that he's right. So I just wait for them to come after my kid? No. Dad's voice hardens. We make sure Caden is never alone. I'll talk to the school, make sure they know not to let anyone but family pick him up. And in the meantime, you need to talk to Dylan. Dylan. His name tastes bitter in my mouth. This is his fault. His mess dragging us down. Maybe so, Dad concedes. But he's still Caden's father, and he needs to know what's happening. The rational part of me knows Dad's right, but anger still burns hot in my chest. He brought these people into our lives, into Caden's life. I'll never forgive him if something happens. I understand that. Dad places his hands on my shoulders. But right now, anger won't protect Caden. Working together will. I just want to find those men and what? Dad interrupts. Beat them up? Get yourself arrested or worse? Think about Caden. He needs his mama in one piece. His words cut through my rage. Caden. My priority has to be keeping him safe, not seeking revenge. You're right, I admit grudgingly. But I meant what I said. If they touch Caden, I will end them. Dad nods solemnly. That's my girl. Mama bear through and through. But first things first. You need to talk to Dylan. Face to face. Find out exactly what's going on so we know what we're dealing with. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Fine. I'll talk to him. But I swear to God, Dad, I'm going to tear him a new one for this. Just try to listen first, Dad advises. Then tear him a new one if necessary. Despite everything, that pulls a small smile from me. No promises. Dad squeezes my shoulder. I know you're angry. You have every right to be, but remember something. Dylan came back. Whatever trouble he's in, he didn't run from it. That counts for something. I want to stay angry, to let the fury protect me from the fear. But Dad's right. Dylan could have disappeared again when these men found him. Instead, he stayed. All right. I'll talk to him, I say finally. But I'm not making any promises about staying calm. I wouldn't expect you to. Dad helps me to my feet. Just remember, whatever happens, we protect our own. You're not alone in this, Maya. I nod, drawing strength from his words. Whatever mess Dylan's in, whatever danger these men represent, one thing is certain. Nobody threatens my son and gets away with it. Nobody.
Chapter 20. Dylan. My knuckles barely graze Maya's door when it flies open with such force I half expect it to tear from its hinges. One look at her face, eyes blazing with the intensity of a wildfire, jaw clenched so tight I can practically hear her teeth grinding. And I know I'm beyond messed. I'm in a special kind of hell reserved for men who make catastrophic mistakes. Get in here, she hisses through clenched teeth, yanking me inside by my shirt collar with surprising strength. Now. I stumble across the threshold into her apartment, my expensive boots catching on the worn welcome mat. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape the impending storm. The scent of her familiar vanilla candles and something baking hits me, a cruel contrast to the tension crackling in the air. The door slams behind me with enough force to rattle the framed photos on the wall, happy snapshots of Caden that mock my failures. Maya, what's going... I start, raising my hands in what I hope looks like surrender rather than guilt. Shut up. She spins to face me, jabbing a finger at my chest like she's considering pushing it straight through to my spine. Her eyes, those beautiful brown eyes that used to look at me with something softer, now burn with maternal fury. You have exactly 60 seconds to explain why two jerks named Damon and Vince came to my shop today and threatened our son. 60 seconds before I call the cops, or worse. The blood drains from my face so fast I feel lightheaded. My stomach plummets to somewhere around my ankles. The fact that she knows their names makes me sick. Those are names I never want to hear again, especially not from Maya's lips. and sure as hell not in connection with Caden. They what? My voice comes out strangled, barely above a whisper as the full horror of what she's saying begins to sink in. They showed up at the shop, Dylan. Picked up Caden's school photo, made it crystal clear they know where to find him. Her voice shakes with fury. Said you owe them $10 million. $10 million. Jesus Christ. I run both hands through my hair, panic seizing my chest like a vice grip. The walls of Maya's tiny living room feel like they're closing in on me. Maya, I swear to God I didn't think they would. Don't you dare say you didn't know. She advances on me, eyes glittering with unshed tears, her entire body vibrating with rage. The dim lamp in the corner casts harsh shadows across her face, making her look almost feral. That cut on your face wasn't some accident, right? It was them, wasn't it? These gambling debts you've been hiding from me since the moment you rolled back into town? I reach for her instinctively, my fingers outstretched, but she backs away like my touch might poison her. The distance between us feels like miles, not inches. Let me explain what's happening. Explain what? How you waltz back into our lives with your charming smile and your empty promises, dragging this nightmare behind you like toilet paper stuck to your shoe. She wraps her arms around herself, knuckles taut against her dark skin, as if physically holding herself together. Her work clothes still smell faintly of motor oil. Have you seriously put Caden's life, our son's life, at risk because of your stupid, selfish mistakes? Because you couldn't stay away from the tables even after what happened to Jeremy? That's not fair. My voice hardens, an edge of steel cutting through the panic. The mention of Jeremy hits like a sucker punch, but I stand my ground. I left that life behind, Maya. I walked away. They followed me here. I've been trying to handle this without telling me, without warning me that our son might be in danger. She laughs, a brittle sound that cuts like glass. That was your brilliant plan? Keep me in the dark while thugs case my shop. Memorize my son's face. I was protecting you! My frustration boils over, hands slicing through the air between us. I've been working with Tyler, trying to get ahead of this before it became a problem. I didn't want you worrying about something I could handle. Tyler? Tyler Johnson? The cop? Her eyes narrow to dangerous slits, jaw tightening visibly beneath her skin. So your buddy from high school knows, but I don't? The detective gets a full briefing, but the mother of your child doesn't deserve to know there's a target on her son's back? The woman whose life you upended doesn't get that courtesy. My shoulders slump under the weight of her words, the righteous anger in her eyes burning straight through my excuses. I messed up. I know I messed up. I drag a hand down my face, feeling the rough stubble against my palm. Christ, Maya. I thought I could contain this mess. Keep it away from you both. But I'm fixing it now, I promise. Fixing it? You really think you're fixing things now? She steps closer, invading my space, voice dropping dangerously low like a thundercloud about to burst. These men threaten to take my son as collateral if you don't pay them. They walked into my shop, smiled at a photo of my child like a pair of predators, and made it clear they know exactly where to find him. How exactly are you fixing that, Dylan? Because from where I'm standing, you've done nothing but make everything worse. The thought of Damon and Vince anywhere near Caden makes something primal roar inside me, a protective fury that burns white-hot in my chest. My hands clench into fists at my sides, knuckles going white with the strain of containing my rage. I won't let them touch him, I growl, meaning every syllable. I die first. Those jerks will have to go through me to get anywhere near our son. That's not good enough. Maya's voice cracks with raw emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You brought this dangerous thing into our lives. You put Caden in danger. Do you have any idea what that means to me? That's my whole world you've put in the crosshairs. I'm handling it, I insist, desperation clawing at my throat as I step forward, hands outstretched. Tyler and his partner have a solid plan already in motion. We're setting up a full sting operation on Monday. These aren't amateurs. They know what they're doing. We're going to put these guys away for good, Maya. Prison, where they can't touch Caden or you ever again. A sting? Her eyes widen in disbelief, her body going rigid. Are you completely insane? You're not a cop, Dylan. You're a rich boy playing vigilante with our lives as collateral. It's our best shot at ending this permanently, I argue, running a hand through my hair in frustration. If I just pay them off, they'll keep coming back for more. They'll never stop. They'll bleed me dry and still come after what matters to me. After who matters to me? This ends it all. Maya shakes her head slowly, deliberately, taking another step back like my presence is toxic. Her shoulders square as she makes a decision I can see forming in her eyes. I want you out of this apartment right now, out of our lives completely. You're a danger to my son. My heart feels like it's being torn from my chest. Maya, please, don't do this. I can protect you both. No. Her voice is ice cold, final. I've spent 6 years building a safe, stable life for Caden. 6 years of scraped knees and bedtime stories and school projects. 6 years of being everything he needs. And you waltz back in and tear it all down in what, 2 months? I love him. I say desperately, I love you both. Everything I'm doing. I don't care what your intentions are. She cuts me off. Your actions put my son in danger. That's unforgivable. Our son, I correct her, anger flaring. And I'm trying to keep him safe. By lying to me? By keeping me in the dark while criminals case my business? Learn my son's routines? She shakes her head, disgust evident in every line of her body. Get out, Dylan. I don't want to see you again. Don't do this! My voice breaks. Please, Maya. Give me a chance to fix this. You've had chances. So many chances. She moves to the door, yanking it open. And every time you prove you're still the same selfish boy who left me pregnant and alone. Get out! I stand frozen, the finality in her voice knocking the wind from my lungs. What about Caden? Stay away from him too. Her eyes flash with maternal fury. At least until these men are gone. I won't risk his safety for your redemption story. I move toward the door, legs heavy as lead. At the threshold, I turn back. I'm going to fix this. Monday, it ends. All of it. I don't care. Maya's voice is flat, empty. Just go. The door closes in my face with brutal finality. I stand there for a long moment, heart shattering in my chest. Everything I've worked for, everything I've rebuilt, gone in an instant. And the worst part? She's right. This is my fault. My past catching up with me, threatening the two people I love most in this world. I stumble away from the door, grief and determination warring inside me. Monday can't come fast enough. I'll end this. Not for my redemption, but for their safety. Even if Maya never forgives me, even if I never hold her again, even if my son grows up hating me, I'll protect them, whatever it takes.
Chapter 21. Maya. I wrestle the door closed with my foot, balancing Dad's old duffel bag in one arm and Caden's backpack in the other. The bags land with a thud on the hallway floor. Everything we need for a few days, packed in 15 frantic minutes after sending Dylan away. You made it. Dad appears from the kitchen, dish towel thrown over his shoulder. His smile fades when he sees my face. That bad, huh? I nod, unable to trust my voice yet. Seeing Dad in his comfortable flannel shirt and worn jeans, the constant in my life, the one who never left, makes my throat tighten. I made spaghetti. He gestures toward the kitchen, the smell of garlic and tomato sauce filling the air. Caden's favorite. Thanks, Dad. I follow him through the familiar hallway of my childhood home. Photos line the walls, Me as a gap-toothed kid, holding a wrench like a trophy. High school graduation. Dad and me at the shop opening. All these moments without Dylan. Where's Caden? Living room. I put on that dinosaur documentary he loves. Sure enough, Caden sits cross-legged on the couch, eyes glued to velociraptors hunting on screen. His small face lights up when he sees me. Mom, Grandpa says we're having a sleepover party. That's right, baby. I muster a smile that feels like it might crack my face. For a few days. Dad pulls me into the kitchen, lowering his voice. So, how'd it go with Dylan? I told him we're done. The words feel like glass in my throat. That I don't want to see him again. Dad stirs the sauce, his back to me. And is that what you really want? What I want doesn't matter. I sink into a kitchen chair, suddenly exhausted. He put Caden in danger. These men threatened our son, Dad. They know where he goes to school. I know, sweetheart. Dad turns, leaning against the counter. And you have every right to be furious. But is cutting Dylan out entirely the answer? You're taking his side? I stare at him in disbelief. I'm not taking anyone's side. Dad sits across from me, his weathered hands reaching for mine. But I know what it's like to make mistakes. And I know that boy loves you and Caden. Love isn't enough. My voice catches. Not when he's putting our son in harm's way. Did he at least explain what he's doing about it? I laugh bitterly. Oh, he's got a plan. Some half-baked sting operation with his cop buddy, playing hero instead of just paying these guys what they want, like he always does, trying to fix his mess with another risky scheme instead of taking the safe option. And maybe that's the right call. Dad squeezes my hands, his calloused fingers warm against mine. These kinds of people don't just take their money and disappear, Maya. They come back for more. They smell weakness and exploit it. Today it's 50 grand, tomorrow it's 100. There's no end to it once you start paying. But putting Caden at risk. My voice cracks with frustration. A small voice from the doorway interrupts us. Is Dad in trouble? I turn so fast I nearly give myself whiplash. Caden is standing there in his superhero pajamas, dinosaurs forgotten on the living room floor, his blue eyes wide with concern and understanding no 6-year-old should have. Caden, baby, you should be watching your show. I try to keep my voice light, but even I can hear how fake it sounds. Grandpa made popcorn and everything. I heard you talking. He steps into the kitchen, looking impossibly small against the doorframe, his little shoulders squared like he's preparing for a blow. You said we're done with Dad. That you don't want to see him again? His lower lip trembles slightly, and he clutches the hem of his shirt with nervous fingers. My heart shatters as tears well in his eyes. I reach for him, but he backs away, shaking his head. I don't want Dad to go away again. His voice rises, quivering with emotion. He just came back. He promised to teach me baseball. Caden, I start, but he's already running, feet pounding down the hallway to the guest room that was once mine. The slam of the door echoes through the house, the sound reverberating in my chest like a physical pain. My throat tightens as I watch the empty doorway where my son just disappeared. Dad's eyes meet mine across the kitchen, full of weathered sympathy and understanding. His work-roughened hands fiddle with the dish towel he's holding, a nervous habit he's had since I was Caden's age. You knew this would be hard on him, sweetheart. The boy's been waiting for his father his whole life. What choice do I have? I whisper, tears finally breaking free after I've spent so much energy holding them back. They slide hot down my cheeks as I grip the edge of the counter. Those men threatened him, Dad. They came to our business, our sanctuary. What kind of mother would I be if I ignored that? The kind who's scared, he says simply, crossing the kitchen to squeeze my shoulder. Go talk to your son, he adds gently. I'll watch the sauce. Make sure it doesn't burn. I drag myself down the hallway, each step heavier than the last. The door to the guest room is slightly ajar, and through the crack, I can see Caden face down on the bed, small shoulders shaking with sobs that tear at my heart, worse than any threat ever could. His dinosaur socks, the ones Dylan bought him last week, stick out from the bottom of his pajama pants. I sit beside him, the mattress dipping under my weight. I place a gentle hand on his back, feeling each shuddering breath as it rips through his small body. Caden, honey, please look at me. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. It takes a moment, but he finally turns his tear-streaked face toward me. His eyes are red-rimmed and accusing, filled with a hurt I never wanted him to know. Snot bubbles at his nose, and I reach to wipe it away, but he jerks back. "Why are you making Dad go away?" he demands, his voice rough and broken. "Why do you hate him so much? Why are you breaking apart our family?" "I'm trying to keep you safe," I whisper, stroking his hair, feeling each silky strand between my fingers. My heart constricts painfully in my chest as I try to find words a 6-year-old could understand. "I don't feel safe without Dad." His words strike at my chest with a vengeance, knocking the wind from my lungs. He scares away the monsters. He checks under my bed. He makes the special growly voice that makes them run away. I pull him into my arms, feeling his small body shake against mine. His tears soak through my shirt, hot against my skin. The sweet baby smell of his shampoo fills my nose as I press my face into his hair. "Dad made some mistakes, baby. Big ones," I say, my voice barely audible. "Some people are angry at him, and they might try to hurt us. Dangerous people who don't care that you're just a little boy. Then we should help him." Caden pulls back suddenly, his face fierce despite the tears streaming down his cheeks. His blue eyes flash with determination that reminds me so much of his father, it makes my chest ache. "That's what families do. They help each other. You always say that. They don't throw each other out. Out of the mouths of babes. 6 years old and already wiser than me in some ways. The truth of his words stings, cutting through all my carefully constructed defenses. I've spent years telling him we stick together, that family means never giving up on each other. Now here I am, doing exactly what I swore I'd never do. I'm scared, I admit, holding him close. So scared of losing you." "I'm scared too." His small hands grip my shirt. "But Dad says being brave means doing the right thing even when you're scared." I close my eyes, feeling my resolve crumble. My pride and anger suddenly seem hollow compared to my son's pain. What am I teaching him by pushing Dylan away when things get hard? "Tell you what," I whisper against his hair. "Let's have our sleepover with Grandpa tonight, and then we'll talk to Dad soon. Okay?" Hope brightens his tear-stained face. "Promise?" "Promise." I kiss his forehead, feeling both terrified and somehow lighter. "Now, how about some of Grandpa's famous spaghetti?" As Caden scrambles off the bed, excited again, I wonder if I'm making another mistake. But looking at my son's smile, I know I can't let my pride or fear stand in the way of what he needs, even if what he needs is his father. Gambling debts, dangerous decisions, and all. I let out a sigh, wondering when I let my life get so out of control.
Chapter 22. Dylan. My heart hammers against my ribs as I approach the vacant parking lot. The early morning light bathes everything in a hazy glow, turning the abandoned concrete into a surreal landscape of long shadows and muted colors. The weight of the wire against my chest feels like a brand, a constant reminder of what's at stake. I clutch the briefcase filled with counterfeit bills, a prop in this dangerous theater production. Tyler's voice echoes in my earpiece, calm and steady. "We've got eyes on you, Dylan." Martinez is positioned south of your location. I'm on the east side. Remember the code word if things go sideways. Jackpot. Just get them talking about the threats, the debt, anything incriminating. I give a slight nod, knowing they can see me through binoculars. The familiar black SUV pulls into the lot, tires crunching over broken asphalt. My mouth goes dry as Damon and Vince step out, both looking like they haven't slept. Their movements are jerky, eyes bloodshot and wild. The stench of weed hits me before they're even within 10 feet. Look who decided to show up. Damon's smile doesn't reach his eyes. He runs a hand through his greasy hair, the early morning light catching on what looks like a new gold chain around his neck. Brought us a present? How thoughtful of you. I lift the briefcase slightly, feeling the weight of the fake bills inside. $5 million, like I promised. My voice sounds steadier than I feel, which is something at least. Hand it over, now. Vince snaps his fingers impatiently, shifting his weight from one foot to another, like a junkie needing a fix. The dark circles under his eyes make him look like he hasn't slept in days. I pass him the case, my fingers trembling slightly, which isn't entirely an act. The wire against my chest feels hot, constricting. I need to keep them here, get them talking, make them incriminate themselves. Every second counts. This is just the first installment, I say carefully, watching their reactions closely. I need more time for the rest. My accounts are being monitored since that went down at the casino. You know how it is? Damon snatches the case from Vince with surprising speed and pops it open, rifling through the stacks of bills with his dirty fingernails. The smell of cigarettes wafts from him as he leans closer to inspect the money. He barely glances at them before shutting it with a snap that echoes across the empty parking lot. 5 miles a start, he grunts, clutching the case possessively. But we need that other 5 ASAP. No more messing around, Huntington. You know what happens to people who waste our time. I'm liquidating assets as fast as I can, I explain, watching Vince's eyes dart suspiciously around the empty lot. It's not easy moving that kind of money without raising red flags. Not my problem. Damon clutches the briefcase to his chest like it might try to escape. You got 1 week for the rest. Vince grabs the case from Damon, opens it again, and pulls out a stack, examining it more carefully. I hold my breath as he rubs the bills between his fingers, his face darkening. What is this? He thrusts the stack toward Damon. Look at this. Damon squints at the bills, then his head snaps up, eyes burning with rage. This money's fake. He hurls the briefcase at my feet, sending counterfeit bills fluttering across the asphalt. What are you trying to pull, Huntington? Jackpot, I mutter, backing up as Vince advances on me. Guys, there's been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding! Vince lunges forward, grabbing my shirt collar. You're dead. You hear me? Dead! I shove him back hard, creating distance. Touch me again and you'll regret it. Big talk from a dead man. Damon circles to my left, blocking my path to the car. I settle into a fighting stance, center of gravity low. You threaten my family, my son. Did you really think I'd just hand over money and trust you to disappear? Should have thought about your kid before you tried to screw us. Vince charges, swinging wildly. I duck the first punch, landing a solid hit to his solar plexus. He doubles over with a grunt. Damon comes at me from the side, but I'm ready, blocking his strike and countering with a right hook that connects with his jaw. Adrenaline surges through my veins as I fight back, landing blow after blow. My knuckles sting as they connect with Vince's face, splitting his lip. For a moment, I think I might actually take them both. Then I hear the distinctive click of a safety being released. Enough of this. Vince pulls a pistol from his waistband, aiming it at my chest. His lip bleeds, eyes wild with rage. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put a bullet in you right now. Because you'll spend the rest of your lives in prison, I say, hands raised, heart thundering. Where the hell are Tyler and Martinez? Those fake bills? Just part of the setup. You're surrounded by cops. Vince's eyes dart nervously around the empty lot. Nonsense. The money, the threats against my family, the gambling debts, it's all being recorded. Right now. I tap my chest, revealing the wire. You're done. Panic flashes across Damon's face, but Vince's hand remains steady on the gun. Then I've got nothing to lose, do I? The barrel of the pistol looks impossibly large as it points at my heart. In this frozen moment, all I can think about is Maya and Caden, the family I might never see again, the promises I'll never keep. If you pull that trigger, I say slowly, every cop in a 5-mile radius will hunt you down. There won't be a hole deep enough to hide in. Where the hell is Tyler? The code word should have brought them running. Something's wrong. Vince's finger tightens on the trigger, and I brace myself for the impact, for the burn of a bullet tearing through flesh, for the end of everything. Time slows as I stare down the barrel of Vince's gun. The black hole of the muzzle seems to expand, becoming my entire world. Behind it, Vince's bloodshot eyes narrow with deadly intent. My son's face flashes before me. Caden's brilliant smile, those blue eyes that mirror my own, the way his little hand feels in mine. Then Maya, her strength, her fire, the way she looks at me when she thinks I might actually be worth something. Everything I've fought to get back, everything I still have to live for. Screw this. I lunge forward with explosive force, my right hand shooting out to grab Vince's wrist, pushing the gun away from my chest, while my left fist connects with his jaw. The impact jars through my arm as his head snaps back. The gun discharges with a deafening crack. White-hot pain tears through my shoulder, and I stumble backward, momentarily stunned. But adrenaline surges through me like electricity, drowning out the pain. You jerk! I roar, tackling Vince to the ground before he can recover. We hit the asphalt hard, the impact knocking the wind from both of us. The gun skitters across the concrete, out of reach. I slam my fist into his face again, feeling cartilage crunch beneath my knuckles. Blood sprays from his nose as he thrashes beneath me. Get him, Damon! Shoot him! I pin Vince's arms with my knees, ignoring the fire spreading through my shoulder. Warm blood soaks my shirt, but all I can think about is Caden. My son. The kid I barely know but would die for without hesitation. Damon circles us, eyes wild, reaching for something in his waistband. Before he can draw, the unmistakable wail of police sirens cuts through the air, closing in fast from all directions. Damn! Damon looks around frantically, backing away. Cops! We gotta go! Dylan! Tyler's voice echoes across the parking lot. Dylan, hold on! I catch a glimpse of Tyler sprinting toward us, gun drawn, Martinez not far behind. Relief floods through me, quickly replaced by a wave of dizziness that makes the world tilt sideways. My grip on Vince loosens as my strength begins to fade. The burning in my shoulder intensifies, spreading across my chest in waves of agony. I glance down, seeing my shirt soaked crimson, the stain spreading rapidly. Damn, I mutter, swaying as I try to stand. That's a lot of blood. Vince scrambles out from under me, but doesn't get far. Martinez tackles him from behind, driving him face first into the pavement. Somewhere to my left, I hear Damon cursing as another officer takes him down. Tyler reaches me just as my knees buckle. His hands grip my shoulders, easing me to the ground. Jesus Christ, Dylan. What were you thinking? His face swims before me, features blurring. I told you not to be a hero. Where are you hit? Shoulder. My voice sounds distant, like it's coming from someone else. Not so bad. Just a scratch. That's not a scratch, you idiot. Tyler presses something against my wound, sending fresh waves of pain radiating through me. This is why we have protocols. This is why you don't grab for the gun. I try to laugh, but it comes out as more of a cough. Couldn't let him shoot me. Got a kid now. Got responsibilities. The world around me is fading, edges growing dim. More sirens, more voices. Someone shouting for an ambulance. Through it all, I cling to images of Caden and Maya. Stay with me, Dylan. Tyler's voice seems to come from very far away. Think about your son. Think about Maya. Hold on. Tell Maya I'm sorry, I manage, my words slurring. Tell her I got them. They won't hurt Caden now. Tell her yourself, Tyler commands. You're not dying today. Not on my watch. I want to answer, but my mouth won't cooperate. The pain is receding now, replaced by a strange, floating sensation. Not unpleasant, really. Just distant. As consciousness slips away, all I can see is Caden's smile. All I can hear is Maya's laugh. My family. The family I fought to protect. The family I might never see again. Tyler. My voice is barely a whisper now. I'm here, buddy. Help's coming. Just hold on. But the darkness is too strong, pulling me under like a powerful current. The last thing I hear is Tyler shouting my name, his voice fading into silence as I slip away into nothingness.
Chapter 23. Maya. I push a strand of spaghetti around my plate, watching Caden twirl his pasta with intense concentration. His little tongue pokes out the corner of his mouth, the same expression Dylan gets when he's focused. The resemblance punches me in the gut. You want more garlic bread, baby? Dad offers from across the table, already reaching for the basket. Yes, please. Caden grabs another piece, sauce already smeared across his chin. Can we call Dad after dinner? To tell him about the dinosaurs in my show? My throat tightens. Maybe tomorrow, honey. It's getting late. But I haven't talked to him all day. Caden's fork clatters against his plate. He always answers his phone. He's probably just busy, Dad says, shooting me a look over Caden's head. Adults have lots of boring stuff to do sometimes. I force a smile. I'm sure he'll call tomorrow. You promise? Caden's blue eye lock onto mine, demanding truth in that uncanny way children have. I'll try calling him again after dinner, okay? The words feel like rocks in my throat. I've been avoiding Dylan's calls for days, and now that I finally want to talk, he's gone silent. Caden nods, satisfied for now, and dives back into his spaghetti. The sauce spatters his dinosaur t-shirt. Another gift from Dylan. A sharp knock at the door makes me jump, sending my fork clattering to the floor. I'll get it. Dad pushes back from the table, eyeing me with concern. My heart hammers against my ribs. Those men wouldn't come here, would they? To my father's house? With Caden inside. Stay here, I tell Caden, already moving to follow Dad. I recognize Tyler Johnson's tall frame in the doorway before I even reach the hall. The navy blue uniform, the official stance. But it's his expression that stops me cold. Grim, focused, the face of someone delivering bad news. Tyler. My voice comes out strange and thin. What's happened? Dad steps aside, letting Tyler enter. His eyes meet mine, and I know before he says a word. Maya. Tyler removes his hat, twisting it in his hands. It's Dylan. The world tilts sideways. I grab the wall for support. He's been shot. The words hang in the air like shattered glass. My knees threaten to buckle. Is he? I can't finish the question. Can't speak the possibility aloud. He's alive. Tyler's words release the breath trapped in my lungs. They've got him in surgery now to remove the bullet. It went through his shoulder, missed any major arteries. He lost a lot of blood, but they think he'll pull through. What happened? Dad asks, placing a steadying hand on my back. The sting operation. Tyler's jaw tightens. Dylan confronted the men who were threatening you and Caden. Things went sideways. He managed to disarm one of them, but not before taking a bullet. Those men, they're arrested? My voice shakes. Both in custody. Multiple charges: drug possession, extortion, assault with a deadly weapon. They won't be threatening anyone for a long time. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by rage. He should have waited for backup. He did what he thought he had to do to protect you and Caden. Tyler's voice softens. He kept saying your names before he lost consciousness, begging me to tell you they couldn't hurt Caden anymore. Hot tears spill down my cheeks. That stupid, reckless, brave idiot. Mom? Caden's small voice comes from behind me. Why are you crying? I whirl around, hastily wiping my eyes. It's okay, baby. Everything's okay. Caden's gaze shifts to Tyler. Recognition dawning. Are you my dad's friend? Tyler kneels to Caden's level. That's right, buddy. I am. Is Dad okay? Caden's voice wavers, too perceptive for his 6 years. I crouch beside him, gathering his small hands in mine. Dad got hurt helping some people. He's in the hospital, but the doctors are taking good care of him. Caden's eyes widen, filling with tears. Is he going to die? No, sweetheart. I pull him close, feeling his little heart hammering against mine. He's going to be okay, but he could probably use some visitors to cheer him up. Can we go now? Caden pulls back, already heading for the door. Right now? He's been asking for you both, Tyler says quietly, since they brought him in. I look at my son's determined face, then back at Tyler. We'll come right away. Dad squeezes my shoulder. I'll clean up here. You two go. Caden races to get his shoes while I stand frozen, trying to process everything. He really did it for you, you know. Tyler's voice breaks through my thoughts. He could have run, paid them off, but he wanted to end it permanently, so you and Caden would be safe. The anger I've been nursing dissolves, replaced by something I can't quite name. Fear, relief, and beneath it all, a stubborn, resilient love that refuses to die, no matter how hard I try to kill it. That stupid man, I whisper, tears flowing freely now. That stupid, brave man. Tyler bids us farewell with a solemn nod, promising to meet us at the hospital. I watch him walk away, my entire body numb with shock. The words "Dylan's been shot" echo in my head on an endless loop. Ready to go, sweetheart? Dad asks gently, his hand warm on my shoulder. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. My hands shake as I grab my purse from the counter, fumbling with my keys before dropping them entirely. Here, let me drive. Dad takes the keys from the floor. You're in no state. Caden, honey, grab your jacket. We need to go see Daddy. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, hollow and distant. Caden races to the door, his dinosaur backpack clutched to his chest. His eyes are wide with worry, but there's hope there too. The innocent belief that everything will be okay if he can just see his father. The three of us pile into Dad's old pickup truck, the familiar smell of engine grease and peppermint gum providing strange comfort as we pull away from the house. I stare out the window, watching streetlights blur through unshed tears. He'll be all right, Maya, Dad says, his weathered hand reaching across to squeeze mine. Dylan's a fighter. Always has been. I turn to face him, suddenly unable to contain the emotions thundering through me. What if he's not Dad? What if he... I can't finish the sentence, not with Caden in the back seat. He was protecting us, I whisper, realization dawning through my panic. Those men, the debt, the threats, he was trying to end it all for good. That doesn't surprise me, Dad replies, eyes fixed on the road ahead. That boy's been trying to prove himself worthy of you since he came back. I was so angry with him. The words catch in my throat. I told him to stay away from us. I said such horrible things. Dad glances at me, his eyes soft with understanding. We say things we don't mean when we're scared. Mom? Caden's small voice comes from the back seat. Is Dad going to be okay? I turn to meet his worried gaze, those blue eyes so like his father's. The doctors are taking good care of him, baby. They're doing everything they can. But you're crying. His observation cuts straight to my heart. I'm just worried, that's all. I wipe hastily at my cheeks. And sometimes grown-ups cry when they're worried about people they care about. You care about Dad? His question is so direct, so innocent. I meet my father's knowing gaze before answering. Yes, baby. I care about your dad very much. I knew it. Caden's face brightens momentarily before confusion clouds it again. But you said we were done with him. I was wrong, Caden. The admission comes easier than I expected. Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes too. Dad's hand finds mine again, squeezing gently. Your mother loves your father very much, he says, his voice steady and sure. She always has. The simple truth of his words washes over me. All the anger, all the hurt, all the fear. None of it ever changed what's been in my heart since I was 17 years old. I do, I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. God help me, I do. The realization doesn't shock me as much as I thought it would. Maybe I've always known. Maybe I've just been too scared to admit it, even to myself. We pull into the hospital parking lot, the emergency entrance lit up like a beacon in the night. My heart hammers against my ribs as Dad finds a spot and kills the engine. Whatever happens in there, Dad says, turning to face me fully. Remember, you're not alone. You've got me. You've got Caden. We'll get through this together. I nod, gathering my courage as I step out of the truck and help Caden down. His small hand finds mine, squeezing with surprising strength as we walk toward the entrance. The antiseptic smell hits me as soon as the automatic doors slide open, making my stomach churn. Hospitals have always unnerved me, but tonight the feeling is amplified by terror. Somewhere in this building, Dylan is fighting for his life because he tried to protect us. The same Dylan who left me pregnant and alone. The same Dylan who came back, determined to be better. The same Dylan who held our son like he was made of precious glass. Who looked at me like I hung the moon. Who stepped between danger and his family without hesitation. As we approach the information desk, I steel myself for whatever comes next. Because one truth rings clearer than all others. I'm still completely, hopelessly in love with Dylan Huntington. And I need the chance to tell him.
Chapter 24. Dylan. I float through darkness, voices drifting in and out like radio stations caught between frequencies. Pain pulses through my shoulder with each heartbeat, a dull throb that anchors me to consciousness when I'd rather slip away. Something warm wraps around my hand. Soft, familiar. My eyelids feel weighted with lead as I force them open. The harsh fluorescent lights stab my retinas, making me wince. White ceiling tiles swim into focus, then blur again. Hospital. I'm in a hospital. That's when I see her. Maya sits beside my bed, her fingers interlaced with mine. Dark circles shadow her eyes, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She's never looked more beautiful. You're awake. Her voice breaks on the last word, relief washing over her face. I try to speak, but my throat feels like I've swallowed sandpaper. Maya reaches for a cup of water, holds the straw to my lips. The cool liquid soothes my parched throat. Caden? It's the first word I manage to croak out. He's right there. Maya nods toward the small couch against the wall. Finally crashed about an hour ago. He refused to leave until he saw you open your eyes. I turned my head slightly, ignoring the pain that shoots through my shoulder. There's Caden, curled up like a cat, his dinosaur backpack serving as a makeshift pillow. My son, safe. The goons! My voice sounds like I've been gargling gravel. Both in custody. Maya's thumb traces circles on my palm. Tyler said they'll be going away for a very long time. Multiple charges. Relief floods through me, making my eyes sting with unexpected tears. It worked. They're safe now. My family is safe. Maya, Don't. She cuts me off, pressing her fingers to my lips. I'm the one who needs to talk first. Her eyes lock with mine, shimmering with unshed tears. She takes a deep breath, composing herself. I've been so goddamn angry with you. Her voice is low, mindful of Caden sleeping nearby. For leaving. For coming back. For bringing danger to our doorstep. She pauses, her hand tightening around mine. But mostly I've been angry because I never stopped loving you, and that terrified me. The monitor beside me beeps faster, betraying the effect her words have on my heart. I pushed you away because I was scared, she continues. Scared you'd leave again. Scared of feeling that kind of pain twice. But when Tyler told me you'd been shot, her voice breaks. I realized I'd rather risk getting hurt again than lose you forever. Maya... She shakes her head. I'm not finished. A tear slides down her cheek. You got shot protecting us. You risked your life to keep Caden safe, and all I could think about was how I'd told you to stay away. How I'd said those horrible things to you. You had every right. I was wrong. She lifts my hand to her lips, kissing my knuckles. I was so wrong, Dylan. We're a family. We face things together, not apart. That's what I should have done. My chest tightens with emotion. I want to pull her close, but the IV lines and bandages restrict my movement. I love you, I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. I never stopped. Not for one day. Maya's face crumples, tears falling freely now. She leans forward, pressing her forehead against mine. I love you too, you reckless idiot. Don't you ever scare me like that again. Her lips find mine, gentle at first, mindful of my injuries. But when I thread my good hand through her hair, pulling her closer, the kiss deepens with 6 years of longing, fear, and hope. Dad? We break apart at the small voice. Caden stands beside the bed, rubbing sleep from his eyes, his hair sticking up in all directions. Hey, buddy. My voice cracks with emotion. You're awake! His face lights up and he climbs onto the bed before Maya can stop him. His small body burrows against my good side. I knew you would wake up! I told Mom you would. Careful, Caden, Maya cautions, but I shake my head. It's okay. I wrap my arm around him, holding him close, breathing in the scent of his hair. My son. My family. I promised I'd teach you baseball, didn't I? Can't do that sleeping in a hospital. Caden nods solemnly against my chest. Mom was really scared, but I told her you're super strong. Smart kid. I press a kiss to the top of his head. Must get that from your mom. Maya sits on the edge of the bed, her hand finding mine again. The three of us together, finally. My heart feels too big for my chest, swelling with a joy so intense it almost hurts. Are you coming home with us when you get better? Caden asks, his sweet eyes wide with hope. I look at Maya, unsure how to answer. She smiles, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Yes, she says, squeezing my hand. Dad's coming home. We're going to be a family, all three of us. Caden whoops with joy, earning a gentle shushing from Maya and a wince from me as the movement jostles my shoulder. But I couldn't care less about the pain. Not now. Not when everything I've ever wanted is right here in this room. I promise I'll never leave again, I whisper, looking from Caden to Maya. Not ever. Maya leans down, kissing me again, her tears mingling with mine. You better not. We've lost too much time already. As Caden chatters excitedly about all the things we'll do together, and Maya's hand remains firmly wrapped around mine, I know with absolute certainty that getting shot was worth it. Every moment of pain, every drop of blood, it's only a small price to pay for this. For them, for the family I almost lost, and the future I never thought I'd have. Finally, I watch Maya gather Caden's backpack, her movements slow and tired after hours at my bedside. The fluorescent lights cast shadows under her eyes, highlighting the exhaustion etched into her face. Even so, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. We should let you rest, she says, her voice soft. The nurse said you need sleep for the healing process. Yeah, I know. I try to hide my disappointment. The thought of them leaving makes the hospital room feel colder already. Thanks for coming. For bringing him. Maya helps Caden into his dinosaur jacket, the one with little spikes running down the back. He yawns, rubbing his eyes with tiny fists. The past few hours have been a roller coaster for all of us, but especially for him. Dad, I don't want to go. Caden's bottom lip quivers as he climbs back onto the edge of my bed, careful to avoid the tubes and wires attached to me. What if you get lonely? I'll be okay, buddy. I ruffle his hair with my good hand. The nurses check on me every hour. Besides, you need to get some sleep in a real bed, not that uncomfortable chair. But I can stay, he protests, clinging to my hospital gown. I'm not even tired. The massive yawn that follows contradicts his claim, making both Maya and me smile. Tell you what, Maya says, gently prying his fingers loose. We'll come back first thing tomorrow. We can bring Dad some of those chocolate chip pancakes he likes from the diner. Caden's eyes light up. With extra whipped cream? Extra whipped cream, I confirm, feeling my heart swell. But only if you go home and get some sleep. Doctor's orders. He considers this bargain, then nods solemnly. Okay, but we come back super early. Deal. I'll hold out my pinky finger, and he wraps his around it, sealing our agreement. Maya helps him down from the bed, adjusting his backpack straps. Say goodnight to your dad. Instead of just saying goodnight, Caden carefully wraps his arms around my neck, burying his face against my good shoulder. I love you, Dad, he whispers, his breath warm against my skin. The words steal my breath. I blink rapidly, fighting back tears as I hold him close. I love you too, buddy, more than you know. When he pulls away, his little face is serious. Don't worry. I'll take care of Mom tonight. I know you will, champ. My voice cracks with emotion. You're the man of the house when I'm not there. Maya rolls her eyes but smiles. Come on, little protector. Let's let Dad rest. As they head for the door, panic surges through me. Maya! She turns, her hand on the doorknob. Yeah? Thanks for everything. Something softens in her expression. She hesitates, then walks back to my bedside while Caden waits by the door, playing with the zipper on his jacket. We'll be back tomorrow, she promises, her fingers gently brushing against mine. Try to actually sleep, okay? Don't spend all night watching that terrible hospital TV. Yes, ma'am. I capture her hand before she can pull away. I meant what I said earlier. All of it. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment I see past the walls she's built, past the hurt and anger, past the years of separation. I see the girl who used to look at me like I was her whole world. I know you did. She squeezes my hand, then releases it. Get some rest, Dylan. I watch them leave, Caden's excited chatter about tomorrow's pancakes fading as they disappear down the hallway. The door closes with a soft click, leaving me alone with the beeping machines and my thoughts. The pain in my shoulder throbs dully, muted by whatever they've got pumping through my IV. It's nothing compared to the ache in my chest at watching them walk away, even knowing they'll be back tomorrow. I lean back against the pillow, staring at the ceiling. For the first time in years, I feel something like peace settling over me. Not because the pain is gone. It isn't. Not because all our problems are solved. They're not. Because I finally understand what matters. They're safe. Those jerks can't hurt them anymore. And somehow, despite everything, Maya brought our son to see me. She stayed by my side. She let me hold her hand. It's a start. A chance. The thought carries me into sleep, dreams filled with chocolate chip pancakes and the sound of my son's laughter. For now, that's enough. More than enough. It's everything.
Chapter 25. Maya. For 7 days, Caden and I make the same trek to room 412. 7 days of hospital corridors that smell of disinfectant and bad coffee. 7 days of watching Dylan's face light up when we walk through the door. Dad, we brought you another drawing. Caden races ahead of me today, clutching his latest masterpiece, a crayon creation featuring what appears to be our family standing in front of a house. Let me see this work of art. Dylan shifts carefully against his pillows, looking stronger than yesterday. The color has returned to his face, and the nurses have removed most of the monitoring equipment. Only the fourth remains, delivering the last of his antibiotics. I hang back by the door, watching them together. Caden climbs onto the bed with practiced ease, settling into the spot that's become his over the past week. This is our house, Caden explains, pointing to the lopsided rectangle. And this is you, and Mom, and me. We're having a barbecue. Is that why I'm on fire? Dylan asks, squinting at the orange scribbles around his stick figure. That's the grill, Dad. Caden giggles, the sound bouncing off the sterile walls. You're cooking hot dogs. Makes more sense. Dylan ruffles our son's hair with his good hand. I was worried your mom might have set me on fire. I considered it, I say, finally approaching the bed. Multiple times. Dylan's eyes meet mine, and the smile he gives me makes my heart flutter like I'm 17 again. Morning, beautiful. Morning, reckless. I set the coffee carrier on his tray table and lean down to kiss his forehead. Brought you real coffee. Figured you earned it. You're an angel. He takes the cup, breathing in the steam with closed eyes. Hospital coffee tastes like dirty water filtered through a sock. Gross, Dad. Caden wrinkles his nose. A knock at the door interrupts us. Tyler steps in, looking more relaxed than I've seen him since this whole nightmare began. Tyler! Caden jumps down from the bed. Dad's coming home today. I heard. Tyler high-fives my son, then nods at Dylan. How's the shoulder? Better? Doctor says I'll need physical therapy, but no permanent damage. Dylan shifts, wincing slightly. What's the news? Tyler glances at Caden, then me. I recognize that look. Hey, baby, why don't you go see if the vending machine has those cookies you like? I hand Caden a few dollars. Just stay where I can see you from the doorway. Once Caden's safely occupied just outside the room, Tyler pulls up a chair. Damon and Vince are facing multiple felony charges: attempted murder, extortion, drug possession, illegal weapons. The DA's going for maximum sentences. Relief floods through me. So they're definitely going away for a long time. Life, most likely. Tyler looks grim but satisfied. They've got connections to bigger operations we're still unraveling. Their cooperation might reduce their sentences, but they're not getting out anytime soon. Dylan reaches for my hand, squeezing it tight. It's over, Maya. Really over. The DA wants statements from both of you, Tyler continues, but that can wait until you're stronger. I can give my statement today, I insist. The sooner this is behind us, the better. Dylan nods. and I want to get back to work on the foundation as soon as possible. The drunk driving prevention thing? Tyler asks. Yeah. Dylan's eyes take on that focused intensity I remember from when we were younger. This whole experience, it's shown me what matters. I spent years chasing thrills, numb to everything else. Jeremy died because of that lifestyle. I nearly lost Maya and Caden to it. The foundation isn't just about honoring Jeremy anymore. It's about preventing others from making the same mistakes that I made. Pride swells in my chest as I watch him speak. This isn't the reckless boy who left me. This is a man who's faced his demons and chosen a better path. I'm proud of you, I say softly, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Dylan looks surprised, then his expression softens. Yeah? Yeah. I lean forward and press my lips against his, no longer caring that Tyler's watching. The kiss is gentle but filled with promise. When I pull back, Dylan's eyes are wide, a half smile playing on his lips. What was that for? For becoming the man I always knew you could be. I run my thumb along his jawline. For protecting our family. For staying. Tyler clears his throat, looking embarrassed. I should probably check on those discharge papers. He stands, nodding at us both. Let me know if you need anything else. After he leaves, Dylan pulls me closer, careful of his injured shoulder. Did you mean that? About being proud of me? Every word. I sit on the edge of the bed, our fingers intertwined. You could have run when things got complicated. You could have paid them off and disappeared again, but you stayed and fought, not just for yourself, but for us. Through the doorway, I can see Caden chatting animatedly with a nurse, proudly showing off his cookies. Our son, safe because of Dylan's sacrifice. I'm all in this time, Maya, Dylan says, his voice low and serious. With you, with Caden, with building something real. I know I have to earn your trust back. I know it won't be easy, but I'm not going anywhere. I look into those blue eyes, the same ones that broke my heart, the same ones Caden inherited, and see nothing but sincerity. The walls I've built over 6 years are crumbling, and for once, I don't try to rebuild them. I believe you. The words feel like freedom. Now let's get you home. Our son has big plans for your first night back, involving pizza and a dinosaur movie marathon. Dylan's smile is brighter than the sterile hospital lights. Home, he repeats, like he's testing out the word. I like the sound of that. I help him gather his things as a nurse arrives with the wheelchair. Caden bounces back into the room, excitedly explaining the discharge process to his father as if he's become an expert over the past week. Watching them together, I finally let myself believe in second chances, in new beginnings, in the family we're building, stronger for having been broken. The hospital elevator doors open, and I guide Dylan's wheelchair onto the ground floor, trying not to bump into anyone as we navigate the busy corridor. He insists he can walk, but hospital policy demands the chair for discharge patients. Caden marches alongside us, carrying Dylan's small bag of belongings, like it contains precious treasure. Dad, when we get home, I'm going to help you with everything, Caden announces, his face serious with responsibility. I can get your water and your medicine and your pillows. And I can read you stories like you read to me when I'm sick. I catch the smile that spreads across Dylan's face, softening the tired lines around his eyes. Despite the pain I know he's in, he reaches out to ruffle Caden's hair with his good hand. That's really sweet, buddy. What would I do without my personal nurse? You'd be in big trouble, Caden says, nodding solemnly. We approach the automatic doors leading to the parking lot, and I can feel Dylan tense with anticipation. 7 days in this place has been enough to make anyone desperate for fresh air. The doors slide open, and Dylan takes a deep breath as sunlight washes over us. Freedom, he whispers, tilting his face toward the sky. Don't get too excited. I warn, wheeling him toward my truck. You've still got strict doctor's orders to follow. No heavy lifting, no driving, and physical therapy starts next week. Yes, ma'am. He glances up at me, that familiar spark returning to his blue eyes. Will there be sponge baths involved in my home care? I swat his good shoulder lightly. You wish. Caden looks between us, confused. What's a sponge bath? Nothing, we say in unison, and I feel heat rising to my ears. When we reach the truck, I set the brake on the wheelchair and help Dylan stand. He winces as he rises, his face momentarily pale with pain. You okay? I ask quietly, supporting his weight against me. Never better, he manages through gritted teeth. Caden hovers anxiously. Be careful with Dad, Mom. His shoulder's still broken. It's not broken, buddy, just a little banged up, Dylan assures him. The doctors fixed me right up. With some careful maneuvering, we get Dylan settled in the passenger seat. I fold the wheelchair and return it to a waiting orderly before climbing into the driver's side. Caden buckles himself into the back seat, leaning forward between us. Can we stop for ice cream on the way home? He asks hopefully. I check the time. It's not even noon, Caden. But Dad needs ice cream to feel better. It's science. Dylan laughs, then winces, holding his bandaged shoulder. The kid makes a compelling argument. I shake my head, unable to hide my smile as I start the engine. Fine. Ice cream it is. As we pull away from the hospital, I glance at Dylan. His eyes are closed, face turned toward the sun streaming through the window. The bruising around his jaw has faded to a sickly yellow-green, but he still looks handsome to me. Too handsome for someone who took a bullet less than a week ago. We drive in comfortable silence for a while, interrupted only by Caden's excited chatter about which ice cream flavor will help his dad heal fastest. When we pull into the parking lot of my small apartment, Dylan looks surprised. I thought we were going to your dad's place. I put the truck in park and turned to face him. I figured you'd be more comfortable here. Your stuff is already in my room. His eyebrows shoot up. My stuff? Tyler brought some clothes from your hotel. I fidget with the keys in my lap. I took time off work to help you recover. The smile that spreads across his face makes my heart skip. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. I meet his gaze steadily. You took a bullet protecting our family. The least I can do is make sure you don't pull your stitches trying to make your own coffee. Thank you, he says simply, but his eyes tell me he understands how much this means, that I'm letting him into our home, our lives. Caden unbuckles himself and practically bounces with excitement. I cleaned my room, Dad, and I picked out all the best dinosaur movies for us to watch. Can't wait, buddy, Dylan says, his voice thick with emotion. Getting Dylan inside is a slow process. He refuses the wheelchair I borrowed from the hospital, insisting on walking with just my help. Each step is careful, measured. I can feel the tension in his body as he fights against the pain, determined not to show weakness in front of Caden. When we finally make it to the bedroom, freshly cleaned, with new sheets, and the window open to let in the breeze, Dylan sinks onto the edge of the bed with a barely suppressed groan. You should rest, I tell him, adjusting a pillow behind his back. I'm fine, he insists, but the pallor of his skin tells a different story. Caden rushes in with a glass of water and Dylan's medication, his small face serious with concentration as he carries them carefully. Here, Dad. Mom showed me which pills you need. The blue one is for pain, and the white one is for infection, I supply, touched by his eagerness to help. Yeah, that. Caden hands the glass to Dylan with exaggerated care. I didn't spill any. Thanks, champ. Dylan takes the pills, swallowing them with a grimace. Best nurse in the business. Caden beams with pride, then climbs onto the bed beside Dylan, careful to stay on his good side. I'm gonna take care of everything. You just have to rest. Dylan's arm circles around Caden, drawing him close. I'm pretty lucky to have you, huh? Yup. Caden nods seriously. And Mom, too. She's been really worried about you. She cried in the kitchen when she thought I was asleep. My jaw goes slack as Dylan's eyes find mine. Is that right? Caden, I say, why don't you go set up that dinosaur movie you wanted to show Dad? We'll be right there. Once Caden scampers off, I sit beside Dylan on the bed, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from him but not touching. Thank you, Dylan says softly, for letting me stay here, for taking time off work, he gestures between us, for giving us another chance. I take his hand, intertwining our fingers. We've wasted enough time apart, don't you think? His eyes, those same blue eyes that once broke my heart, now fill with a hope so raw it takes my breath away. More than enough.
Chapter 26. Dylan. I wake to the sensation of tiny fingers poking my cheek, like a persistent little woodpecker trying to get my attention. When I open my eyes, Caden's face hovers inches from mine, his blue eyes wide with excitement and framed by those impossibly long lashes. His light brown skin has a healthy glow in the morning sunlight streaming through the half-open blinds. "Dad! You're awake!" Mom said not to wake you, but I didn't poke hard. He demonstrates with another gentle jab to my face, his expression so earnest it's impossible to be annoyed. "Morning, buddy." My voice is rough with sleep, like sandpaper dragging across concrete. The pain in my shoulder has dulled to a persistent ache after a month of healing. It's manageable with just over-the-counter meds now, though it still barks at me when I move too quickly. "What time is it?" "Almost 9. Mom's making pancakes. The chocolate chip kind." He bounces again, causing the mattress to dip and sway. His enthusiasm is contagious, even at this ungodly hour for a Saturday. The kid's energy is relentless, like a wind-up toy that never stops. I inhale deeply, catching the sweet scent of breakfast and coffee drifting from the kitchen. The aroma is intoxicating. Chocolate, butter, and that distinct coffee smell that Maya somehow brews to perfection. "Smells amazing." Caden bounces more vigorously on the mattress, making my injured shoulder protest. His wild black hair sticks up in all directions, reminding me of myself at his age, untamable and full of life. "Grandma and Grandpa are coming today. Mom says they're your parents, and they want to see you." His expression shifts to something more serious, almost contemplative, an adult look on his young face. The past month has been nothing short of miraculous. Waking up beside Maya every morning, helping Caden with his homework, learning our son's routines, his likes and dislikes, catching up on 6 years of fatherhood in concentrated doses. The foundation plans are moving forward, too, a purpose beyond myself that feels right. "Come eat before it gets cold," Maya calls from the kitchen. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, noting how much easier movement has become. Physical therapy is working wonders. Caden grabs my hand, tugging me toward the door. "Can we go to the park after breakfast? You said maybe when your shoulder felt better." "We'll see what Mom says. We've got visitors coming, remember?" In the kitchen, Maya stands at the stove in sleep shorts and one of my t-shirts, flipping pancakes. Her curly hair is piled messily on top of her head, and she's never looked more beautiful. "Morning, gorgeous." I wrap my good arm around her waist, pressing a kiss to her neck. "Gross," Caden announces, climbing onto his chair. Maya turns in my arms, studying my face. "Sleep okay? No pain? Better every day?" I steal a quick kiss, especially with you as my nurse. She rolls her eyes but smiles. "Your parents will be here at 11. Your mom called twice to confirm. Of course she did. I grab plates from the cabinet. Setting the table one-handed has become one of my new skills. Breakfast is chaotic and perfect. Caden chatters non-stop about school and dinosaurs while Maya and I exchange glances over our coffee mugs. We're still learning this dance, being parents together, being partners again. But it feels right. Like coming home after being lost for years. After breakfast, Maya shoos me toward the shower. Get dressed. Your parents haven't seen you since before the hospital. They'll just have to take me as I am. But I go anyway, knowing how much this means to her. Standing under the hot spray, I marvel at how much has changed. A month ago, I was bleeding out in a parking lot, certain I'd lost everything. Now I have a family, a home, a purpose. By the time the doorbell rings, I'm dressed in clean jeans and a button-up shirt, hair still damp from the shower. Caden races to answer it, but Maya intercepts him. Let me check who it is first, baby. I hang back, suddenly nervous. It's rough, having to grapple with the fact that they're going to be disappointed in me for what happened. But despite all the nonsense I've managed to get into over the years, they still love me. Dylan! My mother enters first, looking perfectly put together as always in designer clothes that seem excessive for a casual visit. Her eyes widen at the sight of my arm in a sling. You look terrible. Thanks, Mom. Good to see you too. She crosses the room and hugs me carefully, her expensive perfume enveloping me. We've been so worried. My father follows, standing awkwardly in the doorway until Maya ushers him in. He's wearing an expensive tailored suit that makes him look out of place in our modest apartment. His silver-flecked hair is perfectly combed, and his face bears that familiar expression of disappointment mixed with concern that I've seen 1,000 times before. He nods at me, eyes clinically assessing my injuries, cataloging every bruise and bandage. Son, Dad, let's talk. He gestures to the balcony with a stiff jerk of his chin, already turning without waiting for my response. Classic Richard Huntington, always expecting everyone to follow his lead. Outside, the November air is crisp, biting at my skin through my thin shirt. Freezing, but I'd rather endure the cold than show any discomfort in front of him. My father looks out over the modest neighborhood, hands shoved deep in his pockets, jaw clenched tight. So, you got shot. He says it like he's commenting on me getting a parking ticket, but I can hear the strain beneath his controlled tone. Yep. I match his brevity, not giving him an inch. These men, Damon and Vince, they were after you because of gambling debts. His voice hardens on their names like he's filing them away for future reference. Knowing my father, he probably is. I lean against the railing, ignoring the twinge of pain that shoots through my injured arm. Yes, from my time in California. I don't elaborate on just how deep I'd gotten, how many nights I'd spent at tables betting everything I had and then some. He sighs heavily, shoulders dropping just slightly, the only sign that this conversation is affecting him at all. You could have come to us, Dylan. We would have helped. There's hurt there, buried beneath layers of Huntington pride and stoicism. The unspoken accusation hangs between us. You should have trusted us. You should have trusted me. That's not who I want to be anymore, Dad. I don't want to be the kid who runs to his parents every time he screws up. So instead, you orchestrated some half-baked sting operation and nearly got yourself killed. His voice rises slightly. Do you have any idea what that would have done to your mother? To us? I was thinking about protecting my family. I gesture toward the apartment where Maya and Caden are showing my mother around. They were threatening my son. He falls silent, jaw working. Finally, he nods. I understand that instinct, but there were safer ways to handle it. Maybe. But I'm not that person anymore, the one who takes the easy way out. My father studies me, really looks at me for what feels like the first time in years. No, I suppose you're not. A hint of pride flickers in his eyes. Tell me about the progress with the foundation. We talk for nearly half an hour, my father asking surprisingly insightful questions about Jeremy's promise, my vision for drunk driving prevention programs in schools and communities. By the time we head back inside, something has shifted between us. In the living room, Caden is showing my mother his dinosaur collection, while Maya watches from the kitchen, a soft smile on her face. Dylan was just telling me about the foundation, my father announces. Jeremy's promise. My mother looks up, her hand resting on Caden's head. It sounds wonderful, sweetheart. Using your experience to help others. That's the plan. I sit beside Maya on the sofa. Though funding is the challenge right now, some donors have been easier to sway than others. My parents exchange a glance. My father clears his throat. Your mother and I have discussed it. We'd like to help. Dad, not alone, he interrupts. An investment in something worthwhile. We'd like to pledge $10 million to get Jeremy's promise off the ground. The room goes silent. I stare at them, certain I've misheard. 10 million? We believe in what you're doing, my mother says simply, and we're proud of the man you've become. Maya's hand finds mine, squeezing tight. I swallow hard against the sudden lump in my throat. I don't know what to say. Say yes, my father suggests with a rare smile, and then tell us more about our grandson. We have 6 years to catch up on. The rest of the day passes in a blur of conversation and laughter. My parents with Caden, Maya's hand in mine, the future stretching before us, bright with possibility. That night, after my parents leave and Caden is tucked into bed, Maya and I stand on the balcony, her head resting against my good shoulder. $10 million, she whispers. I still can't believe it. Me neither. I press a kiss to her temple. But it's not the most valuable thing I've gained recently. She looks up at me, eyes questioning. You, Caden, this family we're building. I cup her face in my hand. I trade all the money in the world for what we have right here. Careful, she teases. I might hold you to that. As her lips meet mine under the night sky, I know with absolute certainty that I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. The reckless boy who left is gone. In his place stands a man ready to be the father, partner and person his family deserves. And that, more than anything, feels like winning the jackpot.
Chapter 27. Maya. I can't help grinning as I pull into the parking lot of my dad's shop. The newly painted sign gleams in the morning sunlight. Summers Auto Repair, with fresh lettering and our updated logo. The building itself looks transformed with its new siding and expanded garage bays. Even the parking lot has been repaved, not a pothole in sight. Dad stands in the doorway, wiping his hands on a shop rag. His eyes widen as I step out of my truck, carrying a large cardboard box. What's all this? He looks suspicious, but I catch the hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just a few things for the shop, I say casually, trying to contain my excitement. Can you give me a hand? He takes the box, peering inside at the new diagnostic equipment we've needed for years, but could never afford. Maya, what? There's more in the truck. For the next 20 minutes, we unload box after box, top-of-the-line tools, new computer systems, parts inventory, safety equipment. With each item, my father's expression shifts from confusion to disbelief. This must have cost a fortune, he says finally, standing amid the pile of boxes. We can't afford all this. I pull out a folder from my bag and hand it to him. Actually, we can. The shop has some new investors. Dad flips through the paperwork, his weathered hands trembling slightly. Dylan did this? Dylan and his parents, I clarify. $10 million for the foundation, and a portion for us. For the shop. They believe in what we're doing here. $10 million. He whispers it like a prayer, sitting heavily on a nearby stool. And they're giving us some of it? For the shop? Well, technically, they're investing in us. But yeah, I can't keep the smile off my face. We can hire those 2 full-time mechanics you've been talking about. Get all the equipment we need. You won't have to work 60-hour weeks anymore. Dad looks around at the boxes, then back at me. His eyes shine with unshed tears. I don't know what to say. Say you'll finally take Sundays off? Maybe go fishing once in a while? Stop working yourself to death? He laughs, shaking his head. I might just do that. I start unpacking one of the boxes, pulling out the new diagnostic computer we've needed for years. I've already placed ads for the mechanics. We should start interviews next week. Dad comes to stand beside me, his arm wrapping around my shoulders. You see, he says softly. I told you Dylan was a good man. Yeah. I bumped my hip against his. You were right. About damn time you admitted it. He squeezes me tight, then releases me to examine the new equipment. This is top-of-the-line stuff. Only the best for Summer's auto repair. We work side by side, unpacking and organizing, falling into the comfortable rhythm we've perfected over the years. Dad tells me stories about when the shop first opened, how he and my mom worked together to build it from nothing. She would be so proud of you, he says during a break, both of us sitting on stools with coffee mugs in hand. So proud of what you've accomplished, of the mother you've become. I swallow against the sudden lump in my throat. I hope so. I know so. He takes a sip of his coffee, eyes thoughtful. We've all come a long way, haven't we? You, me, even Dylan. Especially Dylan, I agree. I never thought I'd see him change so much. People can surprise you. Dad puts his mug down and looks at me directly. When your mother died, I thought my life was over. I couldn't imagine moving forward without her. But I had you to think about. Dad, let me finish. He takes my hand in his. Having you to care for saved me, made me stronger. And now I see the same thing with Dylan. Caden saved him. You saved him. Love did that. I squeeze his hand, remembering all the late nights, the tough conversations, the years of him raising me alone while keeping this shop afloat. We saved each other. That's how family works. He stands, pulling me into a bear hug. I'm proud of you, Maya. So damn proud. We cling to each other for a long moment, both of us a little misty-eyed when we finally pull apart. Dad clears his throat, gesturing around at the boxes. So, should we finish setting up this fancy new equipment? Show these young mechanics we're hiring that the old man still knows a thing or two? I laugh, wiping my eyes. Race you to it. As we work together, I think about the journey that brought us here, the heartbreak and struggle, the long nights wondering how I'd make ends meet, the fear that I wasn't enough for Caden. Now I have Dylan back, the real Dylan, not the reckless boy who left, but the man who was always hiding beneath the surface. We have a future together, one that includes this shop, our son, and the foundation that will honor Jeremy's memory while helping others avoid the same mistakes. Looking at my dad's smile as he tinkers with the new diagnostic machine, I feel a profound sense of gratitude wash over me. We've all come such a long way, from hurt and uncertainty to this moment of possibility and hope. Hey, Dad, I call across the garage. He looks up, eyebrows raised. Yeah? I love you. His face softens, eyes crinkling at the corners. Love you too, kiddo. Always have, always will. After finishing unpacking the new equipment, I sit at my desk, fingers flying over the keyboard as I craft the perfect ad for our shop. With Dylan's investment, We can finally offer what we've always dreamed of: competitive wages, health insurance, paid time off. Things that seemed impossible just months ago. Experienced automotive technician, I type, smiling to myself. Competitive salary starting at $28 per hour, plus comprehensive benefits package, including health insurance, 401k matching, and paid vacation. Dad peers over my shoulder, whistling low. Never thought I'd see the day we could afford all that. Me either. I lean back in my chair, admiring the professional-looking ad with our new logo at the top. But with the expansion and new equipment, we need top talent. And now we can afford it. Dad squeezes my shoulder before heading back to the garage, a new spring in his step that wasn't there before the investment. I finish the ad, adding details about our newly renovated facility and family-friendly work environment. After uploading it to several job sites, I check the time. Dylan should be in his meeting with the potential donor for the foundation by now. The thought makes my chest tighten with pride. My phone chimes with a text from him. Meeting going great. Mr. Wilson loves the prevention program for high schools. Might double his donation. I tap out a quick reply. That's amazing. So proud of you. Caden wants to know if we're still on for movies tonight. His response comes seconds later. Wouldn't miss it. Tell the little dinosaur expert I've got a surprise for him. A warm feeling spreads through me as I set down my phone. Not too long ago, I was terrified of letting Dylan back into our lives. Now I can't imagine our family without him. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 28. Dylan. I placed the framed photo of Jeremy and me on my desk, adjusting it slightly so the sunlight doesn't create a glare on the glass. We're both grinning like idiots in our football jerseys, arms slung around each other's shoulders after winning the state championship. God, we were just kids then, 18 and invincible, with the whole world ahead of us. Well, buddy, I murmur, tapping the frame. What do you think of all this? The office still smells of fresh paint and new furniture. The sign on the door reads, Dylan Huntington, Executive Director, in sleek, professional lettering. Jeremy's Promise has its own building now, with 3 full-time staff members and a growing roster of volunteers. I unwrap another frame from the box. Caden's school photo. His smile is pure sunshine, missing front tooth and all. My chest tightens every time I look at him, this amazing little person who's half me, half Maya, and somehow entirely his own force of nature. Next comes a candid shot of Maya bent over the engine of a Toyota, hair pulled back, focused expression on her face. Tyler snapped it during a barbecue last month at my parents' mansion when she was showing Dad how to properly check the oil in his new car. She'd kill me if she knew I had it framed for my office, but there's something about that image, her strength, her competence, her beauty, that captures everything I love about her. You always said she was the one, I tell Jeremy's photo as I arrange the frames on my desk. Even when I was being a stubborn jerk, you kept saying, "Man, you're gonna regret letting that girl go." The silence that follows isn't empty. It's filled with memories. Jeremy laughing, Jeremy giving me crap about my latest screw-up, Jeremy pushing me to be better. To want more for myself than just the next thrill. You were right. I straighten his frame. About everything. My hand drifts to my pocket, feeling the small velvet box that's been burning a hole there for the past week. The princess-cut diamond catches the light when I open it, sparkling with promise. 3 carats, platinum band, exactly what Maya deserves. Not that she cares about any of that, she'd probably be happier with a socket wrench set. But I want to do this right. The foundation is thriving, the mechanic shop is expanding, Caden is flourishing with both parents in his life. Everything is falling into place except for one final piece. Should have done this 6 years ago, I tell Jeremy's grinning face. Could have saved us all a lot of heartache. My phone buzzes with a text from Maya. Just picked up Caden. We'll meet you at the restaurant at 7. Don't be late. I snap a picture of my organized desk and send it back. Look at me being all responsible. See you at 7. Love you both. The day passes by in a blur of organizing, filing documents, and decorating. Then, I'm off to the restaurant in a hurry, ready to make Maya Summers into Maya Huntington once and for all. The small restaurant is Maya's favorite, casual enough for Caden, but nice enough for a special occasion. The ring box feels heavy in my jacket pocket as I pace outside, waiting for them to arrive. Every scenario I've imagined for this moment seems inadequate. How do you put into words what it means to get a second chance at the life you almost threw away? A familiar truck pulls into the parking lot. Caden spots me first, his face lighting up as he waves frantically through the window. Maya parks and he's out like a shot, racing toward me at full speed. Dad! Dad! I got an A on my science project. I scoop him up with my good arm, his little body warm against mine. That's awesome, buddy! I knew you would. Maya approaches more slowly, beautiful in a simple dress that makes her eyes shine. She kisses me quickly, her hand lingering on my cheek. How was your day? Good. Productive. I set Caden down, but keep hold of his hand. Got the office set up. Had that meeting with the school board about implementing our program district-wide. And? Her eyebrows raise expectantly. They're in. All 12 high schools starting next semester. Her smile is radiant. I'm so proud of you. 3 simple words, but they hit me square in the chest. After years of disappointment and wasted potential, hearing Maya say she's proud of me feels better than any high I've ever chased. Can we eat now? Caden tugs on my hand. I'm starving. You're always starving, Maya laughs, ruffling his hair. Let's go in. Dinner passes in a blur of good food and conversation. Caden dominates the discussion with detailed accounts of his winning science project and playground politics. Maya talks about the new mechanic she's interviewing next week for the shop. I share updates on the foundation's growth. We're a family, a real family. The thought hits me with such force that I almost pull out the ring right then and there. But no, I have a plan. After dinner, the 3 of us are going for ice cream at the park, where Maya and I first spoke for the first time. That's where I'll ask her, with Caden as my wingman. He's been practicing his part all week, eager to help with what he calls our special secret mission. The weight of the ring in my pocket reminds me of everything at stake. My second chance. Our future together. The family we've built, despite all odds. Jeremy was right. He always knew Maya was the love of my life, even when I was too reckless and blind to see it. And tonight, I'm finally going to make it official. Ready for ice cream? I ask as the waiter clears our plates. Caden bounces in his seat. Yes. And then the special secret, right, Dad? Maya raises an eyebrow. Special secret? I wink at my son. That's right, buddy. The special secret. Outside the restaurant, Caden is bursting at the seams with excitement as he leads the way to the ice cream shop. Come on, slowpokes. I want a chocolate volcano with extra sprinkles. I glance at Maya, squeezing her hand. You created a monster with that chocolate volcano thing. Oh no, that's all you! She bumps her shoulder against mine playfully. Remember who introduced him to the concept of extra everything on ice cream? The evening air is perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. Just right for what I have planned. My heart pounds against my ribs as we approach the small park where Maya and I first talked all those years ago. The same park where I now intend to ask her to be my wife. Dad! Hurry up! Caden's already at the counter, standing on tiptoes to see all the flavors. I'm coming, buddy. I wink at Maya. Gotta conserve my energy for important things. She raises an eyebrow. Like what? You'll see. Inside the shop, Caden orders his chocolate volcano. 3 scoops of different chocolate ice creams with hot fudge erupting down the sides and, of course, a mountain of sprinkles. Maya gets a simple scoop of mint chip. I go for Rocky Road, remembering how we used to share this flavor on dates. Let's eat at the park, I suggest casually as we exit the shop. It's a nice night. Caden sprints ahead again, careful not to spill his ice cream mountain. I feel the small velvet box in my pocket, making sure it's still there for the 1000th time today. You okay? Maya asks, noticing my nervous fidgeting. Your shoulder bothering you? Never better, I assure her, leading her toward the old oak tree where we first talked. Just thinking about how lucky I am. We sit on a bench near the playground, watching Caden devour his ice cream while occasionally running to the slide or the monkey bars. The setting sun casts everything in a golden glow, making Maya's skin luminous. Hey, buddy, I call to Caden when he approaches for another bite. Remember our special mission? His eyes widen, and he nods enthusiastically, dropping his nearly empty ice cream cup on the bench. Now? Now. Caden races to his backpack, unzipping it with chocolate-covered fingers. He pulls out a small, slightly wrinkled paper. My heart swells as I watch him smooth it out carefully before bringing it to Maya. Mommy, this is for you. He hands her the drawing with ceremonial gravity. Maya takes it, looking confused, but amused. What's this, baby? It's our family, Caden explains, pointing at the crayon figures. That's me, and that's Dad, and that's you. And see what Dad's doing? Maya studies the drawing, her expression softening. In Caden's artwork, my stick figure is down on one knee, holding what looks like a square with a circle on top toward Maya's stick figure. What is Dad doing? She asks, her voice suddenly quiet. This, Caden announces with dramatic flair, pointing at me. I drop to one knee in front of her, pulling the velvet box from my pocket. Maya's hand flies to her mouth, eyes widening. Maya Summers, I say, my voice surprisingly steady despite my pounding heart. I've loved you since we were kids. I wasted years running from that love, but I'm done running. You and Caden are my heart, my home, my everything. I open the box, revealing the princess-cut diamond ring that took 3 jewelers to find. Will you marry me? Make our family official. Let me spend the rest of my life showing you how much I love you. Tears fill Maya's eyes as she looks from the ring to my face. Dylan... Say yes, Mommy! Caden bounces beside us, chocolate ice cream forgotten. Say yes! A smile breaks across Maya's face, radiant and beautiful. Yes, she whispers, then louder. Yes. I slide the ring onto her finger with shaking hands, then pull her into my arms. Our lips meet in a kiss that feels like coming home and starting an adventure all at once. Caden throws his arms around both of us, squeezing tight. We're gonna be a real family forever now, he shouts, jumping up and down. I lift him up with my good arm, bringing him into our embrace. That's right, buddy. Forever. Maya touches her forehead to mine, her eyes shining with tears and joy. I love you, Dylan Huntington. I love you too, future Mrs. Huntington. Caden wiggles between us, his face sticky with ice cream and pure happiness. Does this mean Dad's gonna live with us forever and ever? Forever and ever, Maya confirms, kissing his forehead. As the three of us stand there, wrapped in each other's arms under the oak tree where it all began, I know that no race, no gamble, no thrill could ever compare to this moment. This perfect, complete happiness of finally being exactly where I belong.
Chapter 29. Maya. I smoothed down my dress for the 100th time, checking my reflection in the glass doors of the hotel ballroom. The emerald cocktail dress hugs my curves in all the right places, a far cry from my usual jeans and work shirts. The princess-cut diamond on my finger catches the light, still unfamiliar but perfect. "Mom, you look pretty," Caden says, tugging at his little bow tie. He looks adorable in his miniature suit, though he's been fidgeting with the collar since we put it on him. "And you look very handsome." I kneel to straighten his tie. "Remember what we talked about? This is a very important night for Dad." "I know. It's for Jeremy's promise." His face turns serious. "To help people not drive drunk." My heart squeezes. At 6, Caden understands more than we give him credit for. "That's right, baby." The ballroom doors open, and Dylan appears, looking devastatingly handsome in his tailored suit. His eyes find mine immediately, lighting up with that look that still makes my stomach flip. There are my two favorite people. He kisses me quickly, then high-fives Caden. "Ready to go in?" The sharks are circling. "Sharks?" Caden's eyes widen. Dylan laughs. "Just an expression, buddy. They're just people with a lot of money who might help us build something amazing." The ballroom takes my breath away. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over dozens of elegantly set tables. A stage dominates the front, with a massive screen displaying the foundation's logo, Jeremy's promise, with silhouettes of two young men, one with his arm around the other's shoulder. "Dylan, this is incredible." I squeeze his hand. "Couldn't have done it without you." He kisses my temple, his voice dropping low. "Any of it." We're immediately surrounded by people in expensive clothes, all wanting a piece of Dylan's attention. I recognize his parents across the room, holding court with what looks like half the city's elite. "Mr. Huntington, the caterers need your approval on the timing for dinner service." A harried event coordinator appears at Dylan's elbow. "I'll be right there." He turns to me. "Will you two be okay for a minute?" "We'll be fine," I assure him. "Go handle your business." As Dylan disappears into the crowd, I take Caden's hand, and we make our way around the perimeter of the room. I overhear snippets of conversation, most about Dylan's remarkable transformation and inspiring vision. Maya Summers, or should I say, future Mrs. Huntington. I turn to find an older woman draped in diamonds, martini in hand. I recognize her as one of the Huntington social circle. "Still Summers for now," I say with a polite smile. "The wedding's not until spring." "Well, aren't you lucky?" Her eyes drift to Caden, assessing. "And this must be the little boy we've heard so much about." "I'm Caden," he announces proudly. "Dad's making a foundation to help people." Her expression softens. "Yes, he certainly is. Your father is doing something very special tonight." More people join us, all curious about the woman who tamed Dylan Huntington. I answer their questions as graciously as possible, though some border on intrusive. Through it all, Caden stands quietly beside me, taking everything in with those observant blue eyes so like his father's. The lights dim, signaling dinner is about to begin. We find our table at the front, where Dylan's parents are already seated alongside Tyler and several major donors. "There you are," Mrs. Huntington says, patting the seat beside her. Caden, come sit by Grandma. Dylan joins us just as the first course arrives, looking slightly frazzled but exhilarated. Everything's on track, he whispers to me. Full house, over $2 million in pledges already. I lean into him, overwhelmed with pride. I knew you could do this. Dinner passes in a blur of excellent food and polite conversation. I catch Caden's stifling yawns, though he's trying his best to be on his best behavior. Just as dessert is served, the lights dim further, and a spotlight illuminates the stage. Dylan squeezes my hand, then stands and makes his way to the podium. The room falls silent. Good evening, he begins, his voice steady and confident. Thank you all for being here tonight. Some of you have known me my entire life, others are meeting me for the first time, but all of you are here because you believe in second chances. He pauses, scanning the crowd. When his eyes find mine, he smiles. About a year ago, I lost my best friend, Jeremy Wilson. We were 25, invincible, and incredibly stupid. A sad laugh ripples through the audience. We both loved fast cars, and we both were reckless. While I didn't drink that night, I was still incredibly stupid. I was careless, which led to me losing control of the vehicle on that rainy night. Dylan's voice cracks slightly. I feel my own eyes filling with tears. The crash should have killed us both. Instead, it only took Jeremy. I walked away with some bruises and the weight of what I'd done. How my stupidity and my ignorance ended up taking away my wonderful best friend. For years, I chased every thrill I could find. Street racing, gambling, anything to feel something besides guilt. But it never worked. The emptiness just grew. Dylan steps away from the podium, moving to the center of the stage. Behind him, photos of Jeremy appear on the screen. Jeremy laughing, Jeremy at football practice, Jeremy and Dylan together since they were in high school. Coming back home was the hardest thing I've ever done. Facing the consequences of my actions, seeing the pain I'd caused. His voice softens. Meeting my son for the first time. Tears slide freely down my cheeks now. Mrs. Huntington reaches over to squeeze my hand. Jeremy should be here tonight. He should be 26 years old with his whole life ahead of him. But he's not, because of one stupid decision we both made. Dylan pauses, composing himself. We can't bring Jeremy back, but we can prevent other families from experiencing a similar loss. A loss that can be prevented if people can learn about how costly one bad mistake can be. That's what Jeremy's promise is about. Education, prevention, especially when it comes to drunk driving and alcoholism, which were two things we both struggled with in the past. He outlines the Foundation's programs: high school outreach, support groups for victims' families, partnership with ride-sharing services to provide free transportation from bars and parties. Every young person thinks they're invincible. I know I did. Our job is to show them they're not before they learn it the hard way. By now, there's hardly a dry eye in the room. Even Caden seems transfixed by his father's words. I don't deserve a second chance, but I got one anyway. Dylan's eyes lock with mine. A beautiful, brave woman gave me the opportunity to be the man I should have been all along. A father, a partner, someone worthy of the love I'd thrown away. I press my lips together, trying to contain the sob building in my chest. In honor of Jeremy, and for my son who will never meet his Uncle Jeremy, I'm committed to making this foundation a force for change. With your help, we can save lives. We can prevent other families from experiencing the loss the Wilsons have endured. The Wilsons, Jeremy's parents, stand from their table, tear-streaked but smiling with pride. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for believing in Jeremy's promise, and thank you for believing in me. The applause is deafening as Dylan leaves the stage. Caden jumps up, clapping wildly and shouting, That's my dad. When Dylan returns to our table, his eyes are red-rimmed, but he's smiling. I stand to meet him, words failing me as I wrap my arms around him. I love you, I whisper against his neck. I'm so proud of you. He holds me tight, his heart hammering against mine. Thank you for my second chance. The rest of the evening passes in a whirlwind. People line up to pledge donations, to share their own stories, to shake Dylan's hand. Through it all, he keeps Caden and me close, introducing us to everyone as my family, my heart. By the time we leave, Caden is asleep on Dylan's shoulder, and the foundation has secured over $5 million in donations. You did it? I tell him as we walk to the car. You absolutely did it. Dylan looks down at our sleeping son, then back at me, his eyes shining with tears and triumph. No, Maya. We did it together. You and me. The way it was always meant to be.
Chapter 30. Dylan. The morning sun streams through the high windows of our new home, casting golden light across the marble countertops. I pause in the doorway of our kitchen, taking in the view. 3 months ago, this place was just another mansion in Eagle Point's exclusive neighborhood. Now it's home. Maya stands with her back to me, humming softly while stirring something in a tall glass. Her silk pajama shorts hug her curves, and her tank top rides up just enough to reveal a sliver of skin at her lower back. Even after all this time, the sight of her makes my heart race. Morning, I say, crossing the kitchen to wrap my arms around her waist. I press a kiss to her neck, breathing in her familiar scent. Caden, get off to school, okay? She leans back against me but doesn't stop stirring her concoction. The bus picked him up 10 minutes ago. He was so excited about his field trip to the science museum he barely ate breakfast. I peer over her shoulder at the strange greenish-brown liquid in her glass. What the hell is that? Spinach, banana, and peanut butter smoothie. She takes a sip and makes a face, with a splash of pickle juice. Pickle juice? I back away, hands raised. You feeling okay? Maya turns to face me, biting her lower lip. There's something in her expression, a mixture of nervousness and excitement, that sends my pulse skyrocketing. I've been having these weird cravings the past couple weeks. She sets the glass down on the counter, and I'm late. My brain short-circuits for a moment. Late for what? She raises an eyebrow, waiting. Oh, the realization hits me like a freight train. Do you think... I took a test this morning after I dropped Caden off. Her face breaks into a radiant smile. We're pregnant, Dylan. The world stops spinning. In that suspended moment, everything crystallizes into perfect clarity. I'm going to be a father again. We're having a baby. Our baby. Goddamn! I whisper, then louder. Goddamn! I lift Maya off her feet, spinning her around the kitchen as she laughs. When I set her down, I cup her face in my hands, searching her eyes. You're happy? She asks, though she must see the answer written all over my face. Happy doesn't begin to cover it. My voice catches. I'm ecstatic. I get to do this right from the beginning this time. With you. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. No running away? No freaking out? The only place I'm running is to the store for whatever bizarre cravings you send me after at 3 a.m. I press my forehead against hers. I'm all in, Maya. Always have been, even when I was too stupid to realize it. She winds her arms around my neck, her body flush against mine. I love you. I love you more. I capture her lips in a kiss that starts gentle, but quickly turns heated. My hands slide down her back to grip her hips, pulling her closer. Maya breaks the kiss, breathless. Caden's at school all day. And I cleared my schedule this morning to go over foundation paperwork. I trail kisses along her jaw. Paperwork that can definitely wait. In one swift motion, I lift her onto the kitchen counter. Her legs wrap around my waist as I step between them, my hands sliding under her tank top to caress the soft skin beneath. "Are you sure this is okay?" I murmur against her neck. "With the baby, more than okay." She tugs at the hem of my t-shirt. "The doctor's appointment isn't until next week, but everything I've read says it's perfectly safe." That's all the permission I need. I tug her pajama shorts down her legs, tossing them aside. My hands caress their way back up her thighs as I capture her mouth again. "I can't believe we're having a baby," I whisper against her lips. "A little brother or sister for Caden." Maya's fingers thread through my hair, pulling me closer. This woman who gave me a second chance when I didn't deserve one. And now she has this new life growing inside her. I reach for my belt, my hands swift with familiar desire. The metallic click of the buckle sounds thunderous in the kitchen as I hold Maya's gaze. Her eyes darken, lips parting slightly as she watches me work open the button of my jeans. Well, well, well. Things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to vixavonromance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. "I love you," I murmur against her temple, inhaling the scent of her hair. She smiles, languid and satisfied. "I love you too." Her fingers trace lazy patterns on my back, though I think we broke a few health code violations in here. I laugh, pressing a kiss to her swollen lips. Worth it. As our breathing steadies, I help her down from the counter, both of us adjusting our clothes. But I keep her close, unwilling to break contact completely. "A baby," I say in wonder, my hand drifting to rest on her still flat stomach. "Our baby." Maya's smile is radiant, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "Our family's growing." I pull her into my arms, overwhelmed by love and gratitude. "Thank you," I whisper against her hair. "For what?" "For giving me a second chance. For making me a father. For loving me despite everything. For helping me grow from the coward I used to be." She leans back to look at me, her expression serious but tender. "You're not that man anymore, Dylan. You haven't been for a long time. Because of you," I tell her. "You saved me." "We saved each other." She rises on tiptoes to kiss me gently. "And now we get to build our future together."